Good morning, one and all, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got some great skiing ahead of us. This is the 2021 Malibu Open Pro Water Ski Tournament. My name is Tony Lightfoot. So glad to have the pleasure of your company for yet another event on the Water Ski Pro Tour, as it were. And latest news has just been fed through to my ear that the event has got a delayed start. It is going to be 8:45. The reason why we're doing this is because of the bright sunshine that we experience here this time of year in this area of South Carolina. So we're going to wait about 15 more minutes now. Obviously, the conditions here at Trophy Lakes, some of the best you'll ever find in the world. Our air temperature is 20 degrees C, about 68 degrees Fahrenheit, but it is guaranteed to get warmer than that. Lake temperature, you see, about 72 degrees Fahrenheit. That doesn't change very much. But I tell you, we've got some great skiing ahead of us. We saw a shot just a few moments ago of one of our local wildlife swimming next to our floating TWBC banner. He may not have the facility to like us on YouTube, but you certainly do. Why not go to YouTube and subscribe to our YouTube page and hit the bell icon a couple of times to be informed of the latest webcast to hit that YouTube channel. We just saw the specs there on the Malibu towboat. That will be pulling our slalom and jump event. Just going round the horn here a little bit with our camera shots. There is our graphic there, inviting you to our YouTube page and being able to subscribe and also receive the latest information on the latest webcast. It's certainly a great competition coming up. It's a little bit tense around here, a little bit of nervous energy about to be unleashed upon our lake. Not least in the jump event, where we see our camera positioned. We have 3 cameras on that ramp. Whether that ramp is going to be at 5 foot or 5.5 feet, or indeed the maximum 6 foot for our men's jumpers. That camera is going to be there to get all the action, much like it did last season, where at least 1 or 2 of our competitors actually produced some rather gnarly crashes towards the end of the season. Course record on this lake for the slalom event in men's slalom is 1 at 9.75 meters, not too far short of the world record, which stands at about halfway down the course at 43 off, or 9.75 meters. Make sure you have you get the opportunity to go shop at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. You can purchase TWBC apparel, shirts, trucker hats, fitness apparel, all that kind of stuff. You go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop and check out all the apparel that is there. So, with that little bit of spiel out of the way, I will step aside, and when we return in about 15 minutes or so, a little over 15 minutes, we'll go into the Open Women's Slalom preliminary round. My name is Tony Lightfoot. This is the 2021 Malibu Open Pro Water Ski Tournament, and we'll return right after these.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressing to the nines, okay. Now never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. I can't stop, I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. Be at the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now.
Well, welcome back. This the 2021 Malibu Open. Okay, folks, welcome back to the 2021 Malibu Open. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and sitting next to me here at the announcer's point is Miss Ali Nicholson. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well. Always happy to be here. Another beautiful morning here, ready for the Malibu Open.
All right, then. So this is your opportunity for you folks out there that are watching in on the webcast to ask Ali some questions right there in the comment section of the YouTube player. Get those questions in, but the standard introductory questions. How's life been with you so far?
It's been going great. I spent the last week back in Pensacola, where I've been living. But after this tournament, I'm going down to Orlando and just trying to gear up for Worlds.
So full-on training mode, no work or anything to do with that for the time being?
No work right now. It's great. Living a vacation and getting some good training in.
Excellent. And kind of describe the work that you actually do, because you actually qualified to become a nurse not too long ago, right?
Yeah, so I've been working as a nurse for about a year. I've been on a cardiac med surge and then dealing a lot with COVID patients. So
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the stuff that you do is extremely vital at the moment. You know, what with COVID still being very much present, the pandemic's still very much there, no matter where you travel to the world. I mean, there's nothing that horrific pandemic has not touched from start to finish. So, one question: what is your favorite ski brand? Obviously, the one you're riding.
yeah, I'm currently on the 2021 HO Pro, the Mark II. I got on it last fall. My consistency went up. I've absolutely loved it.
Excellent stuff. So how have you been training so far on that ski? I mean, are we talking like consistently through 39 or deep 39s most sets?
I've been getting deep 39 most sets, I would say.
Okay, so that's something to look forward to. You are about halfway down the list in the Open Women's Slalom competition. Let's take a look and look at our competition there in the Open Women's Slalom elimination round, which will actually take place in a shade under 15 minutes from now. We're delaying to 8:45 because the sun. Before we actually go into the names, obviously the delay there was to make sure that the skiers coming in on their, what is it? Was it the opening pass or the second pass?
The second pass, yeah.
Second pass actually get the best view that they can over the slalom course without being blinded by the light, so to speak. I mean, that's tremendously important when skiers come back at 12 meters or 11.25 meters, 35 or 38 off, isn't it?
For sure, yeah. And I was standing down on the dock about mid-lake a few minutes ago, and it's pretty bright looking that way. So it definitely would play a factor for those early skiers. So I think that it's really nice that they're taking the break and giving every skier the best chance they have.
And we will run a single round of slalom for both the Open Women and the Open Men. So slalom should be well and truly done with by the time we get towards the afternoon, where the sun is actually going to go from the opposite end of the course, which will blind people going into the course on their opening passes. You know, so take that into consideration as well. Let's go through some of the Open Women's Slalom competitors. Jessie Dobberton, I think actually a teammate of yours at one time.
Yeah, so she went to Florida Southern and I went to Florida Southern. I'm trying to remember. I don't think it was at the same time. I should know that. But yeah, she's been at Florida Southern and helping with the team, and she's done a whole lot for the team.
Yes, and best of luck to the Mocs going forward, because they'll be skiing in their Southern Collegiate Regionals this weekend. So big shout out to the Mocs there. Alicia Bagnoli from Italy. What do you know about her?
Alicia is a phenomenal skier, a really strong skier. She's been getting down that 38. I don't believe she's run it this year, but today could be the day. It's perfect conditions out there. We're going to let the sun get down, and it's going to be a really great setup.
Now, here's a skier that we don't see an awful lot of, basically because she lives in Switzerland, but she's originally from New Zealand. The World Championship bronze medalist from 2019, Jamie Metcalf.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jamie in a while. I actually saw her this morning when I first pulled in, but I haven't been to a tournament with her in a couple of years, maybe.
All right, then. So continuing on the list, here's a skier that's a true legend in the sport, Karen Truelove.
Yeah, Karen, definitely a legend. Has been around a long time and is still putting up the scores and really still a contender. So very impressive.
And looking down the list further, a skier that's been making quite a bunch of noise, not only online but also on the water, Elizabeth Montavon.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching Elizabeth, and she's been doing really great. She started her own clothing line, and I think she's been doing really good for the sport.
What do you know about Ali Nicholson?
Oh, what do I know about her? She has a really cute dog.
Okay, we're moving away a little bit from there. Vanessa Veek, who a skier originally out of Australia, but registered now in South Florida, and qualified to ski in the Masters earlier on this season, and has got a pretty decent amount of form coming into this event.
Yeah, so Vanessa kind of showed up this year, and I guess had been on the scene before, but not really when I was up in the pro scene. So she was a new face for me, and I can't say enough nice things about Vanessa. She's the sweetest skier. But it's been a really fun time having her run this year.
And here's a skier that I got to actually interview yesterday for the TWBC podcast, and certainly an inspiration for a lot of women who come into the sport rather late in life and being able to perform at the highest level. It's Chelsea Mills.
Yeah, I remember meeting Chelsea Mills years ago, probably when she was kind of first getting started. So it's really fun to see her on the scene now. She's actually walking around in a boot right now, so she's gonna tough it out today and try to ski. So I think it'll be really exciting to see her, power through that.
Next skier that we see on the list is a two-time world slalom champion and defending world women's overall champion. We'll see if she can mount a successful defense of that title in about a week or two's time. It's Whitney McClintock-Rini.
Yeah, Whitney's back. It's been really fun this year to see her come back and put up the big scores, and doing it all with little Zane there, which of course,
He's the cutest.
Oh, he's cute. And I like the name,
Yeah. All right, so we continue on down the list here. Manon Costar, who's the current world champion, eager to defend her title in about a couple of weeks' time, but has been on a tear recently.
Of course, yeah. Manon's always a competitor, and obviously she's thinking about Worlds, but we're taking it one event at a time. So she's here this weekend looking to put a big score, I'm sure.
Our penultimate skier, Jamie Bull, who is currently the leader on the Water Ski Pro Tour women's slalom standings, and I mean, she's fresh off several wins this season. Most recently, the U21 Worlds, and before that, the Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom.
Yeah, Jamie's been on fire this year. I mean, she looks stronger than ever, and her form's impeccable. So it's been a really fun time to watch her. Obviously, my HO teammate and friend, and it's just been a really fun season to watch her really take that next step.
But the most intriguing competitor that we see on this list is a four-time world slalom champion, and in the truest sense of the word, a game day decision whether she decides to ski or not. It's Regina Jaquez.
Yeah, so Regina's coming back after that big injury that happened in May. So this would be her first competition back, and I saw her last week, and I said, it's been really weird this year, not having her on the scene, and it's been kind of a different feel. So I'm excited to have her back.
All right, then. So those are each of the Open women's slalom skiers that you'll see compete. There you see the details of the event. We have 13 skiers in the Open women's slalom event. This being a 4-star women's slalom event on the Water Ski Pro Tour, stop number 10. We'll have more details of that in a few minutes. But this is the 2021 Malibu Open Water Ski Tournament, and we'll be back right after this.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
We brought the funk into this function, yeah. We show up dressing to the nines, okay. Never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now, look at me now. Look at me now, look at me now. I can't stop, I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I can't stop, I'm never giving
How you feeling?
Good, thank you. I feel pretty good. Everything is nice here, good conditions, good weather. So yeah, I'm ready to hopefully ski well and see how it goes.
All right. Well, little Roxy here, she's cheering for you, so
Thank you.
go send it.
Thank you so much.
All right, then, that was Alicia Bagnoli, who will be starting out second on the list after Jessie Dobberton gets things up and running for the women's slalom elimination round. Those of you that are just joining us, this is the 2021 Malibu Open. You see the scenes around dockside right now. We've got Pat Bloodworth in the boat. We've also got the legendary Tommy Harrington there as well. Jessie Dobberton there in the foreground getting ready to ski, and we have our top-notch officiating and technical crew led by the inimitable figure of Jerry Jackson. So our event is just barely a few minutes away from getting underway. We've also got our TWBC camera person in the boat. That's Connor Pauley. The boat will make its way around the island, do a simulation pass up and down, and with the time fast approaching 10 minutes to 9 in the morning, we will have an event up and running here at the world-famous Trophy Lakes facility in Charleston, South Carolina. So glad to have you on board, no matter what you happen to be doing, wherever you happen to be in the world, where we've got spectators already tuning in, already checking in to our YouTube comments on the right-hand side of that YouTube player on the TWBC YouTube channel. We've got folks commenting in from Northern California. We've got a person who's already watching from the great Big Sky state of Montana. I'm sure that Alicia has folks in her native Italy, taking a look in on what she's about to do out there on the slalom course. I'm sure that Jessie, who is on the dock right now getting ready to ski, has got some faithful fans getting ready to watch and see what she does out there on the water. I suspect the starting line length for the first two competitors is going to be in the range of 14.25 meters or 28 off. Can't imagine it being anything longer than that. They're right there on that radar Pro Build Vapor. We've got Jessie Dobberton, and there you see her up the list. We've got Alicia Bagnoli next, then Jamie Metcalf, the bronze medalist from the World Championship two seasons ago. She's a New Zealander, but works in Switzerland these days. There's Karen Truelove there, fourth on the list, and it continues on from there. So now we'll pick up the towboat and guide into the starting dock. There's our current weather conditions. We've got a competition underway as soon as Jessie Dobberton leaves the dock. It's elimination. The top 10 women go through into the semi-final for out of this round. Got 13 skiers, so we eliminate 3 skiers out of this section of the competition before we go into the semi-final. So all to play for right from the get-go. They're about to take to the water. Behind that, Malibu Response TXI. Beautiful boat, and works really, really well for the slalom event. Actually saw some people practice over the last couple of days, and I was just absolutely struck by the ease in which that boat accelerates up to speed, and it just doesn't look like it's like over revving or going too quick. It looks actually slower than the speed that it's actually pulling. So here we are at 34 miles an hour, 55K. Jessie Dobberton. coming to us out of Lakeland in Central Florida. Looking in very good shape on 14.25 meters. Being careful not to overload the line at this early stage. Getting a little broken over into number 6, but she had that pass well under control. And Jessie Dobberton now getting ready for the next pass of 13 meters. At this early stage in the game, just trying to get settled into the water conditions, which are absolutely impeccable. You would expect nothing less from this great side of Trophy Lakes. Just trying to hold her angle, just trying to keep rotating away from the boat's pull. Nice extension around number 4, just allowing the ski what it's designed to do, which is to turn on a dime. So, there is Jessie Dobberton, and we'll check in on dockside. Who do we have?
Nice.
So, hey, Jamie, about ready to take off and send it for your first run down the lake today?
Yeah, looking forward to being out on the water. It's the first time in the US for a long time skiing, so yeah, it's exciting to be here.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to seeing what happens today. The beautiful day, weather's perfect. I don't think it could be any better.
It's beautiful out there, yep. No, looking forward to going out and having fun, so thank you.
Go send it.
All right then, that was Jamie Metcalf, who was amongst the head-to-head matchups in the San Gervasio Pro-Am women's slalom competition. And the defending World Championship bronze medalist, so eager to impress there in a couple of weeks' time. And will no doubt be eager to put a good show in here as well. We wish her the best of luck. Here we go. We've got Jessie Dobberton, round buoy number 1. This is 13 meters now. This is where the difficulty starts ratcheting up a little bit. The skier gets a little higher up in the boat. The line gets a little further out to the side. Everything increases speed and acceleration and tension on that line, and Jessie Dobberton gets a 6 buoy count at 32 off or 13 meters. So great skiing there from her so far, and you can just see the increase in intensity right off the turn to the entrance gate, and around buoy number 1, just trying to hold that handle down. Trying not to let that handle come loose towards the towboat too soon coming into the turn. Taking a little bit of a hit there on buoy number 3 as she made her approach into 4. But she's an experienced athlete, and she knows what she needs to do and what she can do out there on the slalom course by way of making up for any deficits that comes her way. So now it's 35 off. It is the 12-meter line, as we see Pat Bloodworth there at the helm of that Malibu response. TXI. Just waiting for the signal from the timer that's linked into the 0 off. Those 3 beeps indicate that time is up. 45-second drop on each end, giving the skiers ample time to get their heart rates down and to focus in on the task at hand, which for Jessie Dobberton is a 12-meter line. Harder start into buoy number 1 there. Look at this, round buoy number 2, continuing to flow. Look at this, round number 3, continuing to flow round number 4. And provided that she relaxes enough and gets round number 6, she'll attempt 38 off for 11.25 meters for the next run. That is Jessie Dobberton. So just looking at her go. Looking very relaxed into the turns, like she knows exactly what she's doing out there on this beautiful side here at Trophy Lakes. She skied here on a good few occasions, probably close to a dozen times previously in tournaments for record capability slaloms and indeed pro events such as this, the 2021 Malibu Open. Now getting messages from all over the world, getting messages from England, from Northern California. I mentioned the previous message that we got from Montana. There we see one of our spectators and photographers there, Stevie Island, and he'll be looking out towards the slalom course to see his favorite skiing athlete. All right then, so let's have a look and see. Jessie Dobberton, 11.25 meters. Our first skier out and already into some rare air. Here we go, round buoy number 1, a little bit broken over off number 1. Wasn't able to get the turn that she needed round buoy number 2, but that sets the standard for the skiers to come. It is a 2 buoy count. It's 2 buoys at 11.25 meters. That is Jessie Dobberton. So now that's the score for our remaining skiers to chase down. We'll see if they're successful in that endeavor. And as the line gets shorter, the resistance needed to stay on track behind the boat becomes ever more critical. A little bit loose off number 1, but didn't preclude her from getting around buoy number 2. It only just stopped her from getting to buoy number 3. So a 2 buoy count, 11.25 meters, as we now get ready for our next competitor, hailing out of Italy. Her name is Alice Bagnoli. So Alice Bagnoli making sure that her handle and associated equipment are all dialed in and ready to go.
Okay.
All right then, a good firm signal towards the boat. We've seen Jessie Dobberton set the score to beat. 2 at 11.25 meters, and coming into the course now on 14.25 meters or 28 off, it is Alice Bagnoli. Not too bad there on 14, round 5 and round 6, and with that pass, let's go to dockside.
Well, Jessie, how was it? First one off the dock, how'd it go for you today?
It was all right. The walk felt really good. I'm glad we waited for the glare. There was no glare. It was beautiful out there.
That sounds good. Feel good about it? You ready for the next round?
Hopefully, but I don't know if that's a big enough score to make it to the next round, but it was fun to be out there.
Nice work. Thanks for talking to us.
All right then. So Jessie Dobberton, a little pessimistic of the probabilities of her advancing out of this round into the semi-final round, but we'll see how things shape up. We're looking at the instant replay of Alice Bagnoli with the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Has been working tremendously hard on the slalom course in recent times, and has been doing a sterling job for us here at TWBC. But she's just trying to stay focused and upon the task that she has in front of her out on the water, as the 45 seconds of drop time look to expire within about the next 2 seconds. She's back on top of the water right now. There is Jamie Metcalf trying to stay focused and not listening too much on what's been said about her. She's got those Bluetooth earbuds in. Skiers each have their own individual ways of trying to get dialed in and psyched up or psyched down and focus for the skiing and the performance ahead. Like this competitor, round buoy number 4, number 5, a skier with a personal best of 1.5 buoys and 39.5 off or 10.75 meters. It is Alice Bagnoli. we're eager to see whether she will produce something closer to that particular score. If she can, then it's really going to enhance her chances of advancing out of this round into the semi-finals. The best score that we've seen so far from skier number 1, from Jessie Dobberton, is 2 at 11.25 meters. But a good effort, not really overextending herself too much on with the opening 2 passes of 13 meters or indeed 14, which occurred ahead, 28 and 32 off respectively. A little bit of activity going on around the dockside, a little bit of stretching going on with 1 or 2 of our athletes, just trying to get limber and making sure that all the muscles are firing and things are in the best way and shape possible for each of our competitors, as we see Manon Costard, the current world champion, and certainly one of the skiers, certainly one of the favored skiers in this event. Here we go. This is Alicia Bagnoli. Here comes Alicia. This is 12 meters now, 35 off. Getting a little bit late on some of these buoys here, but managing to stay on top of the water. And there you go, 35 off. Alicia Bagnoli now has a shot at 38 off, or 11.25 meters. Now, with 13 skiers in this round and 12 and 10 advancing, it would essentially mean that we drop 3 skiers based upon the results of this round. So Alicia Bagnoli has got to put herself in a position on 38 off, 11.25 meters, to at least be in with a shout of being one of those 10 skiers to advance from this portion of the competition. However far she gets down, 11.25 meters is only going to enhance her chances of getting out of this round and maybe skiing in the next one. Certainly looked a little bit shaky towards the end, a little bit of slack liner towards the end of each turn, but she got the job done. So, one of our skiers warming up along the shore side. We've got Lisbeth Montavon going through her stretching sequence. And Pat Bloodworth is at the helm of that towboat, about to bring in Alicia Bagnoli. Her season's best so far is 4:11.25 meters, and currently lying in 13th place in the Waterski Pro Tour rankings at this time. Let's see what she's got in store for us. She needs to get an exquisite start here to try and get us far down this pass. Round buoy number, oh, good start on buoy number 1. She is loaded into buoy number 2. She gets around buoy number 3, releases the handle, so it is going to be 2.5 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. She got a brilliant start off buoy number 1. One would almost say too good of a start, because she approached her into the turn on buoy number 2, and she was kind of a little bit in no man's land here. She was early, she was wide. I mean, she got the start. I mean, a little bit loose into number 2, mind you, but she fell into the turn, just couldn't get the ski round soon enough, and just looked in terrible shape into buoy number 3 and didn't want to risk her shoulders too much by taking the hit round number 3. So, anyways, it is 2.5. She is in 2nd place right now. Yeah, she's in 1st place right now, I beg your pardon. In 2nd place now is Jessie Dobberton. So our first 2 competitors into 38 off, and that is a pretty high standard so far in this competition. All right then, so skier about to take to the water.
When you're ready.
Getting ready to go, hailing out of New Zealand, but a resident of Switzerland these days. This is Jamie Metcalf. And All right then, so, and sitting next to me, the man they call Handsome Bob. It is Robert Hazelwood.
Hello, that name seems to be sticking around a little bit too much, Tony, but it's good to be here. The conditions are looking absolutely wonderful. I've just strolled over from my Airbnb.
That's the thing these days. All right then, so let's have a look at Jamie Metcalf here, opening pass. Very, very tall, very, very slender out there. That certainly helps in the slalom event.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen her ski, and that was a beautiful first pass. Really working that ski really well and standing nice and tall. Nice and calm.
Not looking too bad there with 14.25 meters. It's certainly a challenging pass. I mean, it gets your heart rate going, but it isn't so difficult to be that challenging. It still allows you to get a little bit wider the course and to get settled into the event. And right next to us here is Alicia Bagnoli, who scored 2.5 at 11.25 meters. How did that feel for you?
So it didn't feel too bad, honestly. Like, I had a good practice set here, and it just felt good. Skiing-wise was really nice. Conditions were perfect. So I hoped for a better score. I knew my previous skier I did 2, so I just turned about 2, and I knew I had to go to 3 just to get a piece more. So that was it for my set.
One would suggest that you got too good of a turnout at buoy number 1. You got the ski in and you got a good enough edge, and then it kind of exposed you a little bit into that 2 turn. Would that be a fair assessment? Yeah, totally. I had a good gate, and I released really fast going into 1, and then I sank a lot. So I was really like in the water. That threw me off going to 2, and then I lost a little bit of the line. All right, then we're looking at the starting dock there. We see Karen Truelove. All right, so we're looking at Jamie Metcalf, the current World Championship bronze medalist. Now going into the one-handed gate shot here. A little bit of a change between 14 and 13 here, Rob.
Yeah, this is looking like a beautiful pass again. It's almost like nothing's changed.
All right, absolutely beautifully executed there.
Yeah, a little bit of a hiccup at 5, I think. But for your second pass, those kind of turns aren't that important. And yeah, the rest of the pass looking very smooth.
All right, so a beautifully executed run, but I tell you what though, one-handed gate shot is all fine and good, but she was actually edging away from the boat with the one-handed gate shot, and ideally you want to be like real loose on your ski and real flat before you go into that turn.
Yeah, it can be tough. That bottom end's a little bit different. It's quite long, but it was a little bit movie yesterday, so maybe she's just trying to feel that out a little bit. But I mean, she manages it well. It's 32 off, so she knows how to do this. She could do this with a gate from the first whitewash. So I'm sure she's just playing around, trying to gauge what little wind there is out there, and trying to figure some stuff out.
Yes, absolutely. At this stage of the game, you're just going to have to play it cautiously and cagily. And we're getting messages from all over the world right now. I mean, actually, we got a message here from Peter Jones asking me if I actually watched that slalom duel that took place in Cirencester this past weekend. You saw a bit of that, didn't you, Rob?
Yeah, that was really cool. I'm sad I missed that one. Obviously, it's in my home country in England. A really, really cool event where they ran 2 boats side by side, and it was a head-to-head format. And yeah, that was a really, really cool event. And hopefully, I'll be able to make it if they put it on again next year. That needs to be a professional tournament. That one, that'd be super cool.
All right, then. Now looking.
A little bit of a bobble out, 1 coming in, but that nice and smooth at 2. I mean, for 35 again, that was a really, really smooth pass. I would be cautious to say she's just under skiing it a touch. Obviously, I've never seen her ski before, but it gets a little bit down course out of 1 here. Just almost looks, I hate the word lazy, but just looks a little bit kind of lazy on it. Just relaxed. But that can also be a pretty good thing. on these earlier passes to keep you in it. No blowing the fin, no erratic moves.
A little bit exposed from 2 into 3 though.
Yeah, she's just, I noticed it on her early passes, those hips are always a touch behind the pull, so she's just missing out on that touch, that little bit of alignment, but she obviously has managed it. It's obviously a little bit of a habit that's in there. But no, she looks really strong, and that was a nice 35. I'm not sure what the cut line is yet. Do we know, Tony? Or
not at this moment, because we're on our 3rd ski and we advanced through the finals. But we know that Regina Jacques is a bit of a game time decision, so that kind of complicates matters there so far as counting the amount of skiers.
One thing I would have to say is never discount Regina Jacques. She's a beast out there, and it's very exciting to see her back out there on the water. I know we've all missed her this summer. And even though she is obviously just coming back from that injury, I'm sure she'll put on a show, and I'm excited to watch.
Another skier that we're excited to see as well there, we saw her on the dock, Karen Truelove. She's next to go out. And we're seeing some dockside action from a few of our skiers warming up, trying to get limber and just trying to get the muscles firing and the blood flowing. Here we go. This now
is that's not the best one. Needs a good 2 here. There we go. Beautiful 2 coming into 3.
Big old hit off the 3. Nice. She manages to get round number 4. Does she get for the wakes? I think she does.
Tell you what, that was some serious experience there. Out of that 1, a lot of people would be getting a real big panic on. That was a lot of loose line with no angle. So she does a fantastic job of getting on that pull. Gets a nice gate. I kind of like how she skis away before that gate. It really gives the ski something to kind of fall back into, but that was not a fantastic one. See those hips dragging back, but I mean, that 2 was just pretty textbook for how late she came into it. Really nice start.
Just
a little bit of whiplash there.
I felt that.
Yeah. Oof.
But there you go. She managed to get round number 4, skied to the wakes just in time for the boat guides, and that's a 4 buoy count as far as I'm concerned. So there we go. She's taken the lead after 3 competitors, and that is based upon the fact that we're taking 10 skiers through to the next round of the competition, and we're starting with 13. That is basically the cut line. Anything over that, and that's skier is through to the next round provisionally.
The bubble. That one is.
Bubble.
So yeah, this is the bubble. So she's got the bubble score. So all the people on the dock are now going to know that is the score to beat. That's a pretty high score, I must say, with obviously 3 people leaving the tournament in this first round. That's a pretty high score to start with 4 at 38. It doesn't leave you much room for mistakes there, especially at the start at 38. But here we have Karen Truelove coming in, and I'm sure she'll be looking to get down that 38 and not just worried about that cut line. She's been skiing really well this season. I believe she had a 3rd place at California Pro-Am, really showing us how it's done, and looking really strong this summer.
All right, let's have a look and see. Originally out of Fuquay Varina in North Carolina, but now resident in Central Florida these days. Karen Truelove doing a fine job out there on 14.25 meters.
Yeah, one thing Karen does a great job of is just she always stays on top of that ski. She never is too abrupt with anything. She just gets that ski rotated under the line, stands behind it, and lets the ski do all the work. I mean, a really easy first pass there. And
all right, let's take a look and see what's happening dockside.
Well, Jamie, just coming in off the water, how'd you go?
Not too bad. 4 at 11, so not really what I want, but I came through the gate at the far end and I could not see it at all. So I just went, please tell me I'm through the middle. So not easy, but no, it's okay. I think I'm through to the next round. So.
Right, well, we're hearing you made it through the middle, so we know what's going to happen. So next round coming up.
Yeah, next round is a must run, so 100%. No, awesome. Nice out there, though.
All right.
Excellent stuff there from Jamie Metcalf, using that good slalom ski, slightly wider at the tip than most of the other good slalom skis that we've seen in the past, and she openly admitted that the gate shot on 38 off wasn't the best one that she could have produced. So a 4 buoy count there with that kind of gate is pretty commendable.
Yeah, no, it's. I think she mentioned about the glare there. I just missed the start of that. But yeah, I mean, glare is probably one of the worst conditions for a skier. It's not like rain that you can kind of squint through it or get a little bit lucky and the droplets miss you. If it hits you, you just can't see anything. So I'm sure that'll be a tough start for all of the skiers here this morning. It'll be affecting Karen just as much as anyone. I'm sure it'll be maybe half an hour before that glare moves off. But just a really nice start, just textbook, whipping that ski around there in 3. Lovely skiing there from Karen. I'm sure she'll be happy with that. I mean, I know she's skied here a lot for quite a few years now, so she's going to know how the leg skis, and she's going to be really settled here. And it shows there, just beautiful skiing, and not letting anything knock her. I'm just seeing a few comments on the webcast here. So the Worlds will be held at Sunset Lake. So Jack Travers Ski School, one of the most beautiful sites in the world. There will be absolutely no excuses for this Worlds unless a hurricane comes rolling through. But it should be an absolutely wonderful Worlds, and I'm sure everyone's just excited as me to be skiing there. And yeah, there's going to be some very, very big scores. And that's the thing, you see that at 5 ball there with Karen, just looks so balanced on that ski, really making it through the turn on that 135. She's almost one of those skiers that I would say is like dual-handed. She just doesn't really have a bad side. She just looks so balanced through that 135, especially on these early passes, and making it look super smooth. All right, so here's Karen coming in here. All right, so we have Karen coming here with 35 off. Let's see how she deals with this pass. There's a tiny little tail breeze, but there's very, very little that will affect the skier here. A little hiccup there with one. This little function has been looking smooth there. Gets it all back into nice 3. Still super early into 4. She's looking a little bit rushed on that pass, I must say. Just had a little bit of that hiccup at 1. It could have been that slight little tailwind out there, but as you can see, there's very, very little wind. Very little wind out there, but for someone with a good amount of experience, I'm sure she won't even be thinking about that. She'll have forgotten all of that. And she'll be ready to smash this 38 into a nice little tiny head breeze.
All right then, so far we've seen passes of 28, 32 and 35 off, all completed with immaculate ease there by Karen Truelove. And I tell you what, they don't get much better than Karen Truelove in a pro competition setting. Knowing what she needs to do, she typically has the skill to get she's someone who definitely doesn't get her head doesn't get shaken. She's just thinking about the goal. And the tricky thing is here, she knows that she can run 38. She knows that I imagine in practice she's running 38 all day every day, but all of a sudden you get in this tournament situation, it can almost get in your head a little bit thinking about that 4. But I'm sure she has the experience and the kind of mental fortitude to just go, right, we know we can run this pass, we've got a lovely little head breeze, and let's see if she can get down it. All right then, so here we go. Boat working up to speed, 55 kilometers an hour, 34 miles an hour. This now is Karen Truelove. Good stiff edge out there to the entrance gates, round buoy number 1, a little bit behind the line. She's round number 2, but she continues to ski. She's round buoy number 3, takes a big old hit. She's round number 4, can she make it outside 5? Yes, she can. I believe that was a 4.5 there for Karen Truelove. And like I said before, she knows the score that she needs to get, and a good portion of the time she's able to get it.
Yeah, and that was some really smart skiing there. She came into 3 pretty hot. I think she got a beautiful start at 1, but just hooked up at it too strong. I mean, look at that. We've got a little bit stood up. But no, Karen looking really good there, and that's some really smart skiing. She had a little bit of loose line there at 5, but she knew exactly what she needed to do. Took a little bit, I'm going to annoy the webcast viewers there, and she took a little bit of a safety turn at 3. She knew that what the cut line was, and yeah, just skied it what she needed to do and made it look really smart. Good skiing. So I believe Tony has some news for us. We did have a slightly wrong start list. Someone has pulled out.
At least so far as the numbers are concerned, we initially had 13. It's a 12 skier running order, which means that as we advance 10 through, the cut line therefore is 2.5 on 11.25 meters. So as it stands right now, if the remaining skiers all ski up to their potential and get over 2.5, it would leave Alicia Bagnoli and Jessie Dobberton on the outside looking in.
Yeah, so that scores. It's quite a big difference there. 4 is a long way down that pass, so I'm sure it'll kind of just relax your girls a little bit, knowing that they don't have to get all the way down. If they can just play around with that gate a little bit, it doesn't need to be 100% perfect, and be able to squeeze their way past that cut line. But there's Elizabeth Monteman there, looking super smooth. I know she's been playing around. If you follow on Instagram, she's been playing around with some setups, some skis and stuff. So I'm sure she'll be feeling that out. She's becoming quite the ski tinkerer, which most pro skiers end up turning to. But no, looking really strong on that setup. And I know she's, I believe, coached. And yeah, looking really smooth there. So Eric, the running orders, they are posted. If you go on to, I believe it's the Water Ski Tour on Instagram, there's some running, the Pro Ski Tour on Instagram, there's the running orders on there if you scroll down a touch. But yeah, they are a little bit tricky to find. I believe they may be on the Malibu Open website, but I'm not 100% sure. And guys, if you have any comments or any questions, please feel free to put in a comment. We are watching, so any questions, anything that you'd like to say, please drop a comment and we'd love to answer your questions. There we have Ali Nicholson ready on the dock, ready to go smash it out there.
All right, returning to action, we've got Elizabeth Montavon out on the water.
Is that Kirby I hear on the radio?
Skier who is our 5th competitor out, needing more than 2.5 at 11.25 meters to advance.
Standing really tall on that gate there. She gets super wide up on that boat for the gate, and beautiful hook up at 1. There we go, lovely 2. Staying super balanced on that ski. Really getting a nice move. Nice skiing there. I must say that's probably one of the best 32s that I've seen all day personally. She really gets that ski moving. I think this is the best I've seen Elizabeth ski, and I don't want to. I'm not used to commentating, so I don't want to put the commentator's curse on her. But really looking smooth. That offside. Sometimes she can get in that habit of kind of the ski rocking through and opening up. But I mean, that ski's saying super tip down, super balanced. And just beautiful hook up there, really riding that line. I like how she turns that head just a touch early on that 2-4, just to leave space for those shoulders and those hips to move underneath the line. It really creates a nice amount of space. And running a beautiful early pass there. That was a lovely little view from the webcast, the little water droplets.
All right, so some good skiing there, well on form with that pass of, what was that? That was
32, yeah.
That was 32 off, so she's on a good pace out there on the slalom course. And these early 2 passes, you know, I mean, purely so far as the skiers are concerned, you know, just get the blood flowing and all of that kind of stuff, you know, just making sure that everything about their skiing, about their equipment, and about their technique is going in the right direction. So, let's have a look and see. Elizabeth Montavon, who comes to us out of the West Palm Beach area of Florida, trains with Chet Rayleigh and Stephen Island. Here we go, 12 meters.
a little bit slow on that gate than what she'd be looking for. I think you see that in that hook up at 1 and staying nice and calm. Again, this 35 is a pass that these girls know how to run. So just maybe a little bit safe skiing there. A little bit sticking onto the back of the ski, but she knows how to run a 35 and it showed there. A little bit pulled up out of 1, but she's through the end of it with 6 and 6.
Looking very good at the same time with that 6 buoy count at 35 off, is well aware of what she needs in order to advance through to the next round of the competition. Out of the 12 skiers that we have on this list, 10 will advance, and by that token she needs more than 2.5 at 11.25 meters. Now, that pull out for the entrance gates there, Rob,
is long, isn't it?
Very, very long.
She does, and I know it's something that she focuses on those gates a lot, on that pull out, and it's kind of it's down to the skier's preference. Obviously, if you can get a wide gate and you cannot get pulled up at that second wake, you are going to be in a better situation, but not getting pulled up at the second wake is easier said than done. But yeah, she gets super wide up. I mean, in my opinion, I think she pulls a little bit too long. So she ends up actually shutting down speed instead of kind of getting that release up on the boat. But it works for her, and I mean, looks super, super smooth there. I think, to be honest, I know there's very minimal wind out there, and I get the jokes sent at me all the time when I'm back home saying about when it's a tiny little wind, saying, there's no wind. But just a little bit here, how it's kind of a touch up and down. It can be tricky on these gates because it can be dead flat to a 5-mile-an-hour headwind, and that makes a big difference when you're coming in on your 38 gate, just like this is. You can see there's a little bit of a ripple on the lake, so it's going to be slowing you down a touch. So let's see if she notices that and comes in. So ignore that 12 meters. This is the 11-meter line, 38 off. A little bit of wobble on that gate, but lovely one. That's the hookup. Can she deal with it at 2?
Oh, look at this. Round buoy number 3. Takes a bit of a hit there, much like Jamie Metcalf.
Yeah,
she got round number 4. Wow. I don't know what's happening around about that turn. That's the second time we've seen that so far.
Yeah, it is, and I'm hoping that glare's moved off by now, but you can see that little shake on that turn. Maybe that was the glare. Maybe she was a touch slow because of that slight head breeze. But I mean, just absolutely rocking. I would agree with you there, Tony. That is the kind of one that could be too good. That was a beautiful one, staying really early into 2. But just overturning that 3.
Oh, I felt that.
Yeah, that was way too hard for my for 9:30 in the morning when I've just rolled out of bed. But no, that strong ski in there from Elizabeth. She knows she's in, and I'm sure she won't be happy with that score, but when you're in the finals or the semi-finals, you can't complain.
We're on the starting dock, about ready to take off. This is your 3rd time here at Malibu Open. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good, thank you. Yeah, I actually skied at Malibu when it was in California in 2003. That was my first one, and I jumped there. And then I slalomed at Milwaukee when I was pregnant with my first child. So it's been a long time between Malibu Opens, and I'm really excited.
Nice. Well, we're excited to see you get out there. The water is perfect. The weather's perfect. The sun is up finally, out of the way. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much to everyone who put so much effort into these.
I've got feedback.
All right, then here we go. Our next competitor out, coming to us out of Milton in the northern part of Florida, in Escambia County. This is Ali Nicholson.
Looking super, super smooth there. Really telling that ski how it's done. And a lovely pass there. And looking nice and smooth. And that wind is getting up just a touch. I mean, we're still classing it as perfect conditions, but
oh yeah, hardly a ripple on the water.
And it's not like it's going to make the conditions any worse, but it changes the conditions. So you can see it down at the far end, coming in gates 1, 2. That's about the only place that the wind's touching. But it is going to be making that gate timing a touch harder.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it gets ever more critical the shorter and shorter the line goes. You know, as you rightly said, you don't want to be thinking too much about bleeding speed right before you turn for your entrance gates into buoy number 1. You're more about getting set in your position and then just allowing that ski to just rotate round and so you can get on it behind the boat.
Yeah, and that's the thing that separates good skiers from great skiers, is being able to read these conditions. And a lot of people would just say, there's no breeze out there, but you've got to be able to come in on this gate and go, okay, I'm going to bring it down just a touch and be able to carry that speed through the gate and into one.
All right, there's Chelsea Mills around the dockside there, fighting off a little bit of an injury coming into this event. First time I've seen her on site without the boot on, so to speak.
Yeah, it's never good when you see someone rocking up with a air boot on before a tournament, but she's out there, she's going to try her best, and I saw her in practice, and she doesn't look like she's got a broken ankle, so we'll see how she does. But here's Ali, looking really strong through this pass. She has a beautiful position behind the boat. She really stands tall and uses every single ounce of that alignment.
And incredibly light on top of her as well. I mean, that can't be underestimated either. I mean, she's probably one of our lightest skiers coming into this event, and that allows her to accelerate very, very quickly off each turn. So yeah, that's Ali Nicholson having run through 32 off or 13 meters. We'll see what she can do with the next run, which is 35 off or 12 meters.
Well, Chelsea, no stranger to the Malibu Open. These trophy lake waters here, you've been here many times. How you feeling today?
I would be lying if I said I felt good. I had 2 ruptured ligaments in my ankle a little over a month ago, so they're not healed, but I want to do Worlds, so I figured, train for 2 weeks and then maybe see if I can take a break or whatever. But yeah, they're not, it's amazing that I can even be out here, and I'm thankful to be on the water and able to represent USA next week at Worlds.
Yeah, we saw you creeping around with your boot earlier today. I was wondering if we were going to see you out on the water, but we're glad to see you, and we know you're just going to go send it.
Yeah, the boot just makes it so that I don't use my ankle while I walk, and then so I can save everything for on the water. Yeah.
All right, let's go tear it up.
All right then, here we go now. This is Ali Nicholson.
Yep, so she's coming in here on 38. We were wrong with the starting speed there, but 38 off, 11 meters. Oh, getting a little separated there out of 2. A little narrow into 3, but she's staying calm. Beautiful 4. Let's see if she can... Oh! That 135 is looking a little bit unbalanced for her there. Her offside's absolutely rocking, but yeah, getting a little stuck on the back of her ski there at 135. Let's see if she can...
Now that's an interesting development, her going in at 32 off instead of 28 off. This was 38 off coming back. I think that's probably more of a case of her making sure that she had complete vision at 38 off, which she ran, which means that she's taken the lead at this time.
To be honest, I think it's just that's what she goes out at. At this kind of, as we make that step up in the running order, obviously every single skier here is fantastic, but there's starting to become a lot more of a trend of the girls going out at 32, and just because in practice it saves energy. 32 is obviously an easy pass for all of these women here at the minute, but it is a bit of a jump to go out there and start of it, but she practices it, and she makes it look easy.
So more of a case of happenstance rather than design.
Yeah, pretty much. I know. And yeah, like it comes back to, if she's going out at 28 every single day in practice, 2 sets a day, that's an extra 2 passes. And it's 2 passes that realistically you can't work on that much when she's getting down that 39 pass. So yeah, there's no real need for it to be going out at 28, and it probably messes up her rhythm more than anything if she goes out at that 28. But she's looking strong. You can see she's unaffected by going out at 32, and let's see how she deals with this on 39. Let's see if she can smash this one. Getting a little stuck on the back of her ski in the previous passes. Nice gate. Oh, gets
a bit on the back of the ski off now. Oh, and it gets it round to go round number 2. Won't ski any further than that, but I think a score that is going to well and truly put her through to the next round of the competition. That is Ali Nicholson. And what do you see here, Rob?
I mean, Ali fairly classically goes a little bit long off that second wake. but just needs to rip a 2, and that tail just overslides a touch. But that's good skiing. That's kind of her average, Ali. If she gets a 2 at 39, I'm sure she'll be fairly happy with that.
Yes, indeed, and her graphic just before she came into that pass saying that 2 at 39.5 off was about her best score of this season. So matching that with that performance and obviously carrying a little bit of form into this event, Robert.
Yeah, no, looking really, really strong. And, I mean, it's great. It's great to see her turn that too, to be honest. She was coming in late. She had no business trying to turn that, but it's good to see, and that's where great skiers come. When they don't get that fantastic one, they can come into their onside and make things happen. And she was going for it there, which is good to see. And I'm sure next round she's feeling the water out of touch and is going to be able to smash that best.
All right then, so Ali Nicholson there, our only person so far to have gotten through 38 off, or 11.25 meters. Wind blowing around about 6k from the northwest. That's pretty much calm by Trophy Lake standards. Not too much of a ripple on the water. Yeah, let's have a look and see what Vanessa can do. Vanessa Veek of Australia.
Yeah, this is perfect conditions, to be honest. And like I say, the wind doesn't really make it any worse. It's just an adjustment that you might need to make on these gates. But that little bit of wind will just be knocking out any movement on the water that's out there right now and making this lake ski perfectly.
Oh, beautifully executed opening pass. Vanessa Veek, who for the first time ever in her skiing career actually qualified to ski in the Masters and has been on a tear ever since then.
Yeah, and I don't know if I just was missing it, but this is the first year that I've ever kind of seen her ski, and she has just absolutely rocked it. I don't even know if she's missed a final. She has been at absolutely every tournament, skiing her best and looking really, really strong out there.
Yes, indeed, and living her best life out there on the water. Vanessa Veek getting through 28 off and getting ready for 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Yep.
Yeah, no, she's looking fantastic out there, and like I say, I know she's been trying a few different things with different fins, and it's good to see. It's good to see it going well. I mean, that was a lovely first pass. You can tell a lot from her first pass, and looking really, really strong, which is great to see.
All right, let's see what happens with Vanessa Veek. The timer on that boat set for 45 seconds of drop time at each end. We'll see what she's got as we look along dockside and see Chelsea Mills get ready for her turn. The skiers that we got to come after her are Whitney McClintock-Rini, Manon Costar, then Jamie Bull, and finally on this list we're going to see Regina Jaquez slaloming for the first time since the latter part of May of this season. All right, here we go. Vanessa Veek, currently 7th in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings right now, with a best score of halfway down 10.75. If she can produce that, she will take the lead.
I mean, she's absolutely rocking these early passes. Really, really smooth. That ski looking super balanced through the finish of the turn. Very little tip rise, but not too much pressure there, which is what we want to see. And yeah, that was a beautiful second pass. Really smooth.
All right, 32 off in the bag. Now getting ready for 35, a pass that she knows that she has to get all the way through. I think the standard has been pretty much been set right now by Ali Nicholson with her 2 buoy count. Or at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, that's the score that people are going to be wanting to go with.
All right, so yeah. All right, so having started out on 14 and coming back on 13, 35 off comes up next for Vanessa Veek from Australia. Has been living in the southern portion of Florida for quite a considerable amount of time, and will no doubt be representing Australia in the World Championships, which will be coming up in a little over a week's time.
Yeah, and it's great to see all the slalomers coming out here for this event. I know there's not long before Worlds, but these kind of events need to be supported, and it's great to see people coming down and making them a full slalom field.
All right, here we go. Vanessa Wieck. Good stance on the ski prior to her entrance gates.
A little bit tippled over there at 1, but beautiful too. That ski's looking around. Same thing there at 3. That 135 on that 35 seems to be a little bit cursed at the minute. They're all getting stuck on the back of the ski, but I mean, for 35, you can't really, you can't expect a perfect pass, but I'm sure she'll be thinking about that and trying to figure out where things were going wrong. Not too bad on 1, just tipping over with that left shoulder a little bit. But look at this 2. Ski just whips around, beautiful.
Just absolutely crushed that turn.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's getting angle on that ski without a huge amount of load right out the turn, so she's really getting that acceleration back to center line, staying beautifully centered over her ski, and that wasn't beautifully centered, but we'll ignore that one.
No, but she had enough to play with at 35 off, and she gets through that run, and a skier that trains with her husband, Noel, and also with Chet Rayleigh in that area of Florida where she lives. Vanessa Wieck now with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters, now getting ready to attack 11.25 meters with the pass to come next. We're heading down towards our top ranked skiers, not only in the world rankings, but also in the Water Ski Pro Tour rankings as well. And once we get to about that area, we'll tell you what they've scored and what they could potentially score, depending upon their placement between now and the end. I am Tony Lightfoot. He is Handsome Bob Hazelwood.
Tony. So here we have Vanessa coming in on 38. Let's see if she can figure out that 135 side here. She's going to need a good start. Beautiful one. Look at that. Coming early into 2. What a start. You can't expect much better than that. She's getting out of that 3 ball. And that was a fantastic pass.
Yes,
that's by far the best 38 we've seen.
Yes, very well under control there. And I mean, there were elements of that pass that you could see where she wasn't prepared to load it up all that much. Like off the end of the turn, she brought her chest forward, a good hip rotation, but then once she got into that position, she just held it all the way through, and then it really helped with her balance coming into the turns, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, that was just textbook, really. Hit a little hard out of there at 3 and 4, but for 38, you've got to get a bit of that every now and then, and just a lovely pass. That'll give her a ton of confidence moving into the next few rounds. And yeah, that's a good one to watch if you're trying to run 38. That was a really nice pass.
All right then, so Vanessa Wieck, originally out of Perth in Western Australia, but now making her a home in southern Florida these days. And because she's resident there and still holds a nationality with Australia, it's considerably easier for her to compete in the World Championships coming up in about a week or so's time and representing Australia in that fashion. Other Australian skiers have a far harder time getting over to the United States, and an even harder time getting back, taking quarantine restrictions into account with this awful pandemic that still continues to rage on. But here we go, Vanessa Wieck. This is 10.75 meters or 39 and a half off. Robert, take it away.
So she's got a little tail breeze, but that's a nice gain. A little bit delayed out of 1, but there we go, get that hook up. She has moved into the lead. That was some really strong skiing there. As I say, you can see that tail breeze picking up a touch into 1. And again, it's not much, but it's always going to be in the back of your mind, thinking that it's going to add speed and definitely not take it away. But that was a well-run 3, really. I mean, looking pretty dominant there. And I know it's kind of interesting. I overlooked it for a lot of years, but when you haven't had a tournament on, I think has it been a 3-week break?
Yeah.
And I imagine she's been tinkering with that setup, trying to figure out those perfect fin settings, because it's been a busy year. There hasn't been a ton of time off tournaments. So it's nice to have a few weeks off just to reset, and if she's changed something, it's definitely worked. That's by far the best skiing I've seen from Vanessa this whole year. Looking really, really strong.
All right, then getting some encouragement along the shoreline. That was, what was it, a 3 buoy count there?
Yeah, that was a 3. And I think, Tony, just looking at these comments, we've got a few questions. We've got from CMath, lots of A2, what motor is in that boat and why the A2 setting. I believe it'll be the 6.2.
Yeah, with a 4-blade.
Yeah, with the 4-blade. And to be honest, A2, a lot of people will be going A2 no matter what the boat nowadays. It's probably one of the most common settings by quite a way. I know you've done a few percentages on the TWBC before, but it just delays that pull, so you don't have to be majorly aggressive at the finish of the buoy. It lets you bring that ski around, give you time to get stacked, and be moving into that center line in a strong position. Say you go the other end, C2, it's going to be hitting you pretty early out the finish of that buoy, and it can make it tricky to hold that speed into the second wake without getting pulled up. But yeah, the A2, the C2, the B2.
All right, then let's cut across over to Vanessa and find out what.
I am relieved. I mean, I'm sure of what I can do, but I just wasn't sure of how I was going to ski today. I'm here with my husband and my kids, so it's a little rough with them. You know, there's a lot of stress. They don't sleep great in foreign places, so I'm just relieved that's out of the way. I know there's plenty more left in the tank, so I'm excited for tomorrow.
All right, we're excited to see you. Way to go.
Yeah, that was some exciting skiing
Malibu Open from all the different sites it's been, so not many can say that.
Oh my gosh, you're making me feel really old now, but yeah, that's true. Thanks, guys.
All right, now working away from Vanessa Veek to Chelsea Mills, whilst Vanessa takes her family and the kids over to Waffle House for breakfast. We'll see what Chelsea Mills can do out there on the slalom course.
That's something we do not get in England, is Waffle House. It's a wonderful concoction of odd ingredients. And
you used to have a little chef, right?
Yeah, that was nowhere near as good. There's not all the banned ingredients that we get in England. There's some good stuff in the food here, and it just don't get that same taste.
Yeah, I can definitely attest to that. My favourite's the All-Star breakfast. All right, then. So we got Whitney McClintock-Greeny on dockside. We've got Chelsea Mills out there trying to fight an ankle injury that has caused her to use one of those big boots that you typically walk around with to isolate that injury. And Chelsea will actually be another featured athlete interview on the TWBC podcast. That episode will be dropping in about a day or so. The last 2 episodes that have been published on the TWBC podcast have involved Jacinta Carroll, Thomas de Gasperi, and this morning Cole McCormick. But let's focus in on Chelsea on this next run.
So Chelsea just looking like, obviously she's skiing a little bit nervous. She does have a broken foot, so we'll let her off there. And the thing is, it's not so much the turns that's the issue. You can see she's not riding that line up the boat very well, and she's struggling to get that speed into the first wake. So you'll see she's not getting high up on the boat. So here into 2, she's having to kind of chuck that ski out a touch. And you see how the ski's not wanting to work back in because she's just having to ski at that buoy.
But just take a look at this turn into buoy number 4. Look, see her ankle bend.
Yeah.
Not really that much that we're compared to what we're used to seeing from her.
And it's, if you look, it's this moment here when you hit that just that wake, and it actually, you're on that edge, so it rolls your ski kind of almost, it flattens the ski. And when you've got a sore ankle, that does not feel fantastic. I know I had a bit of an ankle issue a few years ago, like most slalomers do at some point. And it's that flattening out of the ski. It pulls that ankle in a place where it doesn't want to go when it's injured. and I'm sure she'll be good in through the pain. Like she says, she wants to ski Worlds. There's a fantastic opportunity with Worldsman at Jax, and it'd be a shame to miss out on that. So she's good in her teeth, moving on and hoping that she doesn't do any further damage.
All right, then we'll see how far she can get down 35 off. She definitely needs to run it to get more than 2.5 to advance at this stage of the competition. Has been skiing really, really well recently. San Gervasio, she won the women's slalom competition there in her first ever competitive excursion outside of the United States. Chelsea Mills.
Here we go. It looks like that ankle's getting warmed up.
Oh yeah.
Really kind of getting a bit more aggression on this pass. You can see she's way higher up on the boat. That tailwind's probably helping a touch. And making that look pretty easy considering.
Yeah, exactly. Getting through 35 off. There is Manon Costard, the current world slalom champion, getting ready to take to the water herself. Now, so far as Chelsea Mills is concerned, in respect to the Water Skier Pro Tour standard, she currently lies with a score of 108. To increase on her points total, because it's the best of the best cumulative total based upon 4 events. If she comes in either 5th or 6th, if she comes in 5th or above, then she'll actually contribute points to her current total. If she finishes 6th or below, then her pro points stay the same as they are right now, which for Chelsea Mills is 108.
Yeah, and I mean that shows how good she's been skiing this year. To have to place 5th to beat her 5th worst score is some great skiing. She's been incredibly consistent out there, and yeah, again I feel she's been around obviously a long time. She's been on the tour, but this year she seems to have really figured something out and really broken out onto that scene and looking really strong.
And an inspiration to those skiers who wonder if a late start in the sport precludes you from being able to compete at this level. Well, Chelsea Mills, who started skiing in her 20s as an activity to complement the sport of her choice back in those days, which was tennis. Let's see what she can do right here and now. Here comes Chelsea Mills.
So she's going to have to be aggressive into this headwind. There we go. That's the one she needed. Can she get out of 2?
Oh, look at this, though.
Beautiful out of 3.
Oh, look at that. She really got behind the boat off buoy number 4 and the 6th buoy. Oh, my word.
Great skiing.
That was just unbelievable.
And to be honest, the ankle's probably warmed up, and that was a beautiful pass there.
All right, let's go to dockside.
Hey, Will. Here we are, another Malibu Open. Definitely no stranger here. No stranger behind the Malibu TXI either, powered by that Monsoon 6.2 liter. I know you got one of those and having some fun with that. But where are you feeling today?
Yeah, I just showed up at site this morning and just came out here, and it looks as phenomenal as ever. Very familiar boat, so I'm excited to get behind the Malibu in a tournament. It's always a treat for me. Get behind the boat I get to compete against or practice against every day, practice behind every day. It just looks good. Yeah, this girl scores are great, and that's always a good indication of what we're going to see in the afternoon. And yeah.
All right, have you had any practice sets out behind this boat? I think this is Regina's actual boat. I'm sure you've maybe spent some time here with her out there on that one.
Yeah, I've probably got a couple of sets behind this one, and I mean they're all so consistent. And for me, every time you get behind a Malibu, it has a very unique feeling that I feel very comfortable with. So I'm excited to get out there today.
Awesome. Can't wait to see you ride.
All right, a Team Malibu athlete there, Will Asher, chomping at the bit to get out there on the water. That's going to be our next event after the conclusion of the women's slalom elimination round. 10 skiers advance out of this field of 12. And here we go, Chelsea Mills, miraculously on 10.75 meters.
I was going to say, that ankle's obviously warmed itself up. I'm sure she'll be stepping straight back into that boot when she comes off. Try kind of squeeze all the pain out with some painkillers, but moving into that big move and 1. That was a nice start. That's going to be sore. Getting outside of that 3, that's a big score, and makes it back to the wakes. That was some really impressive skiing. On a good day, that's a good score for Chelsea. So she's obviously pretty happy with that.
Our machine was like 2.5.
And I tell you what, I mean, if if Chelsea Mills was told coming into this event that you would tie the lead with 3, I don't think she would have believed it.
No, I know at the last tournament we had to go to, I believe she was skiing, but she had to pull out a hilltop, and I think California she didn't ski too well because she was in a lot of pain with that ankle, so she's doing well. And that was a big snatch out of that S turn, but holding it strong. I know, I'm sure she'll be happy with that. And I know, and I learned something new with you every day, Tony. I didn't know that she started skiing so late, so that's even more impressive. That would make sense as to why I haven't heard of her around too much. But not really showing her inexperience, I guess you could call it, though, and skiing it beautifully. Nice.
So, a former Division I tennis athlete graduating out of Bucknell University, and she has also coached collegiate level tennis at a number of different places, the most recent being UNC Charlotte, to the best of my memory. That was Chelsea Mills doing a fine job out there, and she's definitely placed herself well and truly through to the next round of the competition. We take 10 out of the 12 skiers, and she's tied the lead right now with 4 skiers remaining, well and truly safely through. We'll probably get a word or two from her very soon. We'll find out the status of that ankle and how much it's throbbing or hurting, and whether she's in need of a bucket of ice or something like that.
Yeah, Tony, I'm impressed with the information there. I knew none of that, so thanks for the help there. But no, that's some fantastic skiing, and it's great to see her out there kind of pushing the limits of what her body lets her do right now. But you can see, hopefully, when that ankle heals up, it'll be great to see her fully fit at Worlds and see if she can make it through that 39 off pass. That was some insane skiing.
All right then, folks, coming into the course, 2-time World Slalom champion, 2-time World Slalom champion, and the current defending World Overall champion from 2019. This is Whitney McClintock-Rini, 13-meter start.
So as you can see, she's currently 2nd place in the Pro Tour standing. She had a little bit of a slow start to the season with the good excuse of having a baby Zane, but she's really got it rocking by the end of the season, managed to work her way up to that 2nd place. And she just looks as good as ever out there. Really strong, really getting that ski zipping underneath the line.
And really coming back into women's slalom full force this season. I mean, if we look at her current standing in the Water Ski Pro Tour, her current worst contributing score of 35 points, which she produced at the Masters. Now, in order to increase her points total, she has to come in 3rd or above to increase upon her current total points in the world in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings. She currently has 184 points. If she was to win this event, she would gain 209 points and would be about 3 points short of our current leader, Jamie Bull. Let's go to dockside and check in and who we've
Chelsea,
got there.
You look pretty strong out there, given the circumstances with your ankle and everything. How did it feel? How are you feeling now that you're through the set?
You know, I don't know. That went a lot better than I thought it would. On my opener, I almost missed my opener. I think I buckled at 1 ball, and I was like, oh boy, this isn't going to go well. And I never felt like I got my balance the whole set, but then once I got to 38, it was kind of like, oh, okay, this is how you ski again. And so it was kind of like I tried to make adjustments every pass, and it kind of ended up working out today, but it went a lot better than I thought it would.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
And I think for those of you that were keen of eye and noticed that there were some keys that were jotted down on the tip of that ski there for Chelsea Mills. A lot of skiers out there have different methods, different ways of actually staying on task out there. Chelsea jots down the main points on the tip of her ski, but I tell you what, 3 at 39 for Chelsea was good. We'll see how close Whitney McClintock-Rini can get to chasing that down.
Could be incorrect, but I believe she's a mental coach. Am I right in that? A sports psychologist?
Yes.
I thought I'd seen that on the interweb somewhere, but No, I mean they're the kind of things that if you study that and you know that, then they're the kind of things that can really help. She obviously likes the feeling of seeing those notes on a ski, keeps her dialed in, and it obviously helps her. So it's good to see.
Looks like I'm going to have to drop that episode of for Chelsea Mills on the TWBC podcast a little bit sooner, so you can get schooled up on her, Robert.
I was going to say I'm obviously missing up on all the cool info, but no, she obviously knows what she likes, and she enjoys seeing her notes on her ski, and it obviously works for her. That was some pretty damn good skiing right there.
All right then, now we're on to Whitney McClintock-Greeny, who has been on an absolute tear this season. I mean, you could just see that as she goes from tournament to tournament, her confidence and her skill level are returning to the way that they should be. And, you know, we'll see what Whitney McClintock-Greeny can do with this next run. She started in the 32 off, which means that this is 38. So anything more than 2.5 here, we'll see her advance through to the next round of competitions. But she's not interested in just merely advancing. She wants to get high enough to where she doesn't have to ski first out on the dock. And I'll tell you what, look at this for aggression.
Yeah.
Staying on top of it.
I mean, what I think about when I see Whitney slaloming is that 2-4. Yeah, she can rip a fantastic 1-5, but I mean, just look at this 2 on the replay here. That ski just absolutely whips under the line. She gets a ton of angle, but just moves so light back to that wake, so she can hold it all the way through that edge change. Getting that ski moving early. No, not the best one we've ever seen from Whit, but it's good enough. And then just look at that 2. I mean, you can't really get a better offside than that. Really nice in this tailwind that's still not a big problem, but it's definitely picking up. It's definitely adding a consideration into these skiers' heads. So she's just moving so well through those turns and making that look textbook and very easy. There's some strong competition going towards the best 38 of the day. It's not a real competition, but I like to add another competition in there and making it look super easy and super strong.
All right, the current defending world overall champion coming into this year. She won the latest of her world overall championships 2 seasons ago in Putrajaya in Malaysia. Not too sure whether she will be up for defending it this time around. I don't think that she's actually jumping, so she's going to concentrate more upon her slalom and maybe a little bit of tricking, and also to contribute enough points to keep Team Canada out in front. They're the defending world overall team champions as well, and very much a part of Team Canada's plans is this skier on the water. This is Whitney McClintock-Greeny.
Yeah, so she gets that classic one-handed gate moving in. Big one, using all that strength she has. Lovely too. This is a fantastic start.
Oh, look at this. Are you sure this is 39?
I have no... Oh, gets it. There we go.
Oh,
that is some
game
fantastic
on.
Skiing. And you know what I love to see, Tony? Well, some serious steel moves. They're not even throwing the fist. So hopefully that was 39. Hopefully we're not mistaken. But that was just a fantastic pass and making it look like a 38, which is a skill in itself. It's not easy to make a 39 look good. And just absolutely ripping it up. Lovely little head breeze there. Big one, but manages that pull beautifully into 2, moves that head early, gets that ski around, and I mean that 2-4 is just absolutely money right now.
Not a particularly good number 3, but I tell you what, things get a little bit dicey at 39.5 off, so you can excuse her for that.
Yeah, that rope's pretty short. We'll let her off, Tony, I think, on this one. But, I mean, showing the other girls how it's done and how beautiful this lake's skiing right now. And, yeah, she's putting up a big score there. I like it.
All right, so there aren't that many skiers out there that can and have run 39.5 off in the past. You're looking at one of them there on the starting dock, the current world slalom champion Manon Costar. We've got Whitney McClintock-Greeny on the water, who's currently on 184 points, in second place in the world in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings. Her worst contributing score going into this event was the 35 points that she got from the Masters event, which was in the latter part of May. So that kind of gives you an indication of how much of a tear that she's been on since the Memorial Day weekend of this year.
Yeah, she's really been ripping it up this year, and as I say, she had a slightly slow start with Swiss, I believe, but she's absolutely flying into these last tons. Just a little bit too much. I think she got a little narrow on that gate and just had to be fingertips for that one, but I'm sure she's going to be happy with that. Oh,
yeah,
no,
I think she
wrong.
will.
She
half at 41 off. I'll take that every day and twice on Sunday.
Yeah. No, she actually, I was incorrect. She wasn't that narrow, but just having to pull so long into that one. It'll be interesting to hear if we can get to speak to her what went wrong there. But that's some fantastic skiing and putting the next three girls up a little bit of pressure. It's good to see.
Absolutely. Got a little bit off balance there into buoy number one. I think by about that time, I mean anything else that she got by way of that 10.25 meter line length for 41 off, was always going to be a little bit of a bonus. But when it comes down to the finals of this event, then she'll be a little bit more concerned, I think, about in terms of how far she gets down that run.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to see the level of women's skiing right now. There's so many girls that can be through that 39. Obviously, some of them need a little bit more of a better date than others, but I think there's about 4 women in this field that have run 39 before. Is it Manon, Jamie, Whitney, Regina?
Yes, those are the 4.
So it's amazing to ski. Sadly, Brooke, I don't think, could make it with her collegiate season. I think she's got a collegiate tournament on this weekend, and
yeah, she's skiing for Alabama.
Yeah, and is very busy with work there. She's making a better future for herself, which we all like to see. But yeah, I think she's one of the only women that's ran 39 that's not here. So I could be very wrong with that statement, but
yeah, she has run 39.
Yeah, I know she has, but whether I might be missing some other women out that list. But no, it's great to see a really strong women's slalom field here, and it's going to be very, very exciting to watch.
All right, so Manon Costard, third from last out. The best score you see at the top is half at 10.25 meters by Canada's Whitney McClintock-Rini. And Manon starting in on 14.25 meters.
Yeah, that's something that I keep noticing from Manon. A lot of the women that have been through the 39 tend to go out at 32, saving energy for what's going to be a long weekend if she manages to make it through. But obviously, she just enjoys that rhythm. She likes to go out at a super, super easy pass, get some passes underneath her belt, and get a feel for the conditions. I'm not 100% sure if she managed to get a practice in yesterday, but there's very little wrong with this site, so I'm sure that won't be a detriment to her.
All right then, here we go. Manon Costard, her season's best is 2 at 10.25 meters. She currently lies in third place in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings right now, and I'll give you some more details of possible scenarios that she can possibly achieve to put herself up a little bit higher on the Pro Tour standings.
Yeah, and I mean, you see someone like Manon, she's had a pretty fantastic season. She's maybe not skied as well as she wished she would have done, but she's turned up to every tournament, she's made every final, she's probably been in top 3, top 4 in every tournament she's turned up to, and she's in third place, so that shows the insane form of the Pro Water Ski Tour right now and the strength that women's slalom has.
And riding that Connolly DV8, which she transitioned to after the initial couple of tournaments to start the season, she's riding that ski very, very well indeed. And Manon Costard, as I mentioned, the defending world slalom champion, won that title in Putrajaya in Malaysia, has managed to get to the top of the podium in the European Championships on a number of occasions as well, and has helped the French team immensely in their team overall classification wins in recent years. So Manon Costard looking good out there at 28 off. We'll see if she can come back at 32 off.
Yeah, no, she's had an absolutely fantastic career so far. Really kind of, she obviously, when she was coming up, there was Whitney and Regina that were just truly dominant for quite a while, but it's fantastic to see her and Jamie and Brooke and all these women coming up and making it not easy for anyone. There's no guarantees in this field right now. There's about 5 people that if you trip up, and by trip up I mean half at 41, like you are not even guaranteed a podium right now, which is very exciting, and it makes this sport so fun to see this kind of competition. But so wide, so early, really riding that ski up in the boat.
That's smooth.
Yeah, I mean, if you like the term ride the line, she does it better than anyone else. She just rides that line so well off the second wave and just gets so high up on that board. She could have a cup of tea in the time that it takes for her to turn, so really, really great skiing there.
Yes, those 2, 4, 6 side turns, dare I say, smoother than a well-buttered banister.
A well-buttered banister. I, again, hear many new things when I'm on the commentator's booth with you, Tony. I love it. Smooth as a well-buttered banister.
There you go.
But no, super, super smooth. That wind has, I believe, pretty much completely died. I don't know if it's just because I've changed sides and can't feel it on my back anymore. But really, really smooth skiing there, and just, yeah, riding that line fantastically.
Yeah, hardly an inch of slack in that line from start to finish. That's always a good sign of a smooth slalom skier out there on the water. So, as promised, I would get you up to speed so far as Manon Costard with the Pro Tour points, the water ski Pro Tour points. Now the Women's Pro Tour is based upon the best 5, the best 4 events count towards the points totals for each skier. Currently, Manon Costard is on 181 points. Her worst contributing score is 26 points from the San Gervasio event. So in order for her to advance up the list and get more points, she has to finish in 4th place or above right here at the Malibu Open to increase her point total. Here we go. This now is Manon Costard.
Did we shorten the rope? I mean, this is just
remarkable.
And that's why you tend to see someone of Manon's skiing level and how many passes she can run. You tend to see them guard at 32, because she's now added 3 passes to a day, and she's still not even on the money pass. Well, she's a long way away from her own money pass. Obviously, she says it 2 at 38 to be making it through to the final.
Yeah, 2.5 is necessary to go to the next round, but I don't think she's really interested in merely getting 2.5. She wants to pass and then some more.
Yeah, but she's 3 passes in, and she's still waiting for that to be able to relax. And I know it's easy to say that she's not going to be worried about that cut, but it's water skiing. You never know. It takes a millisecond of lapse concentration, and adding 3 passes of extra concentration in there, whether it be 28, which you'd think would be super easy. It's mental stress, and yeah, it's a different move for Manon, but it's interesting to see how it works out for her, and it obviously does.
All right, obviously wanting to experience all that Trophy Lakes has to offer so far as the sun conditions are concerned. You know, she wants to see what it's like to go in at 28 off, and if she has to move to 32 off for the next round, then so be it.
I think she just wants to get her money worth, get in, pay her entry fee, may as well get as many passes as she can. They see Regina on the dock getting ready. We've missed her all summer. She hasn't been on that dock in a while, so it's fantastic to see. She's still not fully fit. She's just been given the doctor's tick list to go slalom, so it's great to see her out here on the dock at, I guess you would say, her home tournament almost.
Yeah, I would say so.
And here we go. Here's Manon coming in on 38. So this is the pass. She's going to need 2.5 to make it through to this final. She shouldn't be too worried, but you never know in skiing. Nice 1, 2. And she's in. I mean, textbook. Again, did we shorten the rope? Really carrying up on that boat really well. That must be one of the best 38s I've seen Manon run all summer. She's been putting in some great scores, but she hasn't been looking as smooth as she has in previous years, in my opinion. But that was just fantastic. That to me looked like Manon on top form again, and looking super, super smooth.
Absolutely, and now within about a couple of buoys on 39.5 off from getting it into the top 4 at this stage of the competition. Obviously, it's too early to be determining where the pro points would go to for any position other than 11th or 12th on this list, but Manon Costar looking in very, very good shape out there. And I tell you what, she has been on a tear this season. There have been one or two obstacles thrown in front of Manon Costar, not the least of which...
I was going to say in the name of Jamie Bull, is that?
Maybe, but the fact that she travelled to San Gervasio and her ski didn't travel with her, which meant that she had to go on a ski very similar to her own, a Connolly GT, and was able to get through the initial rounds and finish as high as fourth is actually remarkable on borrowed equipment.
Yeah, I know her and I believe her boyfriend Freddie Winter, they both turned up, obviously on a flight all the way from the US, and yeah, the worst thing happened, both of them had to ski on borrowed equipment, which is the worst thing that can happen to a slalom skier. You'd be terrified to know how much these skis are dialed into each individual skier, whether it be fin, whether it be the ski itself, and yeah, so it's good. Her skis arrived with her today in the car. It's always the best thing about driving.
Yeah.
But here she comes up, gets a little bit slow out of that one. Oh, she's not going to be happy with that. Coming into
She's still there.
There we go. She's fighting in this pass. Get into fourth. It just puts her, there's a little bit of a bubble there at 3, but just puts her ahead of that. And she will want to be in that top 4 to know what she needs to get for that final. So that was 5 passes there for Manon, getting in that feeling time with the water, and that was some strong skiing. Not the smoothest start, and fought her way all the way to that 4. But again, some good skiing there, and it's good to see some big scores getting thrown out. She's gonna want to be making some little adjustments and getting down that line, but.
So runner-up in last year's Malibu Open, that is Manon Costar, and a fine performance there with 4 at 10.75 meters, going fairly and squarely in second place right now, above the tied third place scores now of Chelsea Mills and Vanessa Wieg. Still in the lead with half at 10.25 meters, a remarkable score, courtesy of Whitney McClintock-Greeny.
And we have next up the big bad Jamie Bull on the dock. She has had an absolutely fantastic skiing, a fantastic season skiing. She's been, I would say, truly dominant, really. I think was second her worst placement at the US Open. I believe that was her worst placement, the second place. Yeah. You have all the sheets.
Oh yeah. So with Jamie Bull currently the leader in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings. They're sitting on 112 points, which means that in order for her to increase upon her points total, she has to finish third or higher.
Yeah, which is not that easy. There's a lot of women here right now, but she's just been skiing absolutely fantastic. She's dialed in this season. She's just going back to college, just starting her semester again in something
Louisiana Lafayette.
In Louisiana, in something smart and stressful.
Mechanical engineering.
That's the one. So she's not just gone there and done an easy degree. She's working hard. And
are you suggesting that there are easy degree programs?
Would I? Tell me. Would I? Sports management. Business management. Anyway, I'm going to get into it. But no, she's working hard. And she's skiing fantastic this summer. She's been really dominant, and that's not easy to do on a slalom ski, to have second as your worst placement.
Just look at her stance on that slalom ski. Just turns, just checks up on the handle at the end of the turn, just making sure that she gets across course. And beautifully executed opening run. I think that was 28 off. It might even be in 32.
No, that'll have been 32. I think it's been a long time since Jamie's been out at 28. I imagine it's not even on a practice rope. And just looking super dialed in out there.
So Jamie Bull not only in the lead in the Water Ski Pro Tour slalom standings for the women's competition, she recently won her final under 21 World Women's Slalom Championship that took place in Santa Rosa Beach in Florida. And she had some stiff competition there as well. So she's got a World Championship under her bag. She could potentially have the Pro Tour slalom title under her belt as well, depending upon what results do here and the remaining events. So I would say a better than average season from Jamie so far.
Yeah, and when you're a young skier like this is the kind of season you need. One to give you some real confidence to keep on pushing, and she has just been on form all season. She's barely made a mistake. And just, yeah, looking fantastic. And as you can see on the screen there, she was in 8th place last season. So to move from 8th to 1st is a big jump and shows how good of a season she's had. But anyway, coming in here on the 35 off, a lovely little head breeze. That wind's just picked up a touch, as you can see on the screen. Still nothing really that is to be concerned about, but adjustments will need to be made. And
12 meters.
Beautiful gate, smooth one. That ski's working.
At 41 off, and I believe she skied that at the Hilltop event not too long ago. Currently in the first place position in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings.
Yeah, and just showing why right there. That was a beautiful 35. And it can be tricky. She flew over yesterday, so she has to deal with the plane connections, which we all obviously have. Landed down yesterday, got 4 passes of practice, and is out here looking super smooth like it's a home side. And not a step wrong in that pass, just ski, staying super on top of that ski. Tails moving really well. And yeah, some fantastic skiing there.
Yeah, very, very smooth indeed, and just allowing the hips and the lower half of body to do the work at this stage. She started off at 32, that was 35. 38 off, or 11.25 meters comes up next for Jamie Bull. And she will no doubt be skiing in the World Championships. May not be representing Canada, though, because I believe the single event specialist spot for Team Canada actually went to Ryan Dodd. So that means that if Jamie harbors aspirations of skiing in those championships in what is pretty much her home site in Central Florida, she would have to ski as an individual.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on what the Canadian team ended up as. All I know is that it's going to lose to the British team this year. Get in the competition already.
Oh,
right, beautiful one there. And a little still up at a 2. A beautiful 3. Nice and safe there through 4. And she is well in that final. And again, showing why she's in first place, looking super strong. And that was a pretty damn beautiful 38 right there.
So well in tune, and a proud Canadian coming out of North Bay in Ontario, a place that she loves to go back and ski at whenever the occasion presents itself, and isn't afraid to travel into the Great White North to ski and participate, and also some winter sports as well. A very well-rounded outdoor athlete.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you decided to go on a mountain with Jamie Bull, she would take you down some pretty scary cliffs. I've seen some, if you go on her Instagram, she's done some cool GoPro clips of her going down some very steep, very rocky, very interesting mountains. And yeah, I think she's as good on snow as she is on water, so yeah, it's quite impressive to watch.
A stark contrast to her current temporary home in Lafayette, Louisiana, which she mentioned in one of the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast, which you can find on Spotify, Google Podcast, iHeart, Apple Podcasts, and indeed Amazon Music.
We like it. I think the phrase is anywhere that you would get your podcasts.
Pretty much, yes.
We like it. But no, yeah, she knows how to have fun in the off season, and I mean it works for her pretty well. It works well when the snow is defrosted into this lake. Right, okay, 38. She's going to want to get down this, be ahead of Whitney. Okay, big one. That's the start she's going to want. She needs that.
This is 39. 10.75. Oh, look at this.
Big 3. Come on, Jamie. Moving through 4. Nice. Needs that 5. Oh, is she going to get it full? Oh, just inside that 6. I'm pretty sure. That would be unofficial 5 at 39. She could have got outside of it, but She's just fallen short of Whitney there, but that's some good skiing there. It shows that there's going to be some fun competition this weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. And Jamie Ball currently in second place right now with a 5-buoy count at 10.75 meters. If this were just a single round event, then Jamie Ball's final points total for the women's slalom event, but with the Water Ski Pro Tour points, she would have actually have gained up to 230 points. But because this is a multi-round event and the final standings have yet to be revealed, we're just going to have to wait and see how high up the Water Ski Pro Tour points
that's as close
order.
as you can get to 6 there, just squeaking inside of it.
Yeah.
But I hope someone got a picture of that 3. That was a massive 3 there.
Taking a big old hit.
And showing that's some appreciation for the flow point method there, keeping Jamie together. I know she is on the program. She's one of the ambassadors, as am I. And it's a great program to see that you can hold those kind of pulls at the finish of the turn. And that is why we can't just go ski. We have to be able to hold these positions, and we do get in some weird positions on this ski. I mean, look at that.
And certainly, inside 6 there, just looking at that instant replay from the boat, it's well inside number 6, and things started to go pear-shaped around buoy number 4. But she's in second place, though.
Yeah, she's gonna. She has a little struggle on that 2-4 sometimes. She got a okay 2, but she knows where she needs to fix that. And here we have, anyway, Regina coming in. This is the first competition pass we've seen from her, I believe, since
late May.
Since Swiss, probably. So look at that, some great skiing out there. It is fantastic to see her back. As someone commented, a virtual standing ovation is needed here for Regina. An absolute legend. As you can see from the past winners, she takes up every single spot as far as the screen went back. So that's some fantastic skiing. It shows how dominant she's truly been.
So brilliant looking opening pass there from Regina Jaquist. Started in, I believe, on 14.25 meters or 28 off. We'll get confirmation of that shortly. But I mean, just to see Regina back on form and back skiing is actually remarkable in itself, considering what actually happened so far as an injury was concerned. Before we go on to the next pass from Regina Jaquist, let's check in dockside.
All right, Jamie, just coming in off the water, second to last off the dock. Definitely a high seed in this weekend. How do you feel about that run?
I'm super happy about that run. I haven't been skiing that much. I've been focusing on school, and I was a little unsure of how things were going to go coming into this weekend. So to go out there and put that score up and feel okay, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that'll definitely put you solid up there and get you ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, well in tune there with that performance. That was Jamie Ball, and I'm sure that she's looking over her shoulder to see Regina Jaquist come back into the course for the next run, Robert. Regina Jaquist, 4-time world slalom champion, has won that 4 times up until the last World Championship. She was on a run of 4 consecutive World Championship titles. In the last World Championship, she was pipped to the post, courtesy of Manon Costard. This is 12 meters. She started on 13. I tell you what, doesn't look like she's lost a step out there.
All I have to say is I was speaking to her yesterday, and she was all calm and collected, saying, "Oh no, I'm not going to ski very well. I'm not going to make the final. I'm just here for some fun." But she's out there looking good. You wouldn't, if without that knee brace, you would barely be able to tell that she's injured. She's got some little issues. She can't feel like she can roll that knee very well. But strong behind that boat, and that 2-4 is absolutely rocking.
Yep, still a little ways off from being totally 100%, but I tell you what, she's out there and battling all the way from start to finish. Actually had occasion to visit her just before I flew to the U.S. Nationals. I visited her at Emerald Coast Compound in a pharmacy, which she owns and she works at. She told me then, which was in around about, what was it, June, earlier on this year, that her condition, that her status was pretty much day to day.
Yeah, and it's tough. It's a big injury, ACL, I think. So, but she's out here, she's back. That's all we care about. She's back on the water, and it shows that give her a little bit of rest this winter. She will be no doubt on full form and absolutely smashing it again.
And competing in all three events, not just the slalom. So here we go. We have got Regina Jaquist coming in now. She started on 32 off. She got through that in 35 now. This is 11.25 meters off 38 off. Good stretch on buoy number 1. Continuing to go. She'll advance as long as she gets past number 3 and into number 4. So we have our finalists, our 10 skier finalists, with the addition of Regina Jaquist. There you go. Good effort there at 38 off, and now get ready for 39.
I mean, that's just possibly some of the most impressive skiing that you can see with the injury that she's got. I mean, that was a beautiful 38. She has not been skiing much. She's been skiing a lot less than you would think with that kind of skiing out there, and just looking so smooth. It shows kind of the dedication that she's had through the years to be able to just put a ski back on, rock a 38, slight tailwind, and make it look that easy.
Brilliant skiing there from Regina Jaquist, and not the first time this season that we've seen a competitor compete at the highest level with an injured knee. Taylor Garcia, who isn't here this weekend, actually tore his ACL prior to the King of Darkness event just a few days before, and yet he still continued to ski and compete and actually placed in the top 3 to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, I heard that. I didn't hear the ins and outs of it, but yeah, it's impressive skiing when those knees they're tough to come by. You only get one of them, so it's great to see. It's great to see her back, and Taylor as well, getting it all fixed up and prepared and ready to get back on the ski.
Back on the ski she is, getting ready for 10.75 meters off 39.5 off. You see the women, a few of those competitors just edging forward to the lake just to watch what they're seeing. They're probably in total disbelief in what they're seeing right now from Regina Jaquist, who is through to the final, the semi-final of the slalom event, and is now at 10.75 meters, rocking up on the back. She's round up. She's still there at 2. Look at this. She's still there. Come on, get after it, girl. Round buoy number 4. Can she make it outside buoy number 5? Oh, look at this. That is the Regina Jaquist we know and love.
Tell me what. This is nowhere near 100%, and I'm here, I'm coming to help, I may as well chuck my ski on, and she goes out there and runs 39. That is sure impressive, I tell you that. That is not an easy pass for anyone to run, and to be honest with you, we'd all counted her out, but...
Would you have thought that she would have gotten any more than 2 buoy based upon that?
No. I can say without a doubt, no. I mean, Regina on full form in the summer, maybe, but this 3 just absolutely hooks.
Just smashed it.
Yeah.
Bam!
I agree with 15 off. OMG. That was impressive.
Wow. All right, so we've got a viable challenger now to the lead of Whitney McClintock-Greeny.
Yeah, I'm a little bit speechless, to be honest. Yeah, it's great to see her back. Obviously, she's been away all summer. And yeah, as Jonathan says, Regina 39 off on one knee. Fantastic there.
Wow, there you go. Okay. The best score that we've seen so far is half at 41 off, which is 10.25 meters, courtesy of Whitney McClintock-Greeny of Canada, her adversary of old.
These guys have been, ever since I've been able to watch a webcast, these guys have been head-to-head. So let's see what she can do. Is she going to go for a turn at this one? This is a very, very short rope. So let's see what she can do. Big gate here, just going off.
And there's your new leader.
We have the new leader, Regina Jaquist, stood.
Can't believe we're saying that. Here's your new leader, Regina Jaquist.
She will be last off the dock, a place where she is very accustomed to be. To be honest, we'd all probably counted her out because of the way she was talking, but yeah, ignore her. That was some great skiing. She's well in this competition this weekend, and she will be fighting to keep her trophy for many years past.
And in with respect to the Water Ski Pro Tour, of course, obviously because the events that Regina had missed, she's currently on 16 points. Any advancement into the top 12 improves upon her score, and if she was to win this event, she'll get 75 points and move her up towards the triple digits. But let's give it up for Regina Jaquist, folks, your leader after the elimination round.
She's going to have to come up to the commentary box.
Even if she has to be carried up.
Carried? She just ran 39. Now there's the list there right now. You can see.
You're handsome Bob. You should go in there and help her out.
Oh, she just ran 39. No, that was fantastic skiing. As you can see there from the list on the webcast, she is at the top. She stood last off. And yeah, that was a dominant performance. Regina coming out there. I'm sure she's been thinking about this while she's been sat on that sofa waiting for things to heal. She's been dreaming of getting back on the podium, and that's as good of a start as you can get.
Wow. All right then, we're going to have Regina Jaquist come by on the announcers area. But while she makes her way up, we'll be back right after this. This is the 2021 Malibu Open. All right then, talk about underselling and over-delivering there. Regina Jacobs, well done there. You're in the lead after the first round of slalom. Honestly, I mean, coming into this event with the situation that you have coming in, would you have even dreamed to have gotten that far down the list and have been in the top position after round one?
No, I mean, there's been so many emotions with this coming back, but no, you know, I mean, I think I would have, but, you know, I'm also kind of, then I had that gate in one ball that I guess we're looking at right now, and
I don't know what you're on about. That's a perfect start.
I was done right there. And, you know, I'm still working on different things with, you know, using this brace and still trying to get my quad strength up, but came back right there at 3 balls, so I guess I was just in it and, you know, one buoy at a time. And I knew I had made finals. I really just wanted to test out my gait. I haven't had that many sets behind me and everything, but, you know, it's kind of, I've had the most amazing team between Dr. Kane and his team and my trainer back home, my family, my people that I work with. I mean, they've been through the entire process with me, and that's why I did that today. Not me, it's them. So thank you.
And I just want to mention, we were having a conversation the other day, yesterday, as she strolls off with a knee brace. What were the words? Oh, I was just here. You know, I'm helping. I may as well bring my ski. And I was like, oh, you're gonna win? No, I'm just skiing.
No, I mean,
so
it's just
here we
a
are.
long way. And I tell you what, just even running the first 32 off, I just was down at the end and I was just so happy. It just was like a monkey off your back. I mean, you know, they never really tell you after major surgery, you know, it's kind of like, okay, now you got this road to recovery, and you know, it's just more a mental game too. So it's just kind of nice to get all that off the back and out of the way.
I think we can all say your mental game's strong. Pretty fantastic. Well done.
It feels good. So
awesome to watch.
Definitely thanks, and you know, without Good and Malibu, you know, they were very cautious with me coming out today. They, you know, want the long term and everything, and they have not pushed for this. This was all pushing for me, but I couldn't have done it without their support. So, and it's nice to do it right here at Malibu Open.
So whether that shivering you have right now is all of that nervous energy you're trying to expel, or you're just generally a little bit cold, we'll let you be and get yourself changed up and continue to help with the event as much as you can.
Yeah.
Strolling around in your golf cart over there, looking like
Well, thank you all.
All right then, we now go on to the Open Men's Slalom Elimination Round. Evan Krauser gets us up and running. I'm sure that he'll be coming in on the minimum starting line length. This is going to be 14.25 meters. Skier that has represented Canada on numerous occasions in recent times at the U17 and U21 Worlds. In Santa Rosa Beach, looking in very, very good shape on the opening pass of 14, and cutting a very, very tall figure in the slalom course there. So that was 14.25 meters, and we'll let you just watch Evan Krauser do his fine work out there on the slalom course on 14.25 meters. 32 off comes up next for Canada's Evan Krauser.
Yeah, so it's the roll, so the gates are always inconsistent. So then it's like, yeah.
So Evan Krauser, that was actually a 32 feet off opening run.
No, don't need to. We love it. We love the tension.
Okay, Regina, one thing you could do to help is to actually turn up the PA a little bit. I think master volume.
Oh yeah, I'm not here.
All right then. So whilst we work out a few technical issues. All right then. So we've got a lot of skiing to come. We've just seen Evan Krauser get through 32 off, and now he's going to attack the course at 35. I think he pretty much knows what the game is. We got 12 skiers advancing through to the next round of the competition.
I must mention, if you're on Instagram, make sure that you are following both the Water Ski Broadcasting Company and the Water Ski Pro Tour. Both of those will be keeping you up to date with everything that's going with both on and off the water. They're both two Instagram pages that are keeping this sport alive and really showing some good stuff. So make sure you chuck them a follow and keep up to date with everything that's going on the pro scene.
So we got 24 skiers in this competition in the Open Men's Slalom. So we eliminate half of those competitors out of this round to leave us 12 in the semi-final. And there we see Evan Kraus with his opening passes of 32 and at 35 off.
Hey guys, what's up? My name is Elizabeth Monavan. I'm down here at the starting dock for Open Men's Slalom. Right now I've got Stevie Island next to me. Stevie, I know last night you may or may not have herniated a disc in your back after practice. Tell me, what is the strategy going into today?
Wow. Well, I got Scott behind the wheel, so I'm pretty confident I can, ski pretty smoothly, and I'm just happy to be able to throw the bib on and get out and get wet.
Gotta love the attitude, gotta love the effort. Good luck.
All right, and a little bit of a chuckle there along the starting dock.
All right, Tony, I am going to have to go off and get ready, but thank you very much for having me, and thank you guys for all your comments and giving us some stuff to talk about. So good luck to all the men out there. I'll be watching, and I'll be on the water in a minute. Okay.
No worries there, handsome Bob. All right then, here comes Evan Kraus, 11.25 meters. Look at this though, right off the gate. 11.25 meters, our first skier out, and our first skier runs 11.25 or 38 off. Great skiing for Evan Kraus. I'm sure that his fans are checking in. And just to emphasize again what's going on and how you find out about this event as the action is taking place, you can go to the Instagram accounts at either Water Ski Pro Tour or the Water Ski Broadcasting Company. You can find out all you need to know in that respect. All right then, so that was Evan Kraus. That was 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. In our trailer here at TWBC, we've got Vincent Stadelbauer rolling with the ones and the twos. We've got Alicia Bagnoli with the instant replay. We've got our expert camera crew consisting of John Waldron and a host of others, including Adam Hebert and Trey and Connor Pauly. So we thank those guys very much indeed. And also, if he's listening down the road, Ricky, we appreciate his efforts in this event so far. We hope to see him very soon. All right then, so Evan Kraus getting ready for 39.5 off. A reminder there you saw on the screen, check out waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to shop for the latest in apparel from the Water Ski Broadcasting Company. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. All right then, here we go. We've got Evan Kraus at 10.75 meters, brings the handle in very sharply indeed, round buoy number 2. And that 2 is all he gets there, so there we go. Good effort there from Evan Kraus. 2 at 10.75 meters, 2 at 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. Barely getting the ski outside buoy number 2, and while we wait for him to ski into the dock, I believe we'll have an interview with one of our next skiers. Let's see who it is.
I'm down here at the dock with Charlie Ross himself. Most of you know his dad, an absolute legend, Drew Ross, but he's had a lot of success in the past few weeks. Running 39, he's only 16 years old. Charlie, what's working for you?
I've been skiing a bunch, obviously, with my dad and then Andrew Bergman, and we're just trying to create tournament habits, I guess, and skiing a bunch and trying to get better every day.
I love it. It really comes down to the people you ski with, right?
Exactly. You're only as good as your coaches, I guess.
Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you ski today. Thank you.
All right then, thanks a lot, Elizabeth Montavon from Ski or Die, and that was Charlie Ross, who really set the world on fire a little bit earlier on the season, producing a junior world slalom record over the Swiss Pro with his score into 41 off, and recently came away with an increased score over at the Holy Cow Cup. Right outside Polk City in Central Florida. So we look forward to seeing Charlie Roski. Here we go, our next competitor. This is Carter Reese. .32 off, 30 meters, which I believe is the minimum starting line length now. There you go. Again, a little bit late towards the end, but he had it very much under control. Carter Reese getting in some messages through, congratulating Regina Jaquist on her performance, including a message from former punter for the Philadelphia Eagles, David Akers, watching from 34,000 feet, and beast mode, Regina Jaquist. So a good, hearty congratulations there from a pro football athlete, a former pro football athlete, David Akers. And continuing to monitor the messages as they come through. Stephen Ireland on the starting dock. He will be next to go. I'm just trying to get some last tips and pieces of advice. And a little peck on the cheek doesn't go amiss either. All right then, so we've got Carter Reese getting ready to go with 35 off for his second run. Beautiful conditions here. The early ripples you find on the water are made by the boat and not by the wind. Here we are. Here comes Carter Reese. This is 35 off, or 12 meters. It's 11.5 meters from the center of the boat guides to the buoys, which at 12 meters still leaves him with a little bit of room to work with, but not by much though. It is 12 meters. He gets it done and gets ready for 38 off. Coming up next, it's Carter Reese. Still trying to bleed off a little bit of speed coming into the entrance gates on the second pass of 12 meters, but managing to cope with it well as he got round buoy number 1. He's a right foot forward skier, which meant that 2, 4, 6 side were easier turns for him to accomplish on his Connolly DV8 slalom ski. Little bit back, rocking back on the ski round buoy number 4, but he had enough in hand to get round number 5 and just absolutely crush number 6 on the 12-meter line. Now 38 off or 11.25 meters is going to be a slightly different kettle of fish there for him, as we see Scott Greenwood at the helm of that Malibu Response TXI, a boat that he's well used to driving. Stephen Ireland there waiting at the dock very, very patiently for his turn, as Carter Reese is will now be coming into the course. There you only get 45 seconds each end drop time. Not an awful lot of time to rest and recuperate and try and get your heart rate down. It's what you've got to work with. Here comes Carter Reese. Entrance gates 11.25 meters. Oh, and blows the tail on buoy number 1. A little bit too much pressure on the tip of the ski too soon. And that represents the extent of his scoring. Half a buoy on 11.25 meters. The final score for Carter Reese. So Carter Reese right here at Trophy Lakes, the home of many personal bests and world records. I mean, you can go back to the likes of Jeff Rogers and the late great Andy Mapple and Christy Overton Johnson, on all of those competitors who skied to world record performances back in the day, and this Slalom Lake still highly regarded in the world. So let's go to the dock and find out who's there.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Mr. Rob Hazelwood himself. We've already heard him on the mic today, but now it's my turn to ask the questions. So, Rob, you had a lot of success at the Cali Pro-Am in this epic head-to-head battle with Freddie Winter. But I know the weekend before it had a few ski malfunctions. How do you handle adversity like that and turn around for such an epic finish at Cali?
Just a bit of belief. You just got to go in and like, right, I've entered. Well, what can I do about it? And just go ski. But no, it's that was by far the most fun I've ever had at a tournament. I'm sure you can probably see on the webcast that was pretty bouncy. But no, it's a lot of fun to be able to go out there and have to ride a different ski and just go, all right, what are we going to do? I don't put much pressure on myself, so I just go, let's go out and have fun. And then I've been stuck in a little bit of a 7th, 8th kind of circle for a while, and then I was like, I just need a break. And then when Brian obviously fell a little bit early at 39, I was like, okay, this is my break. Do not mess it up. And I got it. I kind of tried to grab it with 2 hands and take my break, and it was nice to be able to come away with a second. So that was a lot of fun.
You know, I think it really speaks to your skill, your tenacity, and we just couldn't be more happy for you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a lot of fun.
All right, and there was Robert Hazelwood, not short of a word or a dozen. There we go. Coming into the course for his opening pass at 32 off. This is Stephen Island. Stephen Island, good extension on buoy number 1. Looking good round number 2. In his first full season of professional level slalom skiing, doing a fine job out there with 32 off. A little late into number 6, but managing to shrug that off and continue rolling through to the next run of 35 off. So Stephen Island, originally out of Texas, but making his home in southern Florida these days, where he works as a musical licensing copywriter, involved in the music industry in that capacity. Works with companies in terms of licensing copyrighted musical works. But when he's not doing that, he's slicing and dicing it out there on the slalom course and looking good in the process. So there you go. That is Stephen Island, who co-hosts the Ski or Die podcast, which is available everywhere where you can listen to podcasts. And also check out, whilst you're there, the TWBC podcast as well.
You lose it again because you're chasing them around all the time.
Again, you can find it on Spotify, Google, Apple, iHeart, and even Amazon Music as well. So everywhere that you typically listen to a podcast, you will find the TWPC podcast with some great interviews. The latest of which is from Cole McCormick and Jacinta Carroll. Here we go. This now is Stephen Island. Looking smooth, looking in good shape, and getting around all 6 buoys. Not bad at all.
Seems like he's forgotten about what's going on.
So, 2 passes down, 32 and 35 off under his belt. Now getting ready for 38. A pass that he knows that he needs to run and get quite a good ways down 39, if not run that, to put himself in a decent spot of maybe advancing through to the 12 skier final. His body position on the slalom ski looks pretty good, looking very aggressive. Now he's got to see if he can dial it up a little bit and and work his way confidently through these runs. So now that was Stephen Ireland getting through 32 and 35 off. Now getting ready for 38 off the standard 75-foot line. At this point and beyond, the rope does not reach outside the buoy line. So there we see the slalom ski belonging to Brent Triplett, who will see ski in just a few minutes. How long it'll be before we see him ski is going to be determined by the continuing effort of Stephen Ireland. This now is 11.25 minutes. Let's see what he's got. Oh, and blows the tail out on 11.25 meters and ended up in the water in more or less the same fashion as our previous skier, Carter Reese. All right, so that is a final score for Stephen Ireland, a half a buoy at 11.25 minutes. Next skier to go is going to be Brent Triplett.
Oh yeah, that's the goal. A nice simple goal. 32, we're gonna go after that one already.
Hey guys, I'm here with Martin Coleman. Martin, you work for Good and you're heavily involved in ski design. What kind of advantage does that offer you now as a competitor on a Good ski?
Mainly just the confidence of, the skis doing exactly the right thing that I want and that I've been working on with other designers. And the construction of our carbon core is just kind of tweaking it to where I get the most confidence of the ski.
Excellent. Well, we love having a skier like you, as good as you, working on skis, designing, the best and the latest and greatest for us at Good. And have a great set.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. And that was Martin Coleman, the current world men's overall champion. Will be attempting to defend that title in a little over a week's time in Central Florida. But in the meantime, we'll see how far he gets in the slalom event here at the 2021 Malibu Open. All right, Brent Triplett, who will be taking to the course very, very soon on that Denali slalom ski, that C85, I believe. An interesting story how that ski came about and how Denali came into existence. And you can find out more by going to the podcast episode on the TWBC podcast, the one that features Adam Kors, the guy behind the brand that is Denali. All right then, here we go, coming into the course. Boat speed 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour on 13 meters, Brent Triplett. Looking remarkable out there on the opening pass of 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. And looking at the tail end of this run. And as he rounds buoy number 6, let's check in dockside with Elizabeth.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Fred Winter, the definition of a seasoned pro. So Fred, we're looking at a World's year right now, but we're here at Malibu Open. How much does what you do at Malibu Open matter to you, or how much is this actually just a dry run to get ready for a Worlds?
You want to win every tournament.
do I have half an eye on the Worlds? Absolutely. That's the biggest tournament of the year. It's the one I want to win the most.
All right, then. Looks like we had a little bit of a technical difficulty there with the microphone. We'll try and get back to him as soon as we can. We've got Brett Triplett on the water. It's going to be 35 off the standard 75-foot line, leaving him with not too much rope left to get outside of the buoys. 40 feet of line on a course that's 37.5 feet wide. Trying to work with about 2 feet of room to get the ski round each turn and to go cross course, and nicely done. That is Brett Triplett. That is a run of 35 off or 12 meters, and we're going to take a look at it one more time before we send him back into the course at 38 off. Good transition off the second wake and a little bit low off number 3, and opens his chest up coming into number 4, allowing him to rotate over the tip of his ski. Great skiing so far, and skiing very, very aggressively on that brand of slalom ski. So that was Brett Triplett working his way down the course on that Denali slalom ski, which is produced right here in Charleston, South Carolina, believe it or not. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that, the ski that Brett Triplett is currently riding on. We've got about a few more skiers that will be riding on that particular slalom ski. That's not, we'll mention that, and also some of our other brands as well that are heavily represented, including Good and Radar and Syndicate, and all of those in the mix as well. Such a vast array of slalom ski designs and manufacturing processes, you know, and concepts behind each of their respective designs. It's almost mind-boggling to think of. Here we go. This is Brett Triplett. This now is 11.25 meters or 38 off. Handle up a little bit high. Look at him go round buoy number 3. He's still on course. He's round number 4. Oh my word, and got on the front of the ski and just couldn't keep it down. Had a chance at running 11.25 meters, but unfortunately got happy feet there a little bit with this particular run. Didn't get the best of starts on number 1, but he kept the ski moving, which is a good thing. Handle up a little bit high on number 2. Now number 3 was his better side turn. And then he came into number 4, tried to get the handle down, in and down, just a little bit too early. Not allowing the ski to fully complete its turn, and resulting in a 3.5 buoy score. All right then, next competitor up to take to water. It is going to be Austin Abel. 18 skiers remaining on the list. We'll see what transpires. There's your top 4. Evan Kraus still in the lead, our only skier to have gotten through 11.25 meters at this stage in the game. All right then, so now getting ready to take to the water. It's going to be Austin Abel. So now here's our schedule. We've got open men's slalom elimination round. We take 12 through to the next round of the competition out of the 24 skiers that we have on the list. And then we'll continue to rock on through from there with the jump events coming up a little bit later on in the day. This is the 2021 Malibu Open, so glad to have the pleasure of your company. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and certainly one of the marquee events on the professional water ski calendar. And we're glad to be able to host this event at such a great site that is Trophy Lakes. Top 12 men, as I mentioned, advance out of this initial round through to the semi-final, and here comes Austin Abel, opening run. This is 13 meters, or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Certainly like what he's doing out there, and great skiing all the way through. So Austin Abel, who's been around the scene for quite a few years, skiing an event such as this, and skiing behind the Malibu towboat, the Response TXI with the Monsoon 6-liter engine towboat. And just absolutely crushing it out there on the opening pass of 32 off. So good skiing. That is Austin Abel. The course record here, incidentally, is 1 at 9.75 meters, or 1 buoy at 43 off, or 9.75 meters. Right, so waiting on Austin Abel to come into the slalom course right here at the 2021 Malibu Open. All right then, so continuing to work along, and for those of you eagle-eyed viewers, you just saw our latest graphic explaining the letter schema for our zero-off system in terms of intensity that you can custom adjust. You can decide between letters A, B, and C and determine how your pull should resolve itself as you make the turn and go towards the wake. We'll pop up on our screen at the various other occasions later whenever the zero-off system needs to be explained for our good folks out there. There we go. That is Austin Abel. He's gotten through 32 and 35 off. Little bit of a shoulder dip into number 2, which caused the delay in that ski making its way round. But I tell you what, he's a left foot forward skier, and that ski just whipped around like nobody's business there on 3. So, continuing right along, and one of our good friends of the webcast of TWBC is Chris Parrish. Not here this weekend, mind you, but he went to great pains to tell us that he holds the course record here at Trophy Lakes, and his score was 1.5 at 9.75 meters. So we're making that correction on the screen right now for the sake of Chris Parrish and all of his fans. So, just looked at the other messages as well that Chris Parrish put up on the comment area of our YouTube channel for our webcast player. We've got Alicia Bagnoli there in the trailer. She's our instant replay operator. We've got Vincent Stadabauer on the 1s and the 2s, switching between images. And here I am, Tony Lightfoot, right outside the trailer, and looking and seeing what Austin Abel can do at 11.25 meters on the purple loop. Hasn't been skiing at many of our Pro Tour events this season. Hence, oh my word, almost got thrown totally over the tip of that slalom ski into buoy number 5. So he's going to end up with 4 for that effort. 4 buoys at 11.25 meters. And that is going to be the final score for Austin Abel. And our next skier to come is going to be Martin Coleman. Almost result in a huge crash there into buoy number 5. All right then, so getting ready for Martin Coleman to hit the water, and the trophy that's awarded in each of our events is a rather exquisite custom-built wooden ornamental ski right here, courtesy of DB Skis. You can Google them to find out more information, or actually go to www.dbski.net. That's www.dbski.net to find out more about these skis. And you can actually order skis in a wide variety of custom designs. You can have a short slalom ski like this. You can have it as a trick ski if you wanted to. And there have been slalom skis that have been created as well as decorative pieces to hang anywhere within your house. Will also work great as trophies as well for events such as this one, the 2021 Malibu Open. Here we go, right now. This is Martin Coleman. His best score of the season is 4 at 39.5 off 10.75 meters. Hasn't skied an awful lot of events this season, but he'll be keeping an eye on things in the men's overall competition in about a week or so's time for the World Championships coming up right after the conclusion of this event. He is the current world men's overall champion. But I tell you what, he's no slouch on the slalom course either. He's produced scores into 41 off or 10.25 meters in his time. Multiple-time European champion in various events, in various age categories, including the Open division, of course. Martin Coleman, as we heard from him just a few minutes ago, currently working for the Good Carbon Technologies ski brand out of Utah. Currently working there with those good folks, which includes Dawn Good, who is keeping that operation going, and also heads up the Dave Good Foundation, which you can find out more by going to davegoodfoundation.com, or indeed by going to good.com. All right then, so we see Martin Coleman getting ready for his run, coming up next at 35 off, or 40 feet of line. So for those of you join a little bit late to the party so far as the webcast is concerned, a remarkable performance earlier on saw Regina Jaquez take the first round lead by getting past one buoy at 10.25 meters to lead the field in the women's slalom event. We've got Martin Coleman right now getting through 35 off, and let's check in dockside with Elizabeth. All right, whilst we wait for Dockside to come back, we've got Martin Coleman. Look at him go at 35 off and knows exactly what that ski is capable of doing because, well, he had a hand in designing it and producing it. And also demoing that particular slalom ski to various clinics and customers across the country. He travels extensively across the United States, demoing these skis to a bunch of water ski schools and ski clubs and other related entities. So there we go. That is Martin Coleman. Let's come back to me. Yes, my name is Tony Lightfoot. Great to have you on board, and also great to have the involvement of these sponsors that you see listed here directly below my desk. Great to have them on board for another edition of the Malibu Open for 2021. Let's check in on Dockside, shall we?
Hey guys, I'm here with Thomas DeGassery. Thomas, you're a Team Malibu skier. We're at the Malibu Open. Tell me, what makes a Malibu better than any other boat on the market, and why have you been on this team so long?
Well, you know, the buttersoft wakes of the Malibu TXI are amazing to me. What really impressed me is how narrow the wakes are, and allows me to transition early to the buoy. And, you know, even on the driver standpoint, like, you know, you have a great visibility, and you know, the boat is always there for you. So, you know, I love training behind it. I love skiing behind it today. And I'm sure the big scores are going to come.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas DeGassery. He features on one of the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast. Check that out on Spotify. And also thanks very much indeed to Elizabeth Montavon for being dockside of these interviews. Here we go. This is Martin Coleman. This is 11.25 meters. Little laid off buoy number. And making contact with the ski round buoy number 5. And that is all she wrote. I'm afraid it's going to be 4.5 on 11.25 meters. 4.5 on 11.25 meters. And we were rather looking forward to seeing Martin Coleman get at least a fairways down 10.75 meters. But alas, it is not to be. So after 6 skiers taken so far, our leader is still Evan Kraus, our first skier out in the water and our only skier to get through 11.25 meters in this elimination round of skiing. So Martin Coleman making contact with the line round buoy number 5 and unfortunately sending him into the water. But I believe he'll be competing in the jump event a little bit later on, so we look forward to seeing him in that competition. He will be our second skier out in the Open Men's Jump elimination round, so he isn't quite done yet. And we're still a fair ways away from determining who the 12 skiers will be making it through to the next round of the slalom event. Although at this stage for Martin Coleman, it looks pretty bleak for him right now. All right, Jakob Bonja from Sweden is our next competitor to take to the water. There is your leaderboard, as I mentioned. Evan Kraus with 2 at 39, Martin Coleman with 4.5. Austin Abel in 3rd place with 4 buoys on 11.25 meters, and those are your top 3. Just trying to get settled in and get mentally focused on what he's attempted to do out there. That is Matteo Luzzeri. So we'll see what occurs with our next competitor, Jakob Bonja. After him, we'll have Charlie Ross, Matteo Luzzeri, Nick Adams, Tom Poole, Nick Parsons, Jamie Calhoun, Corey Vaughan, and Benjamin Stadelbauer.
I'm ready when you are.
By the time we get to about Nick Parsons, we should have a fairly good idea of what it's going to take, the absolute minimum for our skiers to advance through to the next round of the competition. All right, so here we go. This now is Jakob Bonja of Sweden. All right, so decent effort there from Jakob Bonja on the opening pass, rocking his way from one end of the course to the next. All right then, so on the mic, joining me here is Martin Coleman. So Martin, what was up with that?
Well, just wasn't the day. It felt pretty good out there. I was a little aggressive. I wanted to go out and ski aggressive, and first two passes felt pretty good, and then I was like, okay, it's gonna be fine, and I was just a little bit tentative. So slalom, you know, one little adjustment and doesn't work out all that well, but
So now the jump event comes up. I've never really known you for being terribly aggressive. I mean, you don't have that kind of demeanor, but are you going to summon up some aggression to hit that ramp full force and come away with a better than average distance?
hopefully. I mean, you know, jump is kind of about confidence and just getting in the course. So I know the course inside and out here. I've been swimming all day, so
of course.
We'll see. Yeah, I want to do good and gonna try hard.
Yes, it does make a difference when you have a vested interest in the actual setup of the event, and you know, having set up the event with the jump buoys and the ramp and everything, you got to kind of give it all you got, I would suspect. So we thank you very much, Martin Coleman, and from Team Good. Find out more about his latest tour stop with the Team Good van by going to good.com. Here is Jakob Bonja on the slalom ski in the slalom course, getting through 35 off.
Thanks, Tony.
So, Jakob Bonja, and just look at the way that he brings his handle towards the tip of his ski going into his 135 side. Allows him to stay centered over the ski on his offside turn. He is right foot forward, which means he's in a better shape to execute better turns on 246 than he is on the opposing side. And in the past, I've seen all kinds of techniques being produced out there on the water in terms of counter rotation, in terms of, you know, centering up over the ski and just head turns and shoulder charges. Anything that the skiers can gain by way of an advantage to stay on top of that slalom ski for as long as they can, especially on their offside turn. And you saw a little bit of that with Jakob Bonja. Also, check out the apparel store at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. Check that out. The shop is open for this weekend only, so make sure you check in if you want to grab yourself some TWBC swag. You have this weekend to do it. Jakob Bonja at 38 off, 11.25 meters, and we're not even too sure whether they actually shortened the line because he made that look so easy. Yes, indeed. Our only one of only two competitors so far to have gotten through this line length. As he drops into the water with about less than 35 seconds remaining in his drop time before he continues on. That is Jakob Bonja of Sweden. Let's see what he's got for 39.5 off, and he'll be keen to make an impression. So good skiing so far. Certainly like what he's doing out there. behind that Malibu response, TXI. Alrighty, folks, continuing to receive messages from all around the world. A big shout out from Camille Tyler to Matteo Luzzeri. There are some fans there cheering on their support for Jakob Bonnier and also for, I believe Charlie Ross has one or two fans out there as well. We're checking in with us. Fans from all over the world, from as far afield as Milwaukee in Wisconsin to Western Australia, to Montana, to South Carolina, to Louisiana, to a whole bunch of places. All right, so let's see what we've got. 3 km/h wind coming out at the northwest, I believe, and here we go. That boat is rocketing up to speed. 36 miles an hour or 58k for Jakob Bonnier. Only our second skier so far to have gotten to 10.75 meters. A skier who's produced a score of 2.5 at 10.25 meters in the past and is currently lying in 17th place in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings. Is looking to make a big impression here. A little bit loose off number 5. Can he make it round number 6? He tried, but it was really, really loose and checked up way too much on number 5. Left himself with an awful lot to do to get round number 6 and unfortunately came up short. But for the first few buoys of this slalom course at 10.75 meters, and it is worth reminding you that he has the lead now with his score of 4.5 on this line leg. But I mean, just take a look at that turn off buoy number 2. Little bit of a tail slide off buoy number 3, but at 39.5 off, things like that do occasionally happen. But got off his edge there off number 4, and even more so off number 5. Tried to accelerate to get round buoy number 6, and I think he managed to get the ski outside, but just couldn't recover, and it looks like it's going to be a 5.5 buoy score at 10.75 meters, unless I am terribly mistaken. It is going to be, I believe, 5.5 buoys at 10.75 meters. The score, however, from the officials, so far as they're concerned, is under review, and they're using this video imagery to determine what the final score is. Provisionally, it's 5.5. It definitely can't get any higher than 5.5. It could get lower, however. Now, let's have a look at the instant replay. Oh, inside buoy number 6, so it is going to be a solid 5. So from as far as I can see, it looks like Jakob Bonnier was inside buoy number 6. The officials are double checking though to make sure that the call is absolutely spot on. They're skiing for prestige, they're skiing for prize money, so everything the officials have to do has to be on point. And they're making sure that with that instant replay, they come up with the correct score. It is 5 buoys confirmed. 5 buoys confirmed for Jakob Bonnier. Whether it's 5.5 or 5, it still means he has the lead. And check to see how many skiers that we got remaining. We've gone through, 7 skiers so far out of the 24 on this field. So 15 skiers remaining. So we're not too far away now from determining what the cut point is, or as Handsome Rob likes to call it, the bubble. So back here with me, my name is Tony Leifert. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again here at the 2021 Malibu Open. There's the skiers, some of the remaining skiers on the starting list, and checking at the dock. Who have you got, Elizabeth?
Hey guys, I'm here with Matteo Luzzeri. A lot of you know him as the host of the Water Ski podcast. As somebody who coaches so many skiers at elite level, and you're a skier yourself, how do you balance all of that?
Well, it's a challenge, you know, like I really care about coaching, so learning how to find the time for my own skiing is a challenge, but I'm learning after 2 years of being full-time doing this to just put myself on the list and take care of my little time for my own set. But it's a fun job.
I think it's really impressive, and we look forward to seeing you ski today. And welcome back to the U.S., man. It's good to have you.
All right then, and Matteo Lizzeri, a great contributor to the sport of tournament water skiing, one of the organizers of the San Gervasio Pro-Am Slalom alongside Claudio Bonatti and also his father Fedele Lizzeri, and we thank them very much indeed. I'm sure that they are watching all the way from their site in the northern part of Italy, not too far away from Brescia. It wouldn't actually surprise me at all if they managed to get the folks there at the Agroturismo not too far away to tune in their large screen TV and watch this event from the confines of that venue. But kudos to Matteo Lizzeri for coming on out and for being a part of this event. Here is the schedule as it continues to carry on. We've got open men's slalom. We've got 24 skiers. Half of those will be advancing. Half of them will be eliminated.
You ain't from around here now, are you? No.
And there we see the tall and imposing figure of Drew Ross there with his son Charlie Ross. He's about to ski. And sitting next to me, hello. How you doing there, matey?
Hi, Tony. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. This is Freddie Winter, by the way. He is a former world slalom champion, won that title in 2017, that was correct?
That was correct, yeah, 2017.
Yes, indeed, you know. No, I can remember some of these things, you know.
Oh, you do a great job.
I try. I try. Anyway, so the Water Ski Pro Tour, let's go through some of the main features with that in respect to the men's slalom, because the rankings are based upon your best 5 scores that you've produced so far this season. That's correct?
Yeah, in a very similar way to the elite points of old. The idea is to sort of, you know, of the how many events we have of the year, we use a percentage of those, and you've got to be able to go to as many as you want. 5 is the minimum if you want to have 5 counting scores, and they'll take your best 5 scores and add that up, and that's your point total.
All right then, so, and you certainly have a vested interest in this slalom event insofar as the world, such as the Water Ski Pro Tour points are concerned, because you are the current leader with 245 points.
Which is a nice place to be, but obviously with 4 events left, that's a precarious position. So the aim is obviously to score high in the remaining events and keep that spot.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, you do have the potential to actually increase your overall points total, because if you come in 4th place, you would gain enough points to take you from 245 to 250, so an increase of 5 points. And any placement above that increases your points total and starts to eliminate some of your not so good scores that you've recorded so far this season. Your current worst contributing score, based upon the calculations, is the San Gervasio event, where you came away with 25 points. But you've been on a tear for the remaining events of this season so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good. I've been fortunate. I think I didn't ski actually my best in the last 3 events, but I sort of managed to thread the needle. Earlier this year, I was really happy with how it was going. Hopefully, we sort of had the season in sections. We had, 4 events, then a break, 4 events, and now we got 4 events. So got to finish strong.
And indeed, and the way that this is structured is, once you get to a certain points total, you can't lose points, can you? I mean, you've gotten the 245 points. Actually, what I'm looking down at the possible scenarios, and the only skier that can catch you at this event going forward is the person who's currently in 2nd place with 217 points, and that is Nate Smith, who needs to score actually higher than 2nd to supersede you in terms of being on top of the leaderboard with the Pro Water Ski Tour.
and he's very capable of doing that. He won last year. I think we're going to Dockside.
Yeah, we're going to go to Dockside. Let's check in with Elizabeth.
Hey guys, I'm here with Benny Saddlebar. Benny, it's October 1st, but we still have a handful of events left this season, most notably Worlds. How do you train to keep peaking event after event after event after a very long season of events already?
That's a good question. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't think you can peak every single weekend, but I think you could definitely try your best to prepare best for a certain event, you know what I mean? So me personally, for example, I've just tried to kind of push through and push really hard. Although this event is coming up, I mean, I'm going to focus on this event, obviously, but I haven't really done anything as far as tapering coming into this event because of the World Championship being 2 weeks later, basically. So I think I just, maybe if it was in another year, not a World Championship year, and being 2 weeks from now, I probably would have backed off a little bit coming into this event, but full throttle for this one.
That's what we love to hear. We wish you the best of luck and all the momentum in the world to carry you through the next 4 events.
Cool, thank you.
And T-Gas's facial expression there was absolutely priceless whenever he gave that answer.
Yeah, those guys are good friends, having a laugh on the dock. It's good to not be too intense before you go out to ski.
Yes, indeed. And Benjamin Stadelbauer, for those of you that are looking and wanting to find out where he is on the list, he's currently in 8th place in the Water Ski Pro Tour Pro Points with 49 points. And you can find out more about the Water Ski Pro Tour by going to waterskiprotour.com, and you can actually see the breakdown of the points and a more detailed explanation about how the whole series is created and the rules and all of that kind of stuff. So, one of the up-and-comers in the field of men's pro slalom is Charlie Ross out there on the water, and he absolutely blew the minds of literally everyone at the Swiss Pro Slalom, and I vividly remember you were sitting next to me watching him slalom and getting through 39.5 off and just looking at his style and technique and being absolutely amazed.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite the moment. It was you, me, and Wade, I believe, and we were sort of gobsmacked. And he's had, it was probably the high point of his season so far, but he skied last week in a tournament.
The Holy Cow Cup?
The Holy Cow Cup, and he ran 39 twice. I believe that was the second and third time through it in a tournament. So he's in great form, and he's going to be ready to, I tell Charlie that I'm impressed with him. He seems to be a pro event specialist because he ripped it up at Swiss. Late 38, a couple of weeks later, maybe a month later, he did really well, ran 4 at 39. That's a good way to be.
And that's in contrast, unfortunately, to the performances that he produced at the U17 and U21 Worlds, where it was a little bit off kilter there, I would say. So I definitely agree with you there. Definitely a pro tournament specialist, and certainly a pretty good place to be, in my opinion. Here we go. This is Charlie Ross. Good strike off buoy number 1. Excellent route buoy number 2. Oh, look at this. He's just absolutely hammering it on that D3 slalom ski from one side of the course to the next. And whilst he drops in for 45 seconds, let's tune into Elizabeth.
Hey guys, I'm here with Brian Detrick. Brian, you are the 12th man in the world to run 41 off in a record-capable tournament. Congratulations, first of all. But tell us a little bit, what's working for you lately? What do you attribute your success to?
I think it's a combination. Obviously I feel dialed on my ski, the good XTR carbon core. So being comfortable under my feet, is a great start. And then, constantly working on myself. Whether it's my technique, keeping the body healthy, or just staying, mentally, strong, taking it one buoy at a time.
Awesome. I mean, it really is a total package effort to be good in the sport, isn't it?
That's right. The sport definitely a big mental side, and obviously, it's very technical at the same time, so it brings a lot of challenges, but I think that's why we're all addicted.
Well, we're excited to see what you do here today, and we wish you the very best of luck.
Great. Thank you.
All right, then. So Brian Detrick has only skied in three events this season, so far as events being eligible for points on the Water Ski Pro Tour. He's currently on 65 points. So any significant placing that he can make courtesy of this event will move him up in the leaderboard. Now, the skiers ahead of him, immediately ahead of him, are Rob Hazelwood, Will Asher, and the like up there. So he's got a little bit of a tall order, Brian Detrick, but we'll see what transpires when he goes out into water. Here we go, 11.25 meters. This is Charlie Ross, a little bit deep though on some of these turns, but I tell you what, he's found some tenacity out there, and look at him go, 6 buoys, 11.25 meters.
Yeah, I'll say it quickly before he jumps in case he can hear me. I was a bit worried for him 1 and 2, but 3 was unbelievable. He does have that knack of kind of coming through on his offside, getting the nose through, and then getting his weight really centered, and he just cruises over. And that's a good, the second half of that pass, really good pass.
Yes, and one thing that I've seen a little bit here, coming off 2, 4, and 6, is his arm extension. I mean, he just like straightens his arms and just keeps them like bolt straight off those turns.
He's got those limp shoulders like our friend Sean that you always talk about, Sean Hunter. Dead straight arms and yeah.
No, that's something completely different entirely. He's limp shouldered into the turn.
Okay, I'm getting it wrong, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Everyone has their own little quirks and things like that, you know, and look forward to seeing some of our other slalom skiers heading to slalom course. I mean, immediately next on the list is going to be Matteo Luzzeri, and then we'll see Nick Adams from Australia. Tom Paul, first time we've seen him this season.
I don't think Tom's here. I think he's recovering from surgery back in the UK.
Okay, scrub him out of the equation, unfortunately. He was on the list, but we certainly wish him the best of luck with his recovery. Then we'll have Nick Parsons, Jamie Calhoun, Corey Vaughan, and Benjamin Stadelbauer in the immediacy. Here we go, 10.75 meters. Wow. Oh, look at that. Oh, a little bit off number 2, round number 3.
Offside.
Oh, look at this.
Insane.
Look at this. Oh, ski rising up a little bit round buoy number 4, and he is... Wow.
I thought he was going to do it. His 135 today is looking insane. His onside, his 2.4, he's kind of finishing out the back. We saw that at 38. We saw that here at 39. That was a beautiful turn. Here at buoy 2, he just doesn't quite finish on the tail, hasn't got any movement or swing into buoy 3, but still turns the nuts out of it and way out at the back on buoy 4.
Yeah, and just a little bit unfortunate there with number 4 with the ski making contact with the line, and you know, he is still in with an outside chance of advancing because his score was 3.5, right? And Jakob Bogner was 5, you know. So I mean, if things go a little bit sideways for a few of our skiers from here on out, then these guys could find themselves in a position where they could be advancing, whereas before they might have thought that they were out of the game.
If he's still in second spot after Jamie Calhoun, I think he's through.
Yeah, because we're looking to send our first skier through to the next round of the competition by way of the... So, we got on the water right now Matteo Luzzeri. Rolling in towards the slalom course here at the famed, hallowed venue that is Trophy Lakes. Here we go. Matteo Luzzeri. His season's best so far is 2:41 off. Currently 21st on the Pro Tour standings. So anything that is significantly higher in terms of placement and subsequent point value will definitely be a welcome boost to him.
Yeah, I don't have the figures right in front of me, but I believe he's only entered one Pro Tour event this year, being sort of landlocked in Italy, not getting over to the US early this year, not many tournaments over in Europe. but the top 12 get points here. So if he gets in the top 12, he'll start, increasing his point total, and he'll be able to move up, and then, that'll put him higher up the leaderboard, which is a nice place to be. So in terms of score to advance, I think it's after Nick Parsons, we're going to have 12 skiers left. So at that point, whatever the score is, that's the bubble, I guess. So if it's still at 5 at 39, then that means that anyone that exceeds that score will be in.
Right, you are. Counting 12 skiers, starting with Nicholas Parsons. So, if Nicholas Parsons takes the lead at that point in time where he skis, then he would make it through to the next round of the competition, because 11 skiers would follow on after him, and we take 12 skiers through to the next round. So, hopefully, that hasn't completely flummoxed everyone out there.
Oh God.
Do they all have protected scores? All right then, looks like we got a bit of breaking news here in respect to not only Matteo Lazzeri, but also to Charlie Ross, Jakob Bonja, Martin Coleman, and Austin Abel. Now, one of the systems that we use in order to regulate the boat speed is a system called zero off. Now, one of the main aspects of that cruise control system is before you actually go into an event, you have to do something called mapping. Isn't that right, Freddie?
Yeah, you map the course. You go to the start of the course, the entry gates, and the exit, which is the end of the course, both ends of the lake, and you put a marker with GPS. You do it using your in-the-boat system, zero off, and it sort of measures the distance between those 2 points. And as the skier goes through the course, it reacts accordingly. It makes sure that the speed of the boat is correct. It's never outside of the parameters that are set, and it's always looking for 16.08 seconds for 36 miles an hour and 16.95 seconds for 34.2 miles an hour, which is where the women ski.
All right then, and we mention this because the mapping for those skiers that I mentioned, Austin Abel, Martin Coleman, Jakob Bonja, Charlie Ross, and now Matteo Lazzeri, was somehow lost in amongst all of those performances. So each one of those skiers will have the opportunity to go back out again and rerun their performances with the scores that they produced in the initial run protected. So let's go through the scores. Austin Abel with 4 at 11.25 meters, Martin Coleman with 4.5 at 11.25 meters, Jakob Bonja with 5 at 10.75, and Charlie Ross with 3.5 at 10.75. And obviously Matteo Lazzeri has just run his opening pass at 32 off. He'll get to ski from the start. And whilst we figure out all the parameters and all that kind of stuff, we'll break for a commercial. This is the 2021 Malibu Open. We'll return in just a few moments.
That little rush,
Hey guys, I'm back here down on the starting dock. We're experiencing a little delay of event. Matteo, tell me what's going on out there?
Well, I don't know. I just skied 32 off, and then I was told that we had to come back to the dock. Didn't quite get a whole lot of an explanation. And then I spoke to Nikki Lee, who I believe is the chief judge. And she said there's the timing of the zero off and of the sure path weren't congruent. And so I guess they're looking into it, probably remapping the course, and we're going to go out again. 4 of us.
I mean, unfortunately, technology doesn't always work when we need it to. So how do you mentally cope with something like this that you certainly did not come here planned to deal with today, a little delay of event?
Well, I guess when you work at ski school, these things happen often. So I'm okay with that. I'm just going to dry out and go through my whole mental routine before I go out in the water.
Awesome. Well, we wish you luck again.
Thank you again.
We definitely know and can see that that's the sign of a doctor, because he actually effectively used the word congruent. But there you go. That was Matteo Lazzeri. He'll be getting ready to go back out there, but it'll be a little while before he does, because he'll be the last skier on this little mini list of skiers that we have. Starting off with Austin Abel, then Martin Coleman, Jakob Bonja, Charlie Ross, and then Matteo Lazzeri. They'll all have an opportunity to go back out to increase upon their protected score. And just to clarify, the remaining skiers that we were trying to ascertain where the bubble score would be starts off with 12 skiers left, starting with Nick Parsons, I believe, or is that 12 skiers after Nick Parsons? 12 skiers after, right?
Yeah, so whatever the score is when Nick Parsons is finished skiing, after that will be the score that everyone has to beat.
All right then. So, there's a lot going on, isn't there, Freddie?
Say again?
There's a lot going on, isn't there?
There's a lot going on. Yeah. Well, just looking at these skiers that are very happy to go out again. Jacob, the protected score is a huge deal here, because Jacob, you might have said, well, as much as he might have wanted another chance to have run his 39, like, he's still in the lead. So if it was unprotected, he might have been not so sure about going out again. But looking at Austin Abel, Martin Coleman, guys who didn't make it through 38, they thought they was over. They thought they were finished. So they're really happy. And obviously Charlie Ross, he's had a nice little warm-up. I mean, he got his feeling. He's going to be able to understand that, his onside wasn't working so well, so he's kind of going to have a few things to think about there, and he's going to have a good shout to improve.
All right, let's check in on dockside. Elizabeth, who do you have?
Hey guys, I'm down here on the dock. Martin, you are one of the skiers getting a re-ride due to some technical difficulties. And this certainly wasn't something you were planning on getting to do today. So tell me, what is your strategy now, knowing that you've got a second chance and you've already had a little time on the water?
Well, I've seen the conditions, see how the boat and the driver feel, so it's going to be a huge advantage to me, expecting a big score now.
Good, that's what we love to hear. Wish you the best of luck, man.
Well, there we go. That's Martin Coleman. You just got to love him, because, I mean, he gives off the impression that he's, like, happy and jovial, but then again, his facial expression tells another story,
He's, I know him very well. We were at university together, and the guy's a lot of fun, but he's steely underneath. He's a man on a mission, a machine, and that's why he's the overall world champion.
Would you say that he comes off as a bit stoic?
Maybe initially, but you get to know him. The guy's a lot of fun, I can tell you. You go have a beer with him, you're going to have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
So I make sure I understand this correctly. First pass down is protected, just ski, do whatever I want. Yeah. Okay. But you'll go through the course. I keep right the floor all the way down. Boys 2, 36, 32, boys 2. Okay. You do 132. I do 132. Yeah. Sorry. Especially going right foot forward.
All right, then. Now, we're going to bring Austin Abel back out in the water. And for those of you that are just tuned in and wondering why we're seeing Austin Abel again, well, The reason why is because of a mapping issue with a zero-off system. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it makes the whole system of measuring the boat times and keeping the boat congruent. With the short path system that checks the boat path in sync, so to speak.
I just want to give a shout out to the judges for playing fair there. That would have been a really easy one to have not brought to anyone's attention, just let the show go on. But they did the right thing there, and they're giving a level playing field to everyone. So I think that's great. Good for them.
Absolutely, we want to try and be as fair as possible and give the skiers an equal opportunity and chance to exhibit their skills out there on the water and ski to their fullest potential. There we go. That is Austin Abel opening pass. So he has a protected score of 4 at 11.25 meters, and obviously if he scores lower than that with this performance, he won't lose anything, but he won't gain anything by either. However, if he does manage to get more than 2/3 the way down the course, 11.25 meters, then that will be the score that carries. And I do have to say, the pockets on his shorts just look magnificent.
It's a bold move, that, I feel like. People that have the flappy pockets, they must know. And I mean, it's a bit of a fashion faux pas, would you not say, Tony?
I would think so, yes, but it does raise an issue as if something was already in those pockets at the time.
iPhones, car keys, just at the bottom.
Wallet, passport.
Yeah, passport.
All right, then. Here we got a new graphic here for you, Freddie. We've got an explanation a little bit about the lettering on the zero-off system. And in terms of the engine response. Now, the engine response comes on a little bit later with the A letter, and it comes on a little bit quicker with the C letter, and somewhere in between is the B letter.
Yep, and I mean, while we're talking about zero-off, that is, and that's part of mapping the course. If that course is mapped incorrectly, you're going to get the pull in the wrong place. So that's why these guys have to have a rerun. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what Austin's riding here with his letter, but it does make a significant difference, and you'll often
B1.
hear, there you go, B1. Well, you guys are so far ahead. You'll hear people talking about their letters in the practice yesterday. Everyone's like, oh, what did you go? Did you change? I know I had a few conversations. So zero-off's important, and on the other hand, I would also say a lot of the time it's a fine tweak last minute to really bring back to something comfortable, but it's not going to change your full skiing. You're not going to run world records in C and then get nowhere on A.
Yes, and making sure that it stays in complete congruence with the shore path system.
Congruence.
Yes.
Good word. We're using that a lot.
All right, let's check in on dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jacob Bogna, one of our skiers who's getting a re-ride, but you have a protected score. So you got a pretty good score on the books. It's protected, nothing to lose. What is your strategy now going into this re-ride?
I think I just go for what I did before. Just try to ski, try to now have a feeling how it feels like there, feeling behind Scott. So it feels really good.
Good. Well, we wish you the best of luck, man, and lucky you for getting 2 rides today at Trophy Lakes.
Thank you. I'm lucky today. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
And hopefully after he gets done slalom skiing, he can probably take a trip down to the beach and work on his tan a little bit, I would say.
Well, the poor chap's been in Sweden all year. I mean, my God, it must be cold there. But he's a super nice guy, Jacob. Coached by my friend Thomas Gustafsson in Italy a lot. But yeah, he'll be really happy. He's got a good shot. He's in the lead. He's confident. He got most of the way down 39, and he's going to try and run it. It's almost nothing to lose there.
All right, then, let's have a look and see what Austin Abel can do. He started at 32 off, came back at 35, ran both those passes. This is 38 off.
That
if he gets more than 4, he'll increase upon his initial buoy count. There's number 4. Can he get round number 5? Oh, and he increases it, yes, but only to the tune of half a buoy.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw him come out of one and his ski kind of slid a lot, so he would have been a bit off balance. Watch the tail of the ski here as he comes around buoy 1. Just a little bit of a slip. Oh, not so bad as I thought the first time, but anyway, yeah, he's improved his score, but again, he's not going to be very happy. I mean, he didn't come here to run 4 or 4.5 at 38. He came here to run most of the way, all the way down 39 and make the finals. And we're not there yet. We can't say for sure, but I'm going to put all my money on, unfortunately, that 4.5 at 38 not making the final.
Yeah, it's definitely a buoy count increase, but unfortunately it's just not enough to really effectively keep Austin Abel in the frame for making it through possibly to the next round of the event. We only take 12 skiers through to the next round. We'll find out who those 12 are, starting with Jamie Calhoun. They're on the dock getting clicked in, and having scored 4.5 at 11.25 meters in his initial attempt, is the current world overall champion, Martin Coleman. And it certainly takes a special breed of skier to not only excel in one event, but to excel in all 3.
Yeah, he's a demon. A guy that captained the ULM water ski team to at least a couple of national championship titles. A guy that's spending a lot of time with good skis. He's driving a van around, taking new skis to people around the country for people to try. The guy works hard and he skis hard. He's awesome.
And he's pretty good with the theodolite as well.
He is, yeah. He's every single angle. But actually, going back to his what you described as a stoic demeanor, his nickname when we were at university was actually Lolman, because of lol, laugh out loud man. So yeah, you get to know him. He's a good guy, really good guy.
All right then. So let's see what Martin Coleman can do as. In his time at the University of Louisiana at Monroe, there were 1 or 2 occasions where the architecture surveying classes would actually work their way down towards Lakeside on the Bayou Desert, and there waiting with a theodolite was Martin Coleman, and he would give them a rundown on how you would survey buoys on a slalom course using the techniques that are tried and true within the sport of water skiing. Here we go. Martin Coleman on 13 meters. There you go. Well done there. Good opening pass there for Martin Coleman at 32 off or 13 meters.
It's funny, we're just thinking about Martin. I mean, he really sort of has done everything in water skiing. He's captained or trained a national team, the Chilean Federation, for a few years. He now works for good within the industry, creating skis. He's been a national champion, collegiate skier, world champion, open skier in overall. And of course he's one of the sort of the well-known 3 young homologators, tournament coordinators of Zach Warden, John Travers, and him. The guy's a sort of water skiing polymath.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of Zach Warden, I'm sure that he is checking out the webcast coverage of this event, and we certainly wish him the very best of luck going forward. Taking a bit of a nasty fall when jumping a few weeks ago, and we wish him the best of luck. Wish him best wishes going forward as he recuperates from that injury that he sustained. That was Zach Warden.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that jump water skiing is no joke. It's dangerous, and poor old Zach ended up on the wrong end of that. But he's doing okay by all accounts. I mean, obviously not a great thing for him to have got injured, but he's healing up, which is great news.
All right, next pass coming up. This is 35 off.
Wind just picking up here. There's a little bit of a headwind on the second pass, so a tailwind off the dock, which seems to be sort of the prevailing wind here that we'll see probably throughout the weekend if there is going to be a wind.
All right, and here's a question that I wanted to ask you from the pro skier level. Would you rather have absolutely no wind or some wind?
A little bit of wind is always nice. I mean, honestly, anything up to sort of, I don't know, we're looking at kilometers here, so, anything up to sort of 10K shouldn't really be an issue. You don't really want to come in, with a big score needed at 41 with, more than a 5 or 6, 7, 8 mile an hour tailwind. But up to that point, it doesn't make a huge difference.
And obviously, you've experienced some conditions that are very, very extreme. I mean, even this season, even in past seasons, where the wind would blow all the way down course and produce white capping conditions. And I've actually skied in those kind of conditions myself way back in the day. And I was always taught by a coaching legend who you probably know of, Mr. Paul Seaton.
Oh yeah.
That you're only as good as the roughest conditions will dictate to you out in the water.
Yeah, it's a big equalizer, and you can be the prettiest best skier in flat conditions, but if it gets windy and rough and you can't ski, then you're useless. Paul Seaton was the first guy to pull me through a slalom course when I was 6 or 7 years old. Yeah.
He obviously didn't tell you too much about my escapades out on the slalom course back in the day. He was skiing behind a bush. Wooden bush ski boat.
I think that bush still lived up there at Thorpe on the side of the lake, just gathering dust, but it was there. It's a beautiful boat.
All right then, here we go. This is Martin Coleman. This is 11.25 meters now. He scored 4.5 earlier, and looking set, I would say, to increase that total and try and get onto 10.75 meters. So taking full advantage of the second opportunity that he had.
Yeah, he'll be really happy in that. It was weird. He got a little bit narrow at 6, but, no dramas past. That looks a lot more like it. I saw him ski in practice yesterday. I was very impressed. I thought he looked super balanced. He's a lefty. He's got 3 onside turns, but his offside's really good critically. So the guy can run a lot of boys on a slalom ski when he puts it together, and I think he looks good here. He's got, like I say, that wind continuing to go up, so maybe we're sort of up there, 5, 10, maybe not 10 miles an hour, but getting up there. So he's got a nice little headwind which could help him. So I think we're set to see Coleman do quite well here.
Okay, so transitioning from 11.25 meters into 10.75 meters, the difference between 38 and 39 and a half off. What critically has to change and happen from the gate shot onwards?
I would say you don't really want to change that much. It's all a build-up. But you just get away with less. If you've got a separation between your handle and your hips, if you're changing your edge too quickly, if you're sort of, trying to rush, you're going to be in trouble. As the line gets shorter, the magnitude of the pull is higher, but it pulls you earlier and it continues to pull you longer. So you've almost got to resist the boat a little bit more, or make sure that you're not moving towards it. So I think Coleman, he's had 3 good passes in a row, looking really good, getting himself set up, and then obviously he knows he's probably got to run this to make the final. Good little headwind. See him pull out that funny little, pulling out 2 hands down. One's going to be crucial. It's a good one. Over to 2.
Oh, look at this.
A little bit on the back.
Oh, and I think inside buoy number 3, but it's definitely better than what he did before. Now, whether that's enough to send him through to the next round, not really, I don't think, even at this stage of the game, but it's certainly better than what he produced in the opening round. So kudos there to Martin Coleman. What do you see here, Freddie?
I'm a bit mystified, if I'm honest. I mean, he came out of 1 good. 2 wasn't perfect, but I definitely thought we'd see him get around 3. And then, I'm not sure, maybe the wind caught him, but you can tell he felt narrow the whole way. But it sort of almost goes back to that 38 off pass where I saw him come around buoy 5 looking good, and then he was narrow at 6. So I'm not sure. I'm honestly a bit confused.
Yeah, certainly had a pretty decent start, and you just kind of lost it off buoy number 2 and precluded him from making that turn and making an attempt on that buoy. All right then, so here is our provisional leader right now, who scored 5 at 10.75 meters initially, and now has a chance to go back out there and try to come up with something a little bit more substantial, because I'm sure that he knows that the higher that he can get through 10.75 meters, and establish a score into 41 off, it's definitely going to put a lot of pressure on the remaining skiers and could put him through to the next round, Freddie.
Yeah, like I say, I think he's in a really nice position. He might have been a little bit disappointed to not run his 39. The guy crushed at the San Sebastian Pro-Am earlier this year, nearly taking out eventual winner in, I think, the semi-final or the quarter-final of the head-to-head he had there. He was just super close to turning the buoy 3 and getting up to the 4 that he needed at 10.25. So we know he can run it, but he's going out there. He's had a feeling of the conditions. He'll have been really happy to have heard that he's getting a re-ride. And I mean, to be honest with you, he's going to go in thinking, well, it's only going to feel better. I had a strange setup. The zero off wasn't set up right for him to ski, optimally. So, and he still looked great. I caught a couple of his passes earlier, and he just looked beautiful at 35, especially. So, I think he's going to be in good shape. He's going to be happy to come in and run this 39. I think he's going to do it. I would say so.
All right, then we'll see what transpires from here on out. But just looking at the instant replay, just working his hips and just working the angles of each turn. Now he is a right foot forward skier, which means his 2 foresides a little bit more stable for him.
Well, you say that, but I know Jacob a little bit. He came to ski, we skied together a lot at the end of 19 before all this coronavirus stuff, and his offside was the thing I was most excited about. He does a really good job there. I think that's the thing we're gonna want to look at in the next few passes.
Okay, let's check in on dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with retired pro skier, coach, but probably most importantly, dad, Drew Ross. Drew, your son is going out to take a re-ride with an unprotected score. Some might say that's risky, however, I myself would probably do the same thing. How much was that strategy your decision? How much was it his?
Oh, it's his. We talk about everything, but he's here for the experience and feels he left some on the dock, and he did earn the benefit of seed, so it's rightfully his, and he just wants to light it up when he can, and we're not looking at this as risk. It's just experience.
I love it. I think that's the right mentality, and we wish him the best of luck with this second opportunity today.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
All right, certainly a legend on there on the starting dock. That was Drew Ross there, and talking about Charlie Ross, who will take to the water in a short while. Let's have a look and see what Jakob Bonnier can do with this next run. This is 35 off.
Watch how balanced he comes out of his 135. Like, just it's really quite spectacular. He keeps his eyes up. He's not pushing on the front. He's not sliding out the back. If I could take one part of his skiing, I would take that little bit of extra balance that he's got out of.
Whoa! What happened there?
Are they pulling him to the dock?
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. He got a late signal from the boat towards the end, and instead of pulling out to the right-hand side, he's skiing into the dock.
I wonder if we're seeing the same problem again with the zero off. Speculation, of course, but I mean, he didn't look surprised when he was told to go to the dock, so it might just be the same thing.
Strange.
So now we're going into the territory of, well, is Jacob going to have to ski too much? I mean, you sort of wake up in the morning, it's always kind of exhausting being out in the sun, getting ready to ski, and he's already skied once. If he's going to have to go up there again, it's a lot of emotional energy he's drained. I hope that he manages to stay on the right side of that.
So it looks like from what I'm hearing from dockside, there were no times recorded for that particular pass. So that's why the boat judge gave an immediate signal to the skier to return to the dock whilst they carry out an investigation. While all that is taking place, we'll return right after these. This is the Malibu Open for 2021. We'll be back right after this.
But it only lasted for 4 years.
Sorry about that.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressing to the nines. Okay, never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. Not be at the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at
World Games is coming to Birmingham next summer, and I'm so excited. But just one question. What is the World Games?
You want to know what to expect when you watch the World Games? Take a look at this.
Hustle devoted to grinding. Build up with pressure to diamonds. Blood, sweat, tears dripping as I'm inclining. 24/7 is daily. Yeah, the reason they pay me. The first one and last one up out of the building, cause what I've been building is crazy. This, that, hard work, my state built different. All day, it's go time.
And that's not all. If you love fast-paced extreme sports, the World Games is also this.
Every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came and quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war.
The World Games 2022. It's the biggest international multi-sport event in the Southeast since the '96 Olympics.
It's once in a lifetime.
It's 3,600 athletes in over 100 countries in 34 sports, all chasing for gold.
Every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. I'm being ready if you stay ready. Ready and now we coming
The
for
world
time.
is coming. Tickets are going fast.
Get yours today.
You gotta be steady, but you gotta know.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
We brought the funk into this function. Yeah. We show up dressing to the nines. Okay. Never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at
Birmingham next summer, and I'm so excited. But just one question, what is the World Games?
You want to know what to expect when you watch the World Games? Take a look at this.
Hustle devoted to grinding. Build up with pressure to diamonds. Blood, sweat, tears dripping as I'm inclining. 24/7 is daily. Yeah, the reason they pay me. The first one and last one up out of the building, cause what I've been building is crazy. This, that, hard work, mind state built different. All day, it's go time.
And that's not all. If you love fast-paced extreme sports, the World Games is also this.
Every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came and quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war.
The World Games 2022. It's the biggest international multi-sport event in the Southeast since the '96 Olympics.
It's once in a lifetime.
It's 3,600 athletes in over 100 countries in 34 sports, all chasing for gold.
Every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. I'll be ready if you stay ready. Ready and now we coming
The
for
world
time.
is coming. Tickets are going fast.
Get yours today.
Between you gotta be steady, but you gotta know.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
We brought the funk into this function. Yeah. We show up dressing to the nines. Okay. Never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now.
All right then, folks. Thanks a lot for staying in tune with the live coverage of the 2021 Malibu Open. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. Our apologies once again for our technical delay that we're currently still in the midst of. Just making sure that our transfer of a zero-off system into the tournament towboat was okay. And it looks like we will continue on with our next competitor. This is Jakob Bogner of Sweden, coming in at 32 off for his opening pass. So back into tournament action. The reason why we had the technical delay was that the existing zero-off box inside the tournament towboat was found to be defective, wasn't able to hold its mapping or information as such throughout the event, so we took the decision to actually change out the box and go with one that appears to be working pretty well right now. Otherwise, the only other alternative was to actually change out the tournament towboat, and under the rule, if you do change a towboat, then you would have to run the complete slalom event from the beginning from scratch, which means that we would have to go like about 8 skiers previous and start from there. But as it stands right now, Jakob Bogner is on the water. He's gotten through 32 off and now getting ready for 35 off, which is the next run, as we see Charlie Ross on the starting dock getting ready to go. Whew, I tell you, it's it's just one of those situations, I'm afraid, that comes up from time to time. Hopefully, we're thankful that it doesn't come up frequently, but when this situation comes into play, we are grateful for a superb band of officials and technical gurus that are on the job, that are picked up on the situation almost immediately, and we continue on with the event in a way that is fair and equitable for all skiers and athletes concerned. All right then, Jakob Bogner coming into the course. This is the 12-meter line. Entrance gates, good shot into buoy number 1, round number 2. Jakob Bogner, his second time out in the water today, initially came up with a score. Well, actually his third time out in the water today, because in his second attempt out there in the slalom course, he ran through 12 meters and was signaled to go directly back to the dock after this pass here in his second go around, and told that the zero-off system was still malfunctioning. But now we've completely changed out the box of tricks that control the zero-off, and we're now continuing on with a fully functioning system with Jakob Bogner on the water. Whew, I'll tell you. All right, that's Jakob Bogner of Sweden, their best slalom skier for the best part of 2 to 3 years now. Trains over in Central Florida, and skied fairly well at the San Gervasio Pro-Am slalom event. He does actually have some pro points on the Water Ski Pro Tour. You can find out more about the Water Ski Pro Tour by going to waterskiprotour.com, and you can check out the full list of points in the women's slalom, men's slalom, women's jump, men's jump. All right, so here we go. Jakob Bogner now coming in on 11.25 meters. His initial score from this opening round of skiing was 5 at 10.75 meters, but he has to get through 11.25 meters first before he attempts anything on 10.75. Works the ski out really well and some consistent skiing all the way through 11.25 meters. It's third, a separate round of skiing when you're only supposed to have one in this elimination round. Rolls that ski onto its inside edge, and using his Above average turn for his gate shot to set himself up nice and wide and smooth for buoy number 1. Right foot forward skier, but as I spoke with Freddie Winter before, he's about as even-sided as they come. Each side looking pretty equal to the other. And Jakob Bogner, great extension round number 6 through the exit gate. And a superb run. 10.75 meters is next. It's 39 and a half off.
Plus, I drove from Seattle to get there.
Are these good?
So, we got our folks along dockside there. Trey Melton, one of our camera folks. Just taking a little bit of a breather before we go on to the next pass for Jakob Bogner, who has a protected score of 5 at 10.75 meters from his first attempt out there on the slalom course. 5 at 10.75 meters. He's on top of the water now, getting ready to go around the far island. Coming in from the west end, this now is Jakob Bogner. Entrance buoy number 1. Good shot there. Round buoy number 2, he's still on top of his ski. Good extension round number 3. He's in better position here than he has been before in any of the previous attempts at 10.75 meters. And there you go, 39 and a half off, successfully run by Jakob Bogner. The first time we've seen that in the men's slalom competition today. And did he make it look fantastic? Brings his hips through, just stiffens up his back and just watches that ski work its way into its edge chain. Good extension round number 2. Quite sure that Jakob Bogner is the Swedish national slalom record holder. Sweden certainly has a huge pedigree of producing some great slalom skiers, the likes of multiple-time world champion Helena Sjölander-Valentin, or even Mike Sjölander, who won a number of Pro Tour stops and ended up on the podium on at least 1 or 2 occasions in the World Championships in years past, in the halcyon days of the 1980s. So now we have got Jakob Bogner, 10.75 meters. You'll get the green light to go. We're in about the next 2 to 3 seconds. The 3 beeps from that towboat to indicate the 45 seconds has expired, and there he goes from the east end. Jakob Bogner. All right, so Jakob Bogner, who is about to attempt 10.25 meters. He's round buoy number 1. Look at him go. Round buoy number 2, and he collapses round the second buoy. But give that young man a big round of applause, please. That is Jakob Bogner with 1 1/2 at 10.25 meters. Good bit of resistance through the entrance gate. Good shot on buoy number 1. Got into good position right off the bat. Into number 2. Just popped the tail a little bit, and it was basically a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond. 1 1/2 at 10.25 meters. It is the final score. The final score in this elimination round for Jakob Bogner. All right then, folks. Next competitor to take to the water will be Charlie Ross. There's your leaderboard. Look at that improvement there for Jakob Bogner with 1 1/2 at 10.25 meters. And still, looking at the leaderboard, it shows Charlie Ross with 3 1/2 at 10.75 meters. However, that score will be eliminated because he is going to go out to the slalom course under the proviso that his score is no longer protected. So he's going to go from scratch at 32 off or 13 meters. We'll see what he can produce from that point onwards. "15 skiers remain on the list." We'll have Matteo Lazzeri next, followed by Nick Adams. And by the time we get down to about Jamie Calhoun, we would have a good idea as to the skiers who would be advancing as part of the top 12 athletes through to the next round of the competition. There is our schedule. We're running a little bit behind schedule. Slalom Open Men continuing on right now. We're looking to eliminate half of the field of 24 skiers and to leave us with the top 12. So apparently, from the information that I have in my ears, the score that Charlie Ross has from the previous attempt is protected with 3.5 at 10.75 meters. So no matter what happens from this point on, Charlie Ross's score, if he doesn't succeed, it still puts him in second spot, but probably not enough to see him through to the next round of the competition, knowing what the other skiers are capable of doing. They're about to take to the water is Matteo Lazzeri from Italia. But just look at this great skiing there from Charlie Ross. Just working those edge changes and being very light on that ski. Able to carve those turns and get accelerated back up again in short order. Member of a highly decorated skiing family. Drew Ross, who won a number of titles as a professional level slalom skier back in the day. And also, let's not forget Neely Ross, who has excelled in a number of different events at World Championship level, Elite and U21 and U17 level. That was Neely Ross. There we look on the dock side there. We got Matteo Lazzeri. We're grateful for another chance to get out there on the slalom course. We actually stopped him from skiing, continued to ski after 35 off, or actually after 32 off. Told him that we were going to take him back to the dock, and they explained the situation with the zero off system. So now, here we go. This is the 12-meter run. This is Charlie Ross. Looking good, Charlie Ross. Entrance gates and all the way through to the exit gates. About 16.0 seconds later. Has such an ease of position on that slalom ski. Feels that he can basically do anything on top of that and still able to cut a chase across the course. The wind's picking up a little bit. It's about 16 kilometers an hour now, so that could provide a little bit of a tricky situation out there if one isn't prepared for it. All right then, so now we've got Charlie Ross, who is 2 passes to the good. His third pass coming up within about the next few seconds. Finished 23rd in last year's Malibu Open. But he is certainly a much different skier now than he was back then. So, Charlie Ross has yet to register a placement in pro slalom skiing that would yield some Water Ski Pro Tour points. But he's going to give it a good college try, as it were, a little bit loose around that number, into that number 3. He's good to go around number 4. A little loose even into number 5. Now that's 11.25 meters. Scored 3.5 at 10.75 meters in the attempt previous to this one. Let's see if he's good for that kind of challenge coming up next. Just looking at the directional change there off that particular turn. Round number 3 into number 4, just using that favored side turn to get him back in the game, and then skiing neutral on 135. Almost did that a little too much though into number 5, but managing to get the ski round number 6 and continue to set the world alight. Charlie Ross, the current U17 World Boys Slalom record holder. Slalomed that score at the Swiss Pro Slalom a few months ago, and has had at least a couple of great opportunities to exceed that score recently in the Holy Cow Cup. I believe he had 2 attempts, and he got, I think he got 1.5 or 2, 1 1/4 and 1.5, as a matter of fact, at 41 off, or 10.25 meters. But he's a long way from ascending to those particular heights, because we're on 10.75 meters now. This is 39.5 off. This is Charlie Ross trying to bleed the speed down a little bit prior to his entrance gates. He's round number 1. He's good to go round number 2. A little bit of a head breeze should help him out a little bit if he's prepared to take advantage. And unfortunately, a huge mistake into buoy number 3 means that he's unable to get outside number 4. It therefore means that 3.5 score that he came through with initially will end up being his best total. So yeah, it kind of looks like on that entrance gates for Charlie Ross, pulling out just a little bit early, and the wind really hitting him in the face almost as soon as he pulled out for the entrance gates, meaning that he got behind the line and he just couldn't get the ski motoring as much as he would have liked. So now let's take a listen at who's at dockside. Elizabeth, what do you got?
Hey guys, I'm back here with Charlie Ross. He just skied his re-ride. You got a 3 at 39 there?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, and his first round score was protected, a 3.5 at 39. So we still got that on the books, and I know that you didn't really get as much out of this re-ride as you wanted to. What do you think went wrong there?
I mean, I felt I was a little slow on the gate. I ended up having to double pull because I didn't pull out wider hard enough. So, yeah, but I mean, I thought out of 1 ball was all right, a little deep out of 2. And then just into 3, didn't move the way I wanted to, so it's all right though.
Well, I would say for a little slow on the gate and a double pull, 3 at 39 is still pretty impressive. Most of us could not do that. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you, Elizabeth, and indeed Charlie Ross for being gracious enough to talk about his experience there. Here comes Matteo Lazzeri from Italia. This is 30 meters. It's been a while since he last got on top of the water here at Trophy Lakes. A good hour and a half, I would say. And here we go, Matteo Lazzeri, equal to the challenge once again with a 6 buoy count on 13 meters. Looks like the wind is starting to increase in terms of its strength. which could be a little bit of a concern for some of our slalom skiers to come up next.
She was just talking trash about you. I don't want to get involved in it.
So our next skier about to take to the water, that is Nick Adams, who comes to us from the land down under of Australia. Skied at the Hilltop slalom competition not too long ago. And we'll see what he can produce. All right, here we are. This is Matteo Lizzeri. Being aggressive with this gate start on the 12-meter line and just really loading up hard off each turn. A little bit back behind the line on number 4, but still managing to keep everything moving forward, and that is Matteo Lizzeri. So there, Matteo Lizzeri from one side to the other, working against the headwind, and also working with some magnificent lamb chops. And as he's in the water and getting ready for a 38 off with the tailwind, here is our format: top 10 women into semi-final, top 12 men into the semi-final as well. We'll see what Nick Adams can do. Our course record here is 1.5 at 9.75 meters. That was courtesy of Chris Parrish some years ago. All right then, folks. Eyes towards the water, 11.25 meters. This is Matteo Lizzeri. 2 at 10.25 meters, his best score so far in the season. So, Matteo Lizzeri, who some time ago earned his doctorate in sports psychology from Florida State University, and has been using that to help the next generation of skiers, especially in his homeland of Italy, to help them work on achieving mental focus as they go about their activities, and no matter what sport they partake in. I'm sure his services are definitely going to be in demand as Team Italy get ramped up for a number of major events in multi-sports games, including the Winter Olympics, which Italy plays host to. Not next year, but the next Olympiad afterwards, which I believe is 2026. But for the time being, Matteo Lizzeri is focusing upon his state of mind out in the water and getting ready for 10.75 meters. Now, the best score that we've seen, courtesy of Jakob Bonja, is 1.5 at 10.25 meters. Certainly a viable score to aim for. Let's see if he can get through 10.75 first. Good start on number 1. Brilliant number 2. There you go. Good slide on 3. Little unstable into 4, but he's still on the water. Oh, and he popped the tail on 5. And that is Matteo Lizzeri. Looked in relatively good shape there coming into buoy number 5. And unfortunately there for him, tried to get on the gas just a little bit too early off that turn. I mean, he worked everything well off number 1 and got really good cross-course angle off number 2, even though he wasn't in the best of shapes. A little bit of a slide off number 3, but that wasn't a major deal breaker coming into number 4. And now he tried to safety check this up into buoy number 5, and then when the handle came in, the tail of the ski popped out. And visibly annoyed with himself as a result of that performance. It's 4.5 at 10.75 meters. It does vault him into second place. But will that be enough to see him advance out of this round into the next? So there we go. That is Matteo Lizzeri looking at buoy number 5. He tried to slow things down and to get behind the boat, but unfortunately none of that happened. All right then, so Nicholas Adams out of Australia. Nicholas Adams, who has been training in the United States in recent times, came over for the Hilltop Pro-Am and has stayed behind ever since. The Hilltop Pro-Am was nearly a month ago now. And up until that time, he'd been training in the Northern Territory of Australia in a city called Darwin. We'll go into this 30-meter pass, 32 off, and whilst he gets around buoy number 6, let's check in with Elizabeth Montavon on dockside.
You're up.
Hey guys, I'm here with Corey Vaughn. Corey, you're a new dad. Congratulations, first of all. But as a coach and as a dad, those are both very demanding roles in terms of the type of nurturing you have to do. So has becoming a father changed how you see coaching at all?
Oh, it's a great question. There's been a lot of learning going on for me in the last 3.5 months, but I like that. Each day's kind of been its own new adventure, and I'm trying to take them as they come. And I've taken a step back from the volume of coaching and done a little bit less time in the boat, but I've tried to make that time a high priority and give people my full attention when I'm there. Sometimes the baby, Seth, does ride in the boat with me, and so he's kind of like my assistant coach. He's getting trained young.
That's awesome. Well, we love to see you finding that balance and making it work. You're already having a great season, and we wish you luck today.
All right, well, thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right then, Corey Vaughn, and thanks a lot to both Elizabeth Montavon and Corey Vaughn for that dockside interview. Matter of fact, I took the opportunity yesterday to interview Corey Vaughn for the TWBC podcast, and that episode will be dropping very, very shortly indeed. So check out that one. All right, we got Nick Parsons about ready to take to the water. On the water right now is Nicholas Adams. He's gone through 13 and 12. So, brilliant skiing there from Nicholas Adams, who continues to do coaching and training clinics across Australia. Things have been a little bit difficult in that region, unfortunately, with COVID and the pandemic and other circumstances. But now let's check in with the dock and Elizabeth and her special guest.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jamie Calhoun. Jamie, you currently attend Florida Southern College. You ski on their team collegiately, but you're here at a pro event. So would you say that when you're skiing, you are training for pro events and happen to ski collegiately, or is it reversed?
Both. Depends on the week, I gotta say. I mean, the past week has been prep for Malibu Open. Next week will be prep for collegiate regionals. The next few weeks will be back and forth. We have regionals, worlds, and then collegiate nationals, and that'll be a big one. So back and forth.
Very cool to see you maintain that balance, skiing in both fields. We love to see that in skiing, and good luck to you today.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Elizabeth, and thanks again, Jamie Calhoun, who represents Canada. So now we've got Nick Adams, who was interviewed a little bit earlier on the season for the TWBC podcast, and you can listen to that on Spotify or wherever else you listen to podcasts on, explaining a lot of the struggles that it took to get to this part of the world from Australia, what with the COVID pandemic protocols in place and the exemptions and a lot of other things that had to happen and be planned in order for him to ski in a competition such as this. Here is Nick Adams. He gets through 11.25 meters, and that wind starting to really pick up now and affect a lot of our slalom skiers going forward. But Nick Adams, latest wind strength information shows that we're about 12 kilometers an hour from the northeast. All right then, so we've got Nicholas Adams there. We just saw the end of that run. There is Nick Parsons, who has been touring around the United States, has been skiing in one or two events, loves going to Italy, and a regular at the San Gervasio Pro-Am, and dabbles in a little bit of bakery when he's not skiing or making skis. And I'm here. My name is Tony Lightfoot, as you could probably see on the front of the desk, and this is the 2021 Malibu Open event here at Trophy Lakes in Charleston, Carolina. All right, so here we go. This is Nick Adams approaching the course right now at 58K, 18.25 meters or 36 miles an hour. 10.75 meters. Good entrance gates around buoy number one. Oh, almost sliding the tail too much there off the buoy number three. Trying to rock that Syndicate Slansky from one end. Oh, and late into number five and collapses in a huge way. Now we're going to see if we can get the confirmed score for that one, because it is almost too close to call there for Nicholas Adams. Well, a smooth number one was in decent position, but didn't take advantage of it too much. As a matter of fact, he was a little narrow on number two, and he's a left foot forward skier, which complicates matters for him on the 246 side. Then got loose off number four. And I'm not too sure whether that was four or a piece of five. That is the performance there of Nicholas Adams. And let's check in dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with Matteo. Matteo is a 4.5 at 39. From the end of the dock here, we all thought you had that one. So my condolences, but I know you said that you made a mistake at 39. Can you talk us through that a little bit?
Yeah, so as I was skiing, the wind kept picking up, and I had a pretty solid 38 tailwind, and I thought, okay, late, strong pull out, and it still wasn't enough. So I kept losing angle at the gate, not the ideal one. pretty much in the water at 2, but then I had space at 3, and I tried to stay calm, but by that moment I was still a little fast, and then at 5 I just didn't have the patience to let the ski go through. I wanted to force it, and I stayed there.
Well, we're sorry to see that happen. I thought from the end it looked like you got some rhythm back, you know, in the course, but not today. But that being said, we don't know what's going to happen with the rest of these skiers, so hopefully we see you ski tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm second in with, 12 going? Well, we'll see what happens.
We'll see. Back to you guys.
All right, a score was under review there for Nick Adams. It was confirmed as 4, so not getting a piece of 5. That was for Nick Adams. All right, here we go. This is Nick Parsons. Nicholas Parsons out the water, comes to us originally out of Bountiful in Utah. And skiing on a ski of his design and production, the brand new Pineapple. All right, so Nicholas Parsons producing some good style out there, and actually one of the main proponents back in the day to have an additional setting in the zero off system that provided a little bit more power, a little bit more boost. It was called the Plus. I spoke to him a little bit last night and asked him if he was still utilizing the Plus. But actually told me no, it's been a while since he actually used it. He said he might try it again, but for the moment he's sticking with the traditional zero off settings that most of his other competitors are currently using right now to ski with. There is your explanation about the boat response. A gives us a little bit more of a more rapid response. And then as you go towards B and C, a more sluggish response from there. So I would imagine that for someone like Nicholas Parsons, who is a rather tall drinker of water and is quite strong with it, he would probably want to select something along the lines of an A so far as engine response is concerned. May toy with the idea of doing B, but we'll see. All right then, here comes Nicholas Parsons into the slalom course now. This here is riding with an A2 as I thought. This is 12 meters. Nothing out of the ordinary there for him. Nicholas Parsons from one side of the course to the next, and in very, very good shape indeed. Great looking technique there. The leading score right now is 1.5 at 10.25 meters. That was courtesy of Jakob Bonja. And he'll find out within about the next ski or so whether he has done enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. We have 24 slalomers on this list, and we eliminate half of them to give us the top 12 that will advance through to the semi-final in this men's slalom competition in the 2021 Malibu Open. They're getting ready on dockside is Jamie Calhoun, who will be our next competitor, then Corey Vaughan after him.
Handle checker, huh? Yeah. Good. Breezier now than it was.
So here we are, Nick Parsons now. Looking in good shape for a good portion of that run, but almost letting himself go there with 11.25 meters. Some risky moves there towards the end. 11.25 meters, a must run for all of our competitors in the men's slalom competition at this time. What a lot of our skiers probably don't know is how intense that wind is. We haven't seen it blow this strongly for quite a while now. We're within the last few days that maybe a few of our skiers had a chance to practice to acclimatize themselves with the conditions here at Trophy Lakes, a highly revered and renowned slalom venue. And there, that was Nick Parsons executing the fine pass there. All right, so make sure that you check out waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to take a look at the range of apparel that's on offer. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to shop TWBC apparel. All right, so now it comes down to 10.75 meters. We've only seen one person so far in this competition run through that pass, and that was Jakob Bogner of Sweden. Now, pulling up alongside the towboat. Trying not to affect his balance too much. Round number 3. Oh my word. And he actually snapped the line. He broke the rope. It was, hang on a second. Can I see the end of that tow rope?
Let's see what you got. Hold it up.
If that broke around his handle, then that's on him. But if that broke anywhere else... All right, so let's have a look at Nicholas Parsons now. This very rarely happens. Round buoy number 3. He's round buoy number 3. Let's see where the rope break took place. Oh, it was right on the loop. Wow. And I'm surprised that he still has a face after that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Nick Parsons, please. And you can keep that as a souvenir. All right, so now we'll locate a rope and we'll take him back out on the slalom course. And oh my word. That could have taken someone's eye out. He certainly packs a punch against that rope, I can tell you that. Well, we've had a delay for other reasons. Why not a snap tow line? Okay, so the boat is going to the dock. We're going to find a rope, and here's Elizabeth. All right, we'll return with Elizabeth Montavon shortly, but here's the situation. That boat's making its way back to the dock. They should have a rope on standby just in case for these types of contingencies. Once we've located the rope, then I think we bring the skier back into the course on his last complete pass, which in this instance is 38 off and without risk or penalty. Then he comes back into the course at 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. All right, so Nick Parsons on the back of that towboat there, just inspecting the tow line. It did snap at the pole, so right, looks like we've got our technical guru, Jerry Jackson, with a brand new rope. All right then, whilst we have Nick Parsons on the back of that towboat, stepping into the water. And I believe the rule is at this time that, as I explained it, the skier goes in on the last complete pass, the one before, will ski with 11.25 meters and then come back at 10.75 meters. So let's check in dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with Stevie Island. So this morning, Stevie, you knew you had a slipped disc in your lower back from practice yesterday. You were on the fence today about whether or not you were going to take the set. I think most people would elect to not go and ski, but you went and skied anyway. I know you didn't have the score you wanted, but you skied. I think the only question is why.
Well, you know, I had a tough practice set yesterday, and while I was stretching, it kind of slipped out, and I was pretty much immobilized. But I warmed up a bit this morning. You know, it got a little loose, and I was like, "Ooh, I think I could do it." So, I mean, I drove all the way up here. You know, might as well get wet and have fun.
I think that goes to show us that water skiing is the ultimate painkiller. Back to you guys.
Huh. Okay, I'm guessing that applies to Chelsea Mills and also Regina Jaquist as well to a certain extent. All right then, we've got Nicholas Parsons about to take to the water. Just to keep you on track with what's going on, the previous score that we saw prior to Nick Parsons was from Nick Adams with 4 at 10.75 meters. Matteo Lazzeri is there with 4.5 at 10.75 meters. Still in the lead, therefore, is Jakob Bogner with 1.5 at 10.25 meters. And I think currently in tied third place right now with 3.5 at 10.75 meters is Nick Parsons with 3.5. And Charlie Ross. Now, don't forget that Nick Parsons' attempt was cut short because, well, the rope broke. So that 3.5 is a protected score. And if he was to score less than that with this attempt, then 3 is the best score that we'll have from that round. However, he harbors ambitions of running the pass, so let's see if we can get behind him, folks. This is Nick Parsons. Let's see what he's got. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Good load off number 1. Round number 2, excellent 2. Brilliantly done round buoy number 3. Continuing to roll off number 4. Oh, whoa! Get round number 6. Oh, my word, and almost took the head of the driver off. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Nick Parsons, 5.5 at 10.75. And just looking at this attempt here at 10.75 meters there for Nick Parsons, don't forget that this score actually exceeded his original one, so he'll take that total. Gotten broken over off a buoy number 3 into 5, and just got broken over off 5, tried to extend it round buoy number 6. Wow.
Hey guys, I'm here with Cole McCormick. Now, Cole, I know that mid-August you had COVID and it knocked you down for a little while. What was it like recovering from COVID and then coming back to a sport at such an elite performance level?
It was a little tough. I was obviously pretty tired after that, so I, spent a lot of time in the gym and trying to get my technique back as I took a couple weeks off of skiing. So it was, trying to just get back in shape and get back to my form that I was in the springtime.
Well, we're glad to see you back, glad you're well, and really good luck today.
Thank Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot to Cole McCormick and indeed Elizabeth Montavon. Cole McCormick, incidentally, is the latest podcast that's currently been published on the TWBC podcast. You can check that out anywhere where you listen to podcasts, whether it's Spotify, Google Podcast, Apple, or so on and so forth. And we'll continue on with our next skier in a moment. We're going to take a quick fuel break, and once we're done with that, we will continue on with the remainder of our skiers in the men's slalom competition in this, the 2021 Malibu Open.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressing to the nines, okay. Never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. I can't stop, I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. Be at the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now.
Hey guys, I'm here with Nick Parsons. Nick, you just broke the tournament rope. What happened?
You know, I'm not exactly sure. I've never broke rope personally, but that was my first go at it. It was awkward. I tried to have like a big 4-ball, and I fell, and I still had the handle in my hand, and I was trying to sort out or process what was happening, and it wasn't adding up. So.
Well, we're glad you're okay. Sometimes a broken rope ends up being, really bad, but you're okay. Got to go back out on a real rope at 39. We thought you had that one in the bag. You looked really good. And speaking of how you looked on the water, you are the creator of the Parsons Project, this beautiful ski we're looking at right here. So when it comes to ski design, there's so many facets, right? There's the bevels, there's the tunnel, there's the flat spot, there's the rocker. For you as a designer, where do you start? Which of those components or another is most important to get dialed in first?
I think shape is kind of what I had in my head, and then concave seems to be kind of like the new territory for skis. Like people, I'm sure people have played around with it quite a bit, like in the 70s and 80s when they're cutting stuff out by hand or whatever, but like now with aluminum molds, it's pretty hard to explore that and takes a lot of time. But I don't know, we wanted to be different and try new things. And
well, I think it was working for you. You looked good on the water. What would you say separates your ski from other skis? What can people expect to feel on the Parsons Project?
We generate a lot of space because we have a lot of concave. Like there's a lot of grip and a lot of space you generate from that and cross-course speed. So that stands out the most from what I hear people trying.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you for sharing, and good skiing today. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you very much there, Elizabeth, and indeed Nick Parsons there, telling us a little bit about the Parsons Project slalom ski, otherwise known as the Pineapple. And
36, 32.
very best of luck to him going forward with that brand. And there are certainly a decent number of players out there in terms of producing slalom skis these days, and it's an encouraging sign for the development of the sport going forward when so many folks are going out there and making an impact upon the sport by way of manufacturing. All right then, at the helm of that towboat we now have Chris Eller, and now the boat is getting up to speed. 58 kilometers an hour, 36 mile an hour. It is now Jamie Calhoun. And with 11 skiers to go after him, we should have a pretty darn good idea of what it would take to advance through to the slalom final. Jamie Calhoun, originally out of Canada, skied for the Moccasins of Florida Southern College. And I'm sure he's got some fans there over there in Lakeland checking in and seeing what he does out there on the water. With just these opening few passes, even though they're on the line length of 32 and 35 off, provide a little bit of a litmus test for each of our slalom skiers in terms of getting on top of the water and feeling out the venue and the lake and the surroundings and all that kind of stuff, all those moving parts. So yes, my name's Tony Lightfoot, and certainly I'm glad that each one of you out there are tuning in to the Pro Slalom, Men's Pro Slalom Elimination Round here at the 2021 Malibu Open. Because of the delays, technical delays a little bit earlier on in the competition. Going to change some things around so far as our scheduling goes. We're going to have the women's and men's jump coming up fairly soon afterwards. And there is Mr. Peace, Love and Water Skiing himself there, Mr. Corey Vaughn, about to take to the water, but before him, with a season best score of 1 at 10.25 meters. This is Jamie Calhoun. Now, Jamie Calhoun, I believe, was involved in that runoff for the World U21 men's slalom title. Skied up against Sean Hunter for that World Championship. Came up a little bit short, but ending up with the silver medal as a consequence. So chasing points on the Pro Tour, the men's slalom event, and chasing down and trying to get as many points as he can before the season's end. Not looking too bad out there on the slalom course, looking very much dialed into the conditions and everything that goes into creating a good round of slalom. On dockside there, we see Benjamin Stadelbauer getting ready. He'll be eager to try and ascend the ladder in the Water Ski Pro Tour points list. And there we see the Malibu TXI with 380 brake horsepower of power, 6.2 liter engine, plenty of grunt for our slalomers out there. All right, then, here we go. This is Jamie Calhoun. This is 11.25 meters coming to us out of Canada. Good snap of the line round buoy number 1. And number 2 is trying to stay in rhythm as much as he can. He's a lefty, which means it's one for... Oh, my word, he got broken over off number 5. That was his favorite side turn. And I'm not too sure whether that is going to be a solid 5 or a 4.5, but a little bit of a surprise here, courtesy of Jamie Calhoun. Handle coming up a little bit high, just got broken forwards, and I think that score for him is going to be 4.5 on 11.25 meters, which means that with 11 skiers remaining on this list, it means that the first of our skiers that we send through to the next round of the competition is known to us, and his name is Jakob Bonja, with 1.5 at 10.25 meters provisionally putting himself through to the next round of the competition. 11 skiers remain, starting with Corey Vaughan and Benjamin Stadelbauer. Then we'll work on through to Adam Caldwell, Robert Hazelwood, Cole McCormick, Dane Meckler, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Brian Detrick, Freddie Winter, and Nate Smith. So congratulations so far for Jakob Bonja are in order. Who will join him? Well, the bubble point is the 5.5 at 10.75 meters that was produced by Nicholas Parsons. So anyone who can effectively get through 10.75 meters from here on out will secure their place through to the next round of the competition based upon my calculations. Freddie Winter is your current leader in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings with 245 points. That gives him a significant advantage ahead of Nate Smith, who is in second with 217. Thomas de Gasperi with 133. And you can check out the Water Ski Pro Tour standings by going to waterskiprotour.com. Here we go. This is Corey Vaughan. This is a 30-meter run coming to us out of Bumpus in Virginia. So looking in very, very good shape for his opening pass. Corey Vaughan just slicing and dicing it out there. So looking very, very peaceful out there on the slalom course with a 6 buoy count at 32 off, staying very much within his abilities out there and just working his way subtly from one buoy to the next. So great skiing there from Corey Vaughan. So far, so good. Chris Eller at the helm of that towboat. Connor Polly right next to him, operating the TWBC live camera for looking at our skier action from inside the boat. On dockside, we've got Benjamin Stadelbauer. So here we go. This now is Corey Vaughan. This is 12 meters, not looking in bad shape off buoy number 1, but this is a 12-meter line, which means he can't afford to be too complacent out there. He's still got to ski this run. Gets round all 6 buoys immaculately on 12 meters. He'll pull out and shorten for 11.25 meters, which is the first instance that we typically see the line coming up short of buoy width every time the skier traverses from one side to the next. So nice extension there into number 4, and once again proven that he has one of the best techniques and styles in all of pro skiing. That is Corey Vaughan, who has been running his own ski school in Virginia now for the best part of 11 seasons now. And within about the last few months to this season, he has actually called upon his staff to take on more of the day-to-day responsibilities of running the ski school. Yeah. Got a good cadre of coaches and instructors there at his facility, leaving him with a little less stress to deal with and able to practice and to stay at this elite level. So currently in the Pro Tour, he is 20th in the standings list. And he has a best score so far of 2 at 10.25 meters. One of the very few skiers to have ever run 10.25 meters and established a score at 9.75 meters or 43 off. That is Corey Vaughan. Certainly looking in very, very good shape there at 11.25 meters. Like his technique, going from one side to the next, just turns, gets into a position and just holds on to that position going across the wakes. Actually looks up for the buoys pretty soon, which in a lot of cases is actually frowned upon, but by looking up as soon as he does, it actually creates a higher attitude with his chest going across the course and allows him to stay balanced on top of the ski. That's something that definitely works for him. As we look along the shoreline and see Thomas de Gasperi get ready for his performance out there on the water, we now see Corey Vaughan approaching the course at 10.75 meters, knowing full well that in order to make it into the next round of the competition immediately without any need for waiting. He's got to essentially run this pass. Let's see what he's got. Round buoy number 1. Good strike on number 2. A little broken over, but he's still there. He's there on 3. Good pull there into number 4. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Corey Vaughan, who moves through to the semi-final round. So there we go, safe in the knowledge that he's skied enough to make it through to the 12-skier semi-final. Corey Vaughan can now relax a little bit and just... So good effort there from Corey Vaughan. Our top score, by the way, just in case you're monitoring the situation, is 1.5 at 10.25 meters or 41 off. That is courtesy of Jakob Bonja. He's in the lead and currently in second place, having run 6 at 39.5 off. It is Corey Vaughan. Now relegated down to third place from his original position as second is Nick Parsons. So he continues to play the waiting game. Waited to see if there are any skiers between here and the end that will come up short of running the 10.75 meter line. If that becomes the case, then Nick Parsons will advance through to the next round of the competition, and the bubble score will get reset to a score, the next score below, which in this instance would be on Matteo Lazzari's shoulders. But we're looking a little bit too far ahead into the future. Let's have a look at the immediate future that sees Corey Vaughan approach the course at 36 miles an hour or 58 kilometers an hour, 10.25 meters. More than 1.5 will give him the lead. It won't do it for him this time. Half a buoy at 10.25 meters. But give it up, please, for Corey Vaughan, who is currently in second place. So a great little performance there for peace, love, and water skiing himself. That is Corey Vaughan, half a buoy at 10.25 meters. Was under no real pressure to run that pass or even get deep into that run to advance through to the next round of the competition. Guess in that instance he wanted to save as much of his body strength as possible and get ready for the continuing slalom competition, which will be tomorrow in the semi-finals. So now get ready to ski, and representing Switzerland, it is Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. This now, 32 off or 13 meters. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Now, for those of you that recall the halcyon days of pro men's slalom skiing, you will see an immediate similarity between the ski that you see here from Benjamin Stadelbauer and the style of technique presented by the late, great Andy Mappel. Very, very similar in terms of style and aggression and just straight, flat, smooth technique from one end of the course to the next. Benjamin Stadelbauer emulating the great one in virtually every aspect. Winds are coming down a little bit, which I'm sure will be welcome news to Benjamin Stadelbauer. Doesn't have to work nearly as hard or concentrate nearly as deeply so far as his gate pull-out is concerned. But just look at this from Benjamin Stadelbauer, just easing his way into the run and actually has the audacity to backside these turns at 32 off or 13 meters.
Let him know we don't have a dockside person right now. If he's got any recommendations.
So on the dockside, and a skier that has earned a claim to fame in recent weeks with the new maneuver at 41 off called the Air Caldwell. We'll see him produce some feats that won't be quite as strenuous. That is Adam Caldwell. He is on the starting dock right now, getting ready to go. All right, here we go. 12 meters. Benjamin Stadelbauer currently lining 8th spot on the Water Ski Pro Tour rankings and has a best score this year of 3 at 10.25 meters or 41 off. Looking in good shape and getting around all 6 buoys there. So just looking at this this pass again from Benjamin Stadelbauer, good extension, and what I do notice about him whenever he does extend his arm out on 135 is he goes up and then twists the handle in one fluid motion. And that's part of what keeps his slalom style smooth and precise as he gets ready for 11.25 meters or 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. The 3 beeps he should be hearing around about this time, and he'll now get pulled on top of the water and gets ready for the next pass of 11.25 meters.
How do you do that? What? You don't mind it? I'm not like
And just to clarify on some of the technical issues that we had a little bit earlier on, it was more to do with the 0 off and its relationship with the shore path than what I've been led to believe. So the shore path was more the issue rather than the 0 off, and that was what's caused our delays. But it is a highly technical sport, a lot of electronics and a lot of other gadgetry involved. Most times it works perfectly, sometimes it does not, and there is an example of how to do it perfectly. So, all right then, so we're looking at the instant replay of 11.25 meters. Again, he did not put a foot wrong on this pass from start to finish. Just allowed the ski to ride up underneath the line, just hooks up on the line and then just drops the hammer from one side of the course to the next. Now, 10.75 meters is going to be the pass that is going to take him through to the next round of the competition, provided that he runs it. So let's see if he is up to the task. As we see Adam Caldwell with the with a little ornamental owl next to him, and obviously looking for some inspiration, I guess, going forwards. But we'll see what transpires between now and the end of the slalom event. Our slalom skier on the water is Benjamin Stadelbauer, hoping to be our 3rd skier to secure himself a place through to the next round of the competition, provided that he runs this next pass of 10.75 meters. This is 39 and a half off. Benjamin Stadelbauer. Oh my word, he goes down and goes down very, very hard indeed off buoy number 1, which means that advances Nick Parsons through to the next round of the competition with his score of 5.5 at 10.75. Good extension coming in, and unfortunately bringing that handle in just way too fast. And with that handle coming onto the handle that quickly, it puts him in a really bad position.
I'm here at the dock with Rob. And how are you feeling? You're about to go and ski. We're not going to bother you for too long, but how are you feeling for this set?
Feeling about as good as anyone does when you sat on the dock, ready to go. No, I'm feeling all right. I mean, what can you do? Conditions look good. Wind's up a bit, but as long as you get through that 38, it should make 39 a little more cushy, hopefully. But who knows? We just got to do what we do, and fingers crossed, eh?
You're used to the wind. It's not something that you're going to struggle with. You're going to be good. All right.
I'm looking forward to it, so.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
Hopefully someone around the dockside will actually explain the definition of kushti to Manon Costard, but some good comments there from Robert Hazelwood as we now get ready to bring on our local athlete from Charleston in South Carolina riding the Denali slalom ski. This is Adam Caldwell. All right, here he comes, riding that Denali slalom ski and representing the US of A with those stars and striped shorts. This is Adam Caldwell, this is 32 off. Has a personal best of about 1.5 buoys at 43 off at 34 miles an hour, and it's been known to get in a score of a similar range at 36 miles an hour as well. We're proving the versatility of that Denali slalom ski that he's currently riding. A ski of his own design along with Adam Caldwell. Has spent the last 2 to 3 seasons developing that slalom ski, and it's been quite an experience for both of those individuals. Adam Cord, an experienced ski designer and ski producer, having worked with the likes of O'Brien and the late great Andy Mapple, and Adam Caldwell having some great input into the design of that slalom ski as well. So we'll take a look and see what Adam can produce with the second pass coming up of 35 off. Hey guys and girls, my name's Tony Lightfoot. This is the 2021 Malibu Open, and it's good to have you on board here, no matter where you happen to be viewing us from around the world. So here we go. This here and now is Adam Caldwell. This now 12 meters. Oh, look at that aggression off buoy number 1. He is backsiding these turns at 35 off. He is wide, he is aggressive, hooks up onto the line, and then just absolutely slingshots himself from one side of the course to the next. And I tell you what, Adam Caldwell is every bit as aggressive as his technique would suggest. A few weeks ago, he actually broke some ribs at the US Open qualification round in the slalom event. And I mean, if you want to see how we actually did that, then all you need to do is to go into one of our previous webcasts and look up the US Open for this year in these slalom qualification rounds. you would see the kind of crash and the kind of hit that Adam Caldwell took going off buoy number 2 into number 3 at 41 off.
Outside, it was beautiful.
Creating the phrase Air Caldwell. As a result of that crash, he injured his ribs, actually broke them as a matter of fact, 4 in the front and 1 in the back. And he's only just been able to get back out onto the water within about the last few days, last week or so, last few days. We will see if he is able to get through 38 off, which is the next line length, and to give him a shot at 39.5 or 10.75 meters, making his turn around the island. This is a picture that he's seen dozens of times before. He is a local skier here at Trophy Lakes. This is his home. His best score of the season is 2 at 10.25 meters, and he currently lies 15th in the Pro Tour standings. This is Adam Caldwell, round buoy number 3. Look at that off number 4. He doesn't make it look easy, does it? There you go, that is a 6 buoy count. At 11.25 meters there for Adam Caldwell. I'm not too sure if Adam Cord is on site, but I'm sure that that if he's around a computer, he is indeed watching. Gone a little bit broken over off number 2, but by the sheer fact that he is naturally aggressive on that slalom ski, he's able to get across course effectively. Oh, look at that. Wow. Looking at the instant replay, and just takes a bit of a shoulder charge off buoy number 5, almost like Mike Shalander's dunk-style slalom skiing. Let's see what he can do with 39.5 off. Now, the bubble score from here on out is 4.5 at 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. Any score that is less than that from here on out means that Matteo Lazzeri would advance through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, he's good. He broke the rope and then he broke the boat.
Where did he break it from?
It was like in the 41 off section. So it was like in the middle of the rope almost.
All right then, so a lot of activity around dockside, a lot of chit-chatting going along there between Cole McCormick and maybe someone else around dockside. Here we go, 10.75 meters. This is Adam Caldwell. Look at this. He's round buoy number 3. Oh, look at that load off number 4 into 5. He almost overloads into number 6. That's about the earliest approach into number 6 that I've seen so far in this competition. And by that performance with a 6 buoy count at 39.5 off, he advances through to the next round of the competition. Let's give it up, please, for Adam Caldwell. So Adam Caldwell doing a fine job on a ski that he knows absolutely inside and out. It is the Denali C35. C85, actually the 85th edition of that original design of a slalom ski. Actually got to talk with one of the designers of that slalom ski, Adam Cord, as part of the TWBC podcast a few weeks ago. Regaled me with an absolutely astounding story of how that brand came to be, and the driving force behind it, whom you're seeing out on the water right now, Adam Caldwell. The best score that Adam is shooting for right now, anything more than 1.5 at 10.25 meters, would see him take the lead at this time. So, a Charleston, South Carolina resident. Here he comes, Adam Caldwell, approaching the course at 58 kilometers an hour, 36 miles an hour. He is through to the next round of the competition. We cannot deny him that. Let's see if he can take the lead. Round buoy number 1. Oh, good hook up on 1. Round number, oh, look at this. He's on for number 3. No Air Caldwell this time, but he gets 3. Oh, my word. Spectacular in every sense of the word, Adam Caldwell. Round buoy number 1 on the instant replay. We're going to take a look at this again. Round buoy number 2 got a little bit down course, but I tell you what, he kept his aggression going. He's round buoy number 3. Ski went up in the air. Now that ski managed to get some grip. Did he get to the wakes? Might have just done it. Oh, wow. Now, this is going to be an official's decision whether he scored 2.5 or 3.
That's a first. You guys laughing at me again?
Right, now looking at the instant replay from the boat. Now let's see if he got on his back.
Oh yeah. I thought I was.
Yes, that is a 3 buoy count for Adam Caldwell.
Woo! I was like, don't turn 2, don't turn 2. I just waited for the line to come down. I was like, all right, we're good. We're going to 3.
All right, to
Hi
dockside.
guys, so very impressive sliding from Adam. We'll catch up with him in a minute, but we have Dane here with us. Dane, you've been waiting a little while for having a new event right now. It's since Masters, you said. A little extra weight today too. How are you feeling? What you expect from today? Are you excited to be back?
At least I earned that
I'm
one.
super excited. I guess I have a little bit of different perspective. I'm just honestly so happy to be here and back on the dock with the guys. And it was definitely a tough few months, you know, watching everyone ski, but I'm back and I've had a few weeks to train, so no excuses. And you know, I hope I can get a good score and get some confidence before Worlds.
Yeah, we're very excited to have you back. So good luck today, and I hope everything goes well.
Thank you.
Back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, give me the sweatshirt.
All right then, now our next competitor on the water. A man who has been recently dubbed Handsome Bob. His name is Robert Hazelwood. Coming into the course at 32 off, or 13 meters. Skiing with A2, Alpha 2 on the 0 off setting. Look at this. Good, smooth, purposeful style out there. That is Robert Hazelwood. So just looking at Robert Hazelwood again, we're going to try and actually get Adam Caldwell on the microphone here at the announcing point. And he can regale us with stories about his performance out there on the slalom course and tell us a little bit about himself by way of introducing himself to a whole bunch of people around the world who have only seen Adam Caldwell for the first time right here and right now. So they're pacing up and down on the dockside there. We've got Cole McCormick. He, a member of a very distinguished and storied family of water ski aficionados. Much like our skier on the water, Robert Hazelwood, a member of that storied Hazelwood family that continues to produce some great performances and coming away with titles left, right, and center. Robert Hazelwood, his season's best out there on the slalom course is 3 at 41 off. His current Pro Tour standing is in 5th, and he can actually move up the order a little bit provided certain things happen. And there is Robert Hazelwood with a second pass of 35 off, so great skiing there from him. So the water ski Pro Tour standings as they look right now. So far as the men's slalom is concerned, it's the best of 5 events produced by each of our skiers. And in Rob Hazelwood's case, he's currently lying in 5th place with a current point total of 76 points. His worst contributing score was the Swiss Pro Slalom, with just 1 solitary point out of that one. But he can actually move up the order towards 4th if he can produce a performance that will give him more than 11th place. And let's not forget, folks, that in this competition, which is the Malibu Open, which is a part of the Water Ski Pro Tour, the highest buoy count out of the entire competition gives the skier concerned an additional 2 bonus points. So for those of you wanting to track the Water Ski Pro Tour, you can go to waterskiprotour.com. You can see the leaderboard. You can check out all the details and the list of events and so on and so forth. Waterskiprotour.com is the place to go. 11.25 meters. Next run for Robert Hazelwood. Skiing with Alpha 2 on the 0 off. And actually starting this season, skiers can actually make changes from pass to pass using the 0 off control system. You're not, in previous years, you set yourself with one 0 off setting and you had to stay with that for the entirety of your set. Now you have the option of actually changing your 0 off setting between each pass. So that's something to consider into the equation as well. Robert Hazelwood, though, still staying with Alpha 2, tried and true.
Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Oh, hold on a second. So, all right then, so we've got Robert Hazelwood here, and we got Adam Caldwell here. How on earth did you survive that?
I don't know. We had some flashbacks in nationals out there. I wasn't going to kick it out, but we were close enough, and I tried to control it, and things worked out. I managed to get the ski back in the water and ride out the gate.
We're actually going to take a look at the instant replay, but only after we've gotten through Robert Hazelwood, who's about to get on top of the water. So how are you feeling these days? Because you took a pretty substantial hit to your ribs. You broke 5 of them, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely 3, and the doctor thought there was probably 2 more cracked with how he was feeling my lungs move and whatnot. So I was off the water about 4 weeks and started hitting the gym fairly light and skied a little bit and just built in more and more, and feeling pretty good today, to be honest with you.
Well, good. Let's have a look. Okay, so we got Robert Hazelwood. Needs to run this pass. Actually needs to get more than 4.5 to advance through to the next round of the competition. He's round buoy number 4. This is 39.5 off 10.75 meters, and there you go. That is Robert Hazelwood. So looking at this instant replay for Rob Hazelwood. All right, so looking at Robert Hazelwood, looking in very, very good shape there on this particular run. We'll come back to Adam Caldwell very, very soon. But after looking at this instant replay on this particular run, let's check in with our dockside reporter.
We're here with Will, watching Rob ski. So how is it to have a partner now when you're going to your tournaments? You're going with a family member. You started, I'm guessing, with Tom, and now you've got Rob. Is it nice? Is it exciting? Do you get stressed for him when he skis?
It's pretty exciting. I mean, I get to watch Rob grow up, and then to see him here, kind of competing against us all and challenging us all has been, it's been fun. It's been great. He's got a lot of energy around the dock, and he's great to ski with. So it's been fun. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
That's great. And how are you feeling today? You're obviously watching him ski, but focusing more on yourself. And how are you feeling it?
I don't know. I think I feel okay. We'll see. I mean, we've got 3 more skiers and I get to go and have some fun. So.
Yeah, it's always hard to answer before before actually being on the water, but
hopefully I feel good.
Yes, well, have a good one.
All right, then back on the water. This is 10.25 meters. He's already through to the next round of the competition and won't get any more than one. So one at 10.25 meters. It seems here, Adam, that you've still got the measure of some of these competitors out there.
Yeah, I'm sitting in pretty good shape right now, and hopefully the next competitors can put up a good score for themselves and make it interesting going into the next round.
All right then, so okay, we'll continue to move right along, but before I let you go and get yourself toweled off, let's have a look at this.
The gate setup was great, played the tailwind pretty well, and I was just trying to be patient on the line and not commit to the turn until the boat was taking the line tight. And just played it safe to get a pull to 3, and then you got to throw the Hail Mary. And I don't know what happened there. It's all just in the moment, pure reaction, and somehow got through the gate.
All right, and that was probably one of your better scores of the season, right?
I've got a 4 and I don't remember, inside of 5.
Okay, so
it's pretty close. It's up there. Yeah.
All right then. So Adam, now you're through to the next round of the competition. I guess not much changes so far as how aggressively you ski, because you've always skied aggressively, if we're being honest.
There's only one speed.
At least so far as you're concerned, and kudos to you. Adam Caldwell, congratulations on what you've done so far. We look forward to seeing you in the next round. Let's check in on dockside.
Hey, so we caught up with Rob before he skied, and now we have him with us after his ski set. A little bit of a bubble at 38, but then you made the cut. How was?
38, that was fun. Luckily, I've done it before once in tournaments. I was like, oh well. But no, yeah, it felt okay. Actually, the conditions are beautiful. The boat's lovely, and everything just feels spot on. It's just I need to sort myself out really, and hopefully we'll get a little bit better tomorrow. But no, I'm happy. It felt okay.
Well, you've been killing it this season, and a lot of improvement and a lot of great skiing, so that's really good. Just grab the handle the right way, and you'll be all set.
2 at 39, I was like, okay, do not do that, because I just missed the handle and then grabbed it on the way back, and luckily I managed to grab it, because that would have been an annoying fall when you just handle gets pulled off with one hand. But no, I was a little more careful on 2-4 on the way back, and it was better, so no.
All right, sounds good. Well, thank you very much, and good job. We'll see you tomorrow. Hope you ski well. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
All right, then, continuing on with the slalom competition, we got Cole McCormick coming up next, and something that I didn't pick up on for Rob Hazelwood, and he mentioned it, his grip around buoy number 2 at 39, and we're re-racking this right now to see where things got a little bit pear-shaped for him. He came down, there we go, he got a good grip of the handle, good cross grip. He seemed to be on very, very good shape here at 39.5 off, and looks like he got a good handle grip there. But because he got through 39.5 off, he was able to make it through to the next round of the competition. Anyone who skis more than 4.5 at 39.5 off has an immediate entry through to the next round of the competition. Now we're having a look at the instant replay at 41. I don't know where he gripped but knuckles up, but kudos to him for continuing to ski. And now our next competitor to take to the water, representing Canada and also repping the LaPointe brand of slalom skis. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Cole McCormick.
All right, Chris, I'm ready.
Let's have a look and see what Cole McCormick can produce here. Opening pass, it's 32 off. Minimum starting line length for all of our competitors is 32 off. And looking very, very smooth out there, very much in tune with his equipment out there on the slalom course. That is 13 meters under his belt, and now gets ready for 12 meters coming up next. It is Cole McCormick. So settling in well off pass number 1. 32 off or 30 meters. Okay, and here is an instance, and I alluded to this before. He is now changing his letter setting on the 0 off. I think he went from when he started at B2, now he's going to go with A2, which means it's a quicker response from the boat this time. Okay, actually started on A1 and it's now gone down to B2, which means it's a more sluggish response from the towboat. So a little bit easier for him to pick up off the turn, and there you see the boat response explanation on your screen right now for those of you watching the webcast. So here we go, right here, right now. This is Cole McCormick. Just look at this. Some remarkable skiing out there, looking very dialed in there with the new 0 off setting of B2. Started off with A2. And sinking into the water and getting ready for 11.25 meters off 38 off. Really works his edges and just tries to go full reach into his 246 side. He is left foot forward, and he's quite even-sided, having looked at this in some detail. And as he gets around number 6 on this instant replay, let's check in with Manon at the starting dock. Manon, who do you have?
Hi, I'm here with Fred Winter. Hello. He's been having a really good season. You've been having some good tournaments, good results. How are you feeling about today?
Well, it's been a long day. It's been. I thought I was going to ski about 3 hours ago, but we'll get there in the end. And I think hopefully it'll go well. I tend to sort of struggle here, so I'm just trying to kind of break the habit and do something good. Well,
yeah, we've got a little bit of wind head tail. You're gonna be starting at what?
32, same as normal. I want that 39 to the headwind. It's down right now. It's absolutely perfect. So I think there's no excuses for any wind right now, I think.
All right, sounds good. Well, looking forward to seeing that. Back to you guys.
All right, then continuing right along there with Cole McCormick. Looking and go around all 6 buoys there. That was his third pass, 11.25 meters. Interesting to hear those comments there from Freddie Winter, who in the past 2 seasons has typically exited the water via swimming rather than skiing to the dock in various spectacular fashions. So a little bit of change from that would be extremely welcome. Cole McCormick. Good extension round buoy number 4 and just drops that right shoulder in if he needs that little bit of push off number 4 into 5. He is a lefty, which means that he can afford to turn a little harder on 135 side. But a good effort there all the way round for Cole McCormick.
Congrats, by the way. Good skiing. Have you ever had an agent?
I
saw you go down, but I
was over
there. I didn't know.
Sports agent.
So now we're waiting on the 45 seconds to expire. And now it has, and the boat's making its way around the West Island. Now approach the course. The sun starting to break through the clouds here at Trophy Lakes. As we see Cole McCormick enter the slalom course right here and now off buoy number 1 at 10.75 meters. Knows he's got to get more than 4.5 to make it through to the next round of the competition. Barrels down on buoy number 4. Can he get round number 5? Yes, he can. And he will go to the next round of the competition with a successful run of 6 buoys at 10.75 meters. Remarkable skiing, staying well ahead of the course. There were a couple of moments where things might have turned out to be a little bit dicey there, especially that pull from 1 into number 2. But once he got into a decent enough rhythm of 2 into 3, then he was off to the races. And there was very little that could happen between there and the end of the course that would have prevented him from running that pass. Certainly one of the more consistent skiers that we've seen this season, that is Cole McCormick. Now, so far as Cole McCormick is concerned, he's certainly pushing for some more points in the World Water Ski Pro Tour points are concerned. Cole McCormick currently lying in 7th place at this time on 52 points and looking for some more so he can start to work his way up the ladder a little bit. Cole McCormick, a member of that highly storied McCormick skiing family. His father is Ricky McCormick, one of the greatest trick skiers ever to compete at World Championship level. His mom is Susie Graham McCormick, one of the top female slalom skiers of all time. I believe he got inside buoy number 3, which meant that he was under no pressure to hold on to that handle to ski for more buoys. But give him a big cheer, folks, with a 2 buoy count at 41 off or 10.25 meters. That is Cole McCormick. Good effort there from him. Puts himself fairly and squarely through to the next round of the competition. Of that I have no doubt. Yeah, we'll swim into the shore. We'll get a word with him shortly. Now let's have a look at the instant replay here from the boat angle. We're going to slow this down a little bit just to confirm that he made it round 2 or maybe a little bit more than that. Yeah, he got the 2 buoys, that much we know. Let's see if he gets round buoy number 3. No, I don't think so. So 2 buoys is going to be the total for him, and that is Cole McCormick. We are down to 6 skiers remaining. We've gotten 6 skiers advanced through to the next round of the competition so far. We got Jakob Bonnier with 1.5 at 10.25. Nick Parsons with 5.5 at 10.75. Corey Vaughan with half at 10.25 meters. Adam Caldwell with 3 at 10.25 meters. Rob Hazelwood with 1 on that same line length. And Cole McCormick with 2 on that same line length. We've got space for 6 more skiers to make it through to the next round of the competition. So who will it be? Next competitor to take to the water, resident of Charlotte in North Carolina these days, originally out of Ohio. His name is Dane Meckler. All right, here we go. Dane Meckler now approaching the course, 32 off or 30 meters. Looking in very, very good shape indeed, and a welcome return for Dane Meckler back out there on the water and competing at men's pro level. Actually sustained a hand injury a little bit earlier on in the season. I think he got his rope trapped around one of his fingers, and was actually off the water for quite a considerable amount of time, but now he's healed, now he's healthy, and getting ready to hit the slalom scene back and back hard. 32 off start and 35 off coming back. Dane Meckler, a storied athlete of achievement, has won the University World Men's Slalom title from way, way back in the day, to the best of my knowledge, and has consistently put scores into 10.25 meters, despite the fact that he stands at least 3 to 4 inches shorter than many of the other slalom skiers on the dock. So you don't necessarily have to be exceptionally tall to be an exceptional slalom skier out there on the water. I mean, I can go back to such slalom skiers such as Terry Winter, such as Marcus Brown, even going back to the likes of John Battleday, who stood under 6 feet high, but could still kick it up with the best of them. We're going to have an opportunity to talk with Cole McCormick shortly as we see Dane Meckler make his way through this particular pass. That was at 35 off. And while we take a look at the instant replay, Cole McCormick, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Made the finals, and that's all that matters for the day.
Excellent stuff. So, I mean, you're a man who is just singularly focused upon one thing and one thing only in terms of when you go out there and slalom. You don't have multiple goals or anything going whenever you get off the dock.
I find the biggest thing to do when you go to a tournament is to just go out there and think of 2 things, and as long as you execute those 2 things right, everything will go well.
What was the second thing? No, you completely forgot.
The big thing I was thinking about today was keeping my hips up, because I've been having a big issue with that lately, and just keeping the ski in front of me and making sure I hit my gates right. Those are the 2 things.
Now, at the start of the season, between the start of the season and now, you'd actually dropped quite a little bit of weight compared to last season, and it's still looking very, very svelte at this time of the season. Do you attribute a lot of your success to shed in a few pounds out there?
Oh, absolutely. It was crazy at the beginning of the season when it started warming up and I started feeling everything more like I would get side to side so much easier. I was wider earlier. I mean, that's what I dropped 15 pounds, so it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I definitely feel the difference as well. Probably not on top of the water or anything, but I dropped at least 35 pounds since the start of the season. I feel a lot healthier, feel a lot lighter.
Better.
Why, thank you. But there we go. We've just seen Dane Meckler get through 38 off, looking very, very easy with that one. And what can you tell us about Dane Meckler from what you see?
Well, he's a little shorter than everyone, so he really has to stay compact. And when he gets out there, he lets it release. He's very, very good at staying balanced on his ski. Probably one of the top 5 guys out there doing that.
All right then, excellent skiing, and I just want to let you know that your podcast with me that was recorded yesterday has just dropped.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you'll be able to listen to it on Spotify and a whole bunch of other places. So if you want to listen to that or encourage your friends and family to listen to it, go right ahead.
Oh, perfect. I'll be sharing that on Facebook for sure.
No worries. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Cole McCormick.
We
and
have
let's
a
go
start on
to
show here with us. Very impressive recovery at 3. I've never seen this, honestly. So yeah, super impressive. You're here on the ski that you designed, on the lake that your home lake, and training that. How did it feel out there?
It felt great. Boats felt awesome. Ropes felt great. Thanks to the design, and
water level just...
That's crazy. I live out in LA now. I don't know if you heard of Dave's Hot Chicken. They have that out in Nashville.
Okay, so a little technical difficulties there with the microphone on dockside. We'll return with Dane Meckler. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, 10.75 meters. Nosedive's got to get more than 4.5 to advance. Good stretch on number 4. Good to go around number 5 and making a glorious return to men's competitive action. That is Dane Meckler. Almost bleeding off too much speed going into his entrance gate for 10.75 meters, but if there's someone out there on the water that can make the necessary adjustments and do it quickly, Dane Meckler is one of those competitors. And I just like the way that he extends the handle and extends his arm out going into each turn and just rockets from one side of the course to the next. Just brilliant skiing there, just locking up onto the handle, off number 5, and then just uses that iron grip to get round all 6 buoys. There, that was at 10.75 meters. 5 skiers remaining, 7 skiers through to the next round of the competition already, including Dane Meckler, who will now have a crack at 10.25 meters. So obviously our skiers will not only be chasing after the title here at the Malibu Open, they're also chasing after pro points on the Water Ski Pro Tour standings. Dane Meckler, because he hasn't skied that many events, isn't high enough up on the list to really be a threat to many of our skiers that are currently on the list. He's currently in 10th place right now with 43 points. So anything that he can do there to continue to rise up will definitely be welcome. And there is Dane Meckler. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Dane Meckler, please. Brilliant skiing there. That is 2 1/2. That is 2 1/2 at 41 off for Dane Meckler. And that puts him fairly and squarely into the mix for some of the higher placements that he could potentially aim for. We are going to have a conversation with him once he gets back on shore. One of the questions I'll ask him is what he's been doing since injuring himself at the beginning of the season, and how that's played into the performance that we've just seen from Dane Meckler. All right then, so Thomas de Gasperi is our next competitor coming out of Trento in Italy. So checking out dockside, we're seeing Thomas de Gasperi getting ready to take to the water. I'm sure he knows the score, literally knows the score that is needed to make it through to the next round of the competition, anything more than 4.5. So Italian versus Italian then. 4.5 from Matteo Lazzeri is the bubble score, and anything more than that will elevate this particular Italian, Thomas de Gasperi, through to the next round of the competition. All right then, so in the announcing position is our skier that's just come off the water and scored, what was it, 2.5 at 10.25 meters, Dane Meckler. So big ups to you.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. It was good to be back out there. It's been a long few months watching everyone, so finally being able to get out there and compete.
Well, let me shake you by the hand. Should I? Should I shake you by? I'm okay with that. That's fine, okay? Because oh, look at that! It's almost completely sliced off your hand there. What actually happened to your finger?
Yeah, so I got it stuck in the rope of the handle, and I got pretty lucky. It was a little bit of a scary injury, and it was a fluke thing, but yeah, so I basically tore all the ligaments and all kinds of stuff in the finger. So.
Well, we certainly congratulate you on your recovery from injury, and congratulate you even more that you got 2.5 at 10.25 meters. So you're obviously chomping at the bit to get back into the scene here. So what have you been doing aside from rehabbing? Reading a good
honestly,
book or watching a movie, as if you can.
It was really hard. I've never been injured in the summer, and skiing is what I do in the summer, so. It was a little bit difficult to kind of get through the summer, but a lot of work and training and, running and swimming, and, a good thing with the finger, I could do pretty much everything else. But
you still went to work as well?
Oh, yeah, lots of work.
Yes, indeed. And obviously you got a great amount of support from your parents who are here, from your fiancée, Janina Bonneman. Just hold up there for a second whilst we see Thomas de Gasperi come into the course at 32 off or 13 meters. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas, being a Malibu skier, I'd like to think he's pretty settled in out here. I mean, Trophy Lakes feels perfect, and despite the malfunctions earlier this morning with the boat felt great to me. So I think he's set up to run a big score here.
And another Malibu skier is on dockside right now in the form of Will Asher. So one of the last things I mentioned about you is that you have a fiancé now.
Yeah.
Have you set a date?
We have not. It's been so hard with COVID. I think we're close to that point, so we're really excited we can finally start to plan, and so yeah.
One suspects it's going to be a very, very large occasion.
We'll see. Hopefully COVID allows us. So right now it's a little bit tricky with getting back and forth between Europe and here, so.
All right then, so we wish you the very best of luck. Congratulations to both of you, and to you especially after that performance of 2.5 at 10.25 meters or 41 off. We'll see you ski tomorrow. Thanks a lot there, Dane Meckler.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow.
No worries. All right then, so on the water right now we've got Thomas de Gasperi, who went through his opening pass of 32 off. Great to see him out there on the water. Currently lying in third place in the Water Ski Pro Tour point standings on 133 points. Has only competed in 4 events out of 5 where a maximum amount of points can come from so far as events are concerned. So any points that he can muster between now and the end will only increase his point total. Here comes Thomas de Gasperi, the winner of the San Gervasio Pro-Am Slalom competition a little bit earlier on in the season in that head-to-head battle in the last round against Nicholas Bonatti a few months ago now. Almost sounds like an eternity, doesn't it? The San Gervasio Pro-Am took place in the first weekend in July, and here we are in the first weekend in October. And Thomas de Gasperi on some real good form, currently in third place in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings. So, looking in very, very good shape. There are some other events to take place, at least 2 to 3 more Pro Tour events on the schedule. So there's still plenty of opportunity out there for Thomas de Gasperi to really pile on the pressure against the other 2 skiers that are above him, namely Nate Smith, who is in second, and Freddie Winter, who is currently on a total of 245 points. And Thomas de Gasperi, who's been been quite prolific in terms of having a great media exposure in his native Italy. Several years ago, and I'm sure this is common knowledge to most people out there, but he actually starred in the Italian version of Dancing with the Stars, or for those of you that are watching us from the UK, the Italian version of Strictly Come Dancing, and has actually fielded offers to go on other reality-related shows, one of them being the Italian version of Big Brother, which he flatly refused to do, because that would have taken up too much of his time away from his activities on the water. And you can find out a little bit more about Thomas de Gasperi by checking in on one of the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast. You can go to Spotify and listen to that, but not before you've completed watching Thomas de Gasperi ski right now, having gone through 32, 35, and 38 off in quick succession, and using the good wide ride T-Gas edition slalom ski, which is one of the very few slalom skis out there that is designed specifically for one person out there, namely Thomas de Gasperi. It's the mold for that particular ski is only used by one athlete, and you're looking at him. And the other interesting thing about that slalom ski is it's asymmetrical. It's uneven from one side to the next. And Thomas de Gasperi looking in very, very good shape out there with 11.25 meters. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Great to have you on board. And we've got 39.5 off coming up next, 10.75 meters courtesy of Thomas de Gasperi, as we look at Will Asher getting ready to take to water, followed by Brian Detrick, who's been having a fantastic run of results in recent weeks, and could definitely be a late surge artist whenever it comes down to the water ski Pro Tour points and standings. Here he comes, Thomas de Gasperi. Let's see if he can trip the light fantastique on the water with 10.75 meters. Electing to go with C2 on the zero off setting. Let's see what he's got at 39.5 off. Beautifully executed. Look at him go. Round buoy number 5. Can he make it round 6? Oh, you betcha! And advancing himself through to the next round of the competition. That is Thomas de Gasperi. So a tremendous effort there from Thomas de Gasperi. Just seems to be growing in confidence every time he hits the water. And this is the former two-time world slalom champion. He won that title in 2007 in Linz, Austria. He came back with his second slalom title in 2011 in Dubna in Russia. But it has been about a decade since he last won his world championship title, his last one. And in amongst all of that, he has won numerous European men's slalom titles to give him a current total, a staggering total of 8 European Open men's slalom titles in the course of his career.
That's a lot of European titles. I'm back. Hey Tony, how are we doing?
All right there, handsome Bob. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. We made the finals, so that's all you can ask of today. There's no winning today, so
you can't win the event today.
No, but hey, here's T-Gas coming in. That was a aggressive 39. That wind got pretty strong on him.
41 off now.
Sorry, yeah.
Let's see what Thomas can do. No Italian slalom skier has ever run 41 off. That distinction is going to continue right the way through to today, but he gets a 3 buoy count at 10.25 meters. So let's give it up for him. Thomas de Gasperi, 3 at 10.25 meters, 3 at 41 off. So good effort there from the veteran Italian slalom skier. And what do you see here, Bob?
I mean, Mr. 3 at 41 doing what he does best there. He got a little forwards on his ski into one. It's pretty textbook of T-Gas, but yeah, making that a lot better. And that's a big tailwind out there. That is not an easy conditions to be getting through at 41 on. So, I mean, I'm sure he'll be happy with that. And I think it shows just how good the lake is, how good the boat is, how good just everything's skiing right now. The drivers are on form, because that is a very, very firm tailwind out there, and there's a lot of threes getting thrown around, which shows a lot, I think.
All right then. So the skiers who have produced a three, are you ready for this? We got Thomas de Gasperi, we just saw. We've got Adam Caldwell, who is now in a tied lead with Thomas de Gasperi. Then you see Corey Vaughan with half at 10.25 meters. You see Jakob Bonja with 1.5 at 10.25 meters. And the only competitor right now that has scored less than a full pass at 10.75 meters, but is still through to the next round of the competition anyway, is Nick Parsons with 5.5.
I mean, that's some pretty big scores for 12 people. Obviously, there's a few people missing getting ready for Worlds right now. So the cut's pretty high. I think this is a telltale sign of how high the scores are going to be at Worlds. And yeah, it's great to see some good scores going down.
And a testament to the great facility that we have here at Trophy Lakes. I mean, multiple times the world record has been produced here, no matter if it's in the women's competition, if it's in the men's competition, national records, various age categories. I remember a time that Jeff Rogers came here and ran through a 41 off in the last. One of the last instances where we actually saw him ski competitively. All right, so continuing on. Next competitor on the water. Someone whom you know. It's Will Asher.
Yeah, here he is, big old Willie coming in. That wind's pretty strong out there right now. But he's making a good deal out of there.
There's hardly any wasted motion out there, is there?
No, he's just so strong on it. He never, like you say, he never does more than he needs to do. And that was a pretty easy first pass from out there.
All right then, so Will Asher, a Team Malibu competitor, currently lying in 4th place in the Water Ski Pro Tour list of points right now. Currently in 4th place with 131 points. His worst score of the season came from the Swiss Pro Slalom, where he only got 9 points. But here's the significant thing. Thomas de Gasperi in 3rd place is 133 points. Will Asher is on 131, which means that in order for Will Asher to ascend up the rankings and get into the top 3 places, it means that he needs to come in 8th place or above to actually ascend that point. Actually, if he gets in 7th place, it will give him 135 points and put him above Thomas de Gasperi in 3rd. And obviously, if he was to win this event, then it will give him significantly more points and push him up towards the 2nd place, which belongs to Nate Smith at this time, as we see a skier about to take to the water in the form of Brian Detrick out of Sacramento in California. And I look forward to seeing him.
Yeah, it's great to see such tight skiing at the top. I mean, for there to be, how many points was there in between? A few points in between two great skiers, and they've had ups and downs in the season, so it's great to see them kind of coming together. And is it two or three more tournaments left in the season, and keeping it tight? We like it.
All right, here we go. This is Will Asher bleeding off a little bit of speed prior to the entrance gates. This is 12 meters. Oh, look at that.
Lovely two-ball, really whipping that ski around.
A skier who has come to redefine the sport of professional men's slalom skiing. That is Will Asher, two-time world slalom champion, multiple-time medalist in those times where he didn't get to the top of the rung of the ladder. He's medaled in the European Championships. And I mean, he is just one of those slalom skiers that you can look at and say, I wish I could slalom like that.
My whole life, pretty much. But no, I mean, that was a really nice 35. He didn't practice here, so obviously he's at home. He's behind a Malibu, which he skis behind all the time. And he's skied at Trophy Lakes plenty of times over the years, so he knows what he's getting himself into. But it's still always that little question, how is it going to feel today? How is it going to be running?
this year, but he's making good work of it and yeah, making it look easy.
All right, looking extremely easy out there for Will Asher. Dockside, let's check it.
Yes, we're here. 3, you're in the lead, tied at least for now. How was it?
It was good. You know, my 39, the wind picked up a lot, and like when I pulled out for the gate, I was like, "Ooh, it's pushing." So I had to work hard to be on the boat. And yeah, I almost did it with my eyes closed. And I had a little problem with my hand the other day, and now ripped open. So I'll patch it up for tomorrow. And
do you, for the other skiers, did you have any tips or pointers for when they do rip their hands?
In my opinion, it's better to like just let it dry and not cover. And you know, if you let it dry, the skin will grow back quicker, in my opinion. But you can tape it. I don't use duct tape, so it's explosive. But I'm happy how I ski today. It's a tough field. There's a lot of good skiers, and I'm happy to play tomorrow.
Yeah, you did what you had to do for now, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, thanks a lot there, and we just heard from Thomas de Gasperi, who's now going to have to work against a little bit of a tear on his hands, but it's nothing that these guys haven't experienced before in the past. But here is Will Asher out there at 38 off.
That was a really nice looking 38 there for Will. This tailwind, as I say, it's pushing you down the lake. And it does make a 38 a little tricky. We've seen a few skiers, I think, miss it today. And there's just no mistakes that you can make. I very nearly missed it. So, yeah, making that look smooth and making it look like a headwind out there.
Oh, yes, very, very good indeed. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and this is Robert Hazelwood.
Just snacking on my TU bar.
Oh, yes, indeed. We've got our schedule events there that you just saw on the left-hand side of the screen. Jumping is going to come next. After a short pause to take some buoys out and put some buoys in.
The mint dark chocolate TU bar. Ooh.
Absolutely,
we like it. Isn't it? It's going to power me through a jump. 210 with this now.
Man, if that were true, I reckon they'll be selling these these bars going out of the shop. You know, they will just fly off the shelf.
Do you not have faith in me, Tony? Going 210?
I do.
There we go.
It's just a case of when. Okay.
I've been 210. All right. This is Will coming in on 39. Getting good speed on that gate. Oh, little on the back of the ski out of one.
Little delay.
Nice too, though.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh. Keeps getting that delay on that 135, but that 2.4 is really looking strong.
And I think he got a little bit surprised there coming into that pass with that entrance gate, much like Thomas de Gasperi, but he's through 39.5 off, so he's through to the next round of the competition, so no worries there for him. But let's have a look at this gate shot. Got a little bit sunken in a little bit with that turn.
And no, that looks pretty good for Will. He's carrying nice speed, which is not easy in that wind.
Got a little strung out to number 2, but I tell you what a glorious 2.
Yeah, that's really, really strong. You can see 15 kilometers, and it's channeling right down the lake. So by the time it gets to that gate, kind of by 5 and 6 down at that far end, it's blowing. It's really slowing you down. So.
And he just checked up on number 5. He got round buoy number 6, so a great effort there. And there you go. Absolutely great skiing there. Getting some messages all the way through from a number of individuals out there. Mike Hazelwood, someone you know of, I guess.
Yeah, I know him pretty well.
Yep, thanks a lot there for that message there. Where we've got messages congratulating Dane Meckler on his performance.
All right, so here's Will coming in on 41. He's been skiing really strong these past few weeks. He's looking good, so let's see if he can put that on the lake today.
All right, so here we go. This is Will Asher. This is 41 off, 10.25 meters. Round buoy number 1, a little bit of a wheelie on the back.
Hey, that's good though. Nice too. Come on, Will.
Come on, Will.
There we go. Come on.
Oh, I don't think I'm not too sure whether he made it round buoy number 4. He seemed to believe that he did, and was quite concerned about getting to the wake before the boat guides.
Not too sure about that. In this tailwind, it can be hard with the chop. You can think you've gone around the buoy, but you might have actually hit it. But not a bad one. Obviously, a little bit of noise there in his body, but hooks up early into 2, and that is just money right there.
And he just has a knack of being able to rotate that ski past 90 degrees and still be there.
Yeah, he really, and it's all about what he does into that buoy. He does that move so well of really kind of keeping that line tight off the second wake and really riding that line up on the boat. But I know he's been working hard, and you can see it there. That is a strong wind to be getting for at 10.25 in. So I'd watch out for him in the next few rounds. Oh, sorry, maybe just inside 4. But they are just reviewing that score right now.
All right, so we're reviewing on the possibility that he scored 4 buoys on that particular effort. The officials are looking at the instant replay right now to determine that score.
Yeah, that's going to mean a lot, really. There's a big kind of bunch there at 3. Is there 3 or 4 people bunched up there right now? So if he went around that 4 buoy, it's just going to push him up on that list and really get him out there. So interesting call there. He got round the 4, so I was incorrect there. But didn't make it back through the gate. So 3.5 was the official call from the judges there.
But it is enough to give him the outright lead with 3 skiers remaining.
Yeah, and that's important because this next round is a 4-man final, which is a really big cut down from 12. So it's nice to be in that position where he knows what he's going to have to do.
All right, so next skier to take to the water, a skier that's really had a late season surge of performances, starting off with the Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom competition all the way up in Washington State, and then continued his great form into the California Pro-Am and another record capability tournament around about that same time. Coming to us out of Rio Linda in the Golden State of California. His name is Brian Dedrick.
Yeah, he works full time, so I don't think he managed to make it over for the Swiss and the Lake 38 and the Masters LCQs. I think he'd kind of prioritized his time to be able to do these tournaments before Worlds, get prepared, get in the right head state, and he has been absolutely rocking it. He knocked me out of the final in the head-to-head at Hilltop, and then next week I beat him, but then he went on the next week at a rankings tournament and ran 41 twice, I believe, which is pretty impressive.
All right, so Brian Dedrick. Let's see what he's got. This is a 32 off start. Brimming with confidence coming into this event based upon the scores and results that he's produced in recent weeks. So not bad looking opening pass of 32 off, but then you'd expect that out of most skiers on this list.
Yeah, Brian looking super smooth there. It's just a nice little warm-up. I'm unsure if he managed to get in a practice, so just filling out the boat. I'm pretty sure he trains behind a Nautique most of the time. And they do feel different. There's a fair difference in between the boats. But he's looking good out there, and it's showing.
Indeed. Then Brian Dedrick looking in very, very decent shape. Okay, so how long did it take for him to actually get up there?
All right, so a smooth-looking pass there from Brian. And let's see, the wind seems to have calmed down a touch down this bottom end. It's just a little bit gusty, so we hope that calms down for the jump later on. But right now it is looking beautiful, and a nice little head breeze for his 35 coming in.
All right then, so far, I mean, obviously you've made it through to the next round of the competition. Congratulations, Robert, with one at 10.25 meters. But who has really stood out to you?
It's tough. I think Dane looked insane. He had a really, really good start on that 41 and got a beautiful 1 and a really good 2. He just overturned that 3. Obviously, Adam Cadwell putting out big scores yet again. And yeah, I mean, everyone, there's this firm wind out there to be getting 3 at 41, so.
So just looking in great shape there, Brian Detrick, one of the very few skiers ever in the history of slalom skiing to have run 41 off or 10.25 meters.
Is he the 11th now? Are we up to 11 or 12 or
I think
13?
we're on to 13 right now.
I think, that's an unlucky one, isn't it? At least he's got that one out of the way. But no, that's looking super smooth. I mean, he's so on form. You see him at these tournaments, and he just looks so dialed in.
You know, and you know, in the limited amount of time that he has to practice, he really has to hone in on his technique and his default style of skiing, because he obviously doesn't have enough time to work on very much else right now. So he has to get that dialed in and just hope that he doesn't get stale before the next tournament, so to speak. Let's check in dockside.
So Will, the official score there of 3.5 puts you in the lead for now with 3 guys left, I guess, to go. How was it out there?
Yeah, it felt good to be back in Charleston. Good to be back behind a Malibu. I was nervous. I don't know what was going on. I thought at this point I'd kind of shake the nervous jitters, but yeah, I felt pretty nervous. I don't know if it's because I felt pretty good coming in. But everyone's skiing so well that I enjoy watching everybody, and then I kind of get sucked in the loop of watching people, and I'm like, oh yeah, now I got to go do it. But I had a lot of fun. I'm happy. I mean, that gets me into tomorrow, so I get to go out and play again, and that's the name of the game today. Yeah.
Well,
right,
there you have it.
Brian coming in here.
Gets nervous. Back to you.
Coming in here on 38, getting a nice gate, good hook up out of 1. Nice 2, really coming up on that boat well. Beautiful hook up at 3. And that's the thing, I mean, if you watch Brian, he does such a fantastic job of staying on the top of that ski through the turn. He doesn't kind of get too leveraged, doesn't end up falling over, using his shoulders to overpower things too much. He really does a good job of using his lower body for its power, and it just keeps him so strong on the top of that ski. And he's a big guy. I think he's 6'4". Is he 6'4"?
Yeah, he's one of the tallest skiers.
Yeah, and I mean, he does a really good job of making it work. It's taller skiers kind of get this reputation of almost cheating because it's so easy, but it's not. You have to stay connected behind the boat. There's a bigger gap between those hips and your extremities, so it can be tricky to keep connected. But really looking good out there on that 38. Not the easiest pass in this tailwind, but making it look sure easy.
I didn't know you made Will nervous out there.
I don't think I made him nervous. No, it's tough. I mean, like he said, he's been skiing really well. I mean, I've been skiing with him a fair bit, and he is on form. And I think that can actually make it worse coming to a tournament, because you expect certain things from yourself. And
especially in a site like Trophy Lakes, mind you.
Yeah, Trophy Lakes, Malibu, fantastic driver, fantastic boat. And you expect that, but...
Okay, so looking to get more than 5 buoys at 39.5 off to advance through to the next round of the competition. This is Brian Detrick. You have to be on your game here right from the get-go. It's not a given by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
Currently in 6th place in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit on the
this.
back of that ski out of 1, but that's okay. He's keeping calm. He's up course. Oh, that 3, similar thing again, but he's hooking up out of 4, nice. Still in that pass. Oh, that's worse at 5. Used every single centimeter of that 6.4 there. That was that was close. That was pretty close there. That 135. He's going to be thinking about that down that bottom end. He dealt with that 1 well, but then 3 was that little bit worse, and 5 was even worse.
And it's just having that level of confidence not to be overly concerned if something like that happens there, Robert. But
yeah, 100%.
All right there, Brian Detrick through that pass, and let's check in with dockside.
Okay, we're here with a dry Nate Smith, which is a pre-ski, so it's different than the last few interviews. Strategy, what's your thoughts? Tell us what you're thinking.
Go run 39. I think running 39 gets you in the finals, get a shot, look at 41, see how far down it you can get. I know there's a couple big scores, 3, and then Will's 4 or 3.5. I'm not sure what they gave him, but the wind's kind of up and down, so go feel it out and get through 39 and be able to ski tomorrow.
Back to you.
Yeah, and I think a pass like that, it actually kind of shows a better skier, if anything. He knows he's on form. He's been skiing fantastically, like we say. Ran a 41 the other weekend. I think it was a few weekends ago. And to be able to get a one like that, stay calm and keep in that pass. 39 is not an easy pass. Very few mistakes can be made. And he made some very big ones there. And he's currently coming in at 41. So that's a good start for him. He's made the final. He's done what he needs to do. And let's see if he can attack this 41 here.
But if he really wants to pile on the pressure and take the lead, he needs more than 3.5 to do it. Here he comes, Brian Detrick. Round on one. Oh, look, broken over. Round buoy number 2. Can he continue on? No, he can't. It's going to be 1.5 at 41 off. 1.5 at 41. 10.25 meters. That is courtesy of Brian Detrick. So with 2 competitors to go, he has put himself through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, and as we say, that's the name of the game today. There's no winners today. It kind of helps if you're near the top 4 to know what that seeding is and know where you need to be to make the top 4. But realistically, it's a day where you just got to go out. We know for a top 4 final, the scores are going to be big. They're going to be high. It's going to need to be 3+, probably at 41. Especially if the conditions stay like this, which I think they're forecast to. The boat, as I say, the boat's feeling great, driver's feeling great, so it's going to be a big score. So as long as you're in that final, you're going to know that it's going to need to be a piece of 3 or 4, and you just got to go attack it.
Yeah, and how important at this stage is it to actually be? Well, obviously it's critically important that you're through to the next round, and beyond that, you should try and get in the top 4 because, I mean, in the semi-final, you basically know what it takes in order to survive through to the final, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very, very personal thing. It sounds simple when you're on the outside, just go in. I always used to say it, you want to be as top seed as you possibly can. Surely it helps to know exactly what you need to do. But it doesn't always. It can get in your head a little bit, especially if you're kind of 4th, 5th, 6th on the seeding. The score's going to be as big as it's going to be. It can only drop from there. So that can put a lot of pressure on you. Say it's at 4, you're coming into that 1 at 41, you're going to have to attack it, whereas that score could drop down to 2 before you even know it. So it's a very personal thing. I personally don't mind either way. If I'm late in the seeding, sweet, then I know what I need to do. And if I'm early, then you just have to go and attack it. So different people prefer different things, but I'm sure Brian won't be too annoyed with that. I'm sure he wanted more, but it's a good start.
All right then. So we got Freddie Winter, who is the leader in the slalom standings on the Water Ski Pro Tour.
I'm gonna go ski. Get it.
With 245 points. Will only increase his points total if he comes in 4th place or higher at the end of this event. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, Freddie's been kind of really dominant this year. He hasn't been, I think it'd be okay with me saying that he hasn't actually been skiing his best. I know at Hilltop he was getting really annoyed with himself. His shoulder was not quite feeling fantastic. And I know he said, right, I need to go home. He skied California. He took the win at California. And he was like, right, now I need to figure out a technique. He's very good at getting through it at 41. He's very good at kind of strengthening his way through it when his technique's not quite there. But I know he wanted to go back and clean things up a little bit and make it a little less stressed for him.
He actually had to bow out halfway through the San Gervasio Pro-Am because of problems with his shoulder. And on top of which, his skis never arrived.
Yeah, that's kind of a skier's nightmare. That's why you'll see the majority of the skiers actually drove up here this weekend. It's a 6-7 hour drive. You could probably do it quicker and a lot less stressfully flying. But when you drive, the skis are in the back of your truck, and unless you pack them like a numpty, they're not going anywhere. So it's kind of nice to have them with you and be relaxed when you turn up. You know everything's not going to be in 2 pieces, and it's all going to be there. But I tell you what, Tony, we just sat here. I think that's one of the most beautiful boats I've ever seen, the jump boat. We've got the jump boat, you'll see it in a minute. It's like a grey and a black with a, what would you call the interior colour? That's like a wood, is it a wood?
Kind of, yeah.
Like a vinyl. Yeah, that thing is beautiful. We need to get a camera on that. But hey, here's Freddie coming in around the turn island. Coming in at 35 should be a pretty stress-free pass for him, really. The conditions are looking absolutely perfect. In my head, I'm thinking beautiful jump conditions. But let's hope he's not thinking about that. So coming in here on the gate, coming at 35, nice speed on the gate. Nice hook up out of 1, beautiful 2, coming in early, calm. And I think we'd be safe to say he's done what he said he would do. He's gone home and he's looking super, super smooth out there. He's having to be a little strong with it at California and Hilltop, really kind of getting those shoulders involved and having to dive on things. But no, he's looking very, very smooth out there.
Well, Freddie Winter doing a fine job out there. Winning event after event. Performed exceptionally well in a number of competitions, as you mentioned, the California Pro-Am, and did exceptionally well over at Hilltop, and also placed on the podium at the Morley US Open of Water Skiing just a short while back. And I mean, we've had a multitude of events this season. I don't think within the portion of this sport in which where I've existed in, we've had this many events of this kind of high caliber and quality.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that the TWBC is doing an absolutely fantastic job of, is showing it. I mean, I remember seeing the webcast when I was younger, the stuff that you had to sit through. It was crackly, it was unclear, the camera wasn't even on the skier most of the time. And I think this just takes skiing to a whole nother level. It's fantastic to watch, and it's great what you guys do.
Why, thank you very much. Okay, so let's have a look and see what Freddie Winter can do. This now is 11.25 meters. His season's best so far is half at 9.75, half at 43 off. Looking and go. The current leader in the waters. Oh my word! What on earth happened?
Oh my God, his boot unclipped out of 4. Or something snapped. I think his skis snapped there by the looks of it at 4. But I'd love to get a replay of that. I know, I heard something.
I can't believe that. I mean, I feel for the guy. I mean,
oh God,
the
that's
last
just the
3
worst.
seasons here at the Malibu Open, he crashed at 39.5 off, which would have been the next pass here 1 year. He did the same the next year, and now
I mean, you could hear it. You could hear it from here. The crack out of 4. There was a really big crack. So whether it's his boot release,
let's have a look and see though.
It was at 4 that he. So this is 2 here coming in. He looks smooth. I was just about to say, damn, Freddie's looking nice, staying up course, looking strong. But you could hear it from here. Just there. There, you see where the ski goes weird. And it's bobbling.
Oh, yeah, I see it right there.
No, just even into the first wake. I'm pretty sure that the tail of that ski's gone, which is just the worst look. It happens. I mean, we're putting an insane amount of force through these skis. You'd hate to think how many pounds of force goes through these things.
Well, one man's bad luck is another man's fortune. That means Matteo Luceri's through to the next round.
Yeah, it's just, I know Matteo will be, obviously it's nice to make the final, but it's a shame. Matteo and Freddie are friends, and it's a shame to see him coming this way, but he looked good. He looked very good. That's the best I think I've seen Freddie skiing out all year, really, and I know he's going to be coming back in. Not going to lie, he's going to be mad, and he's going to take that madness into Worlds, which is probably not a bad thing.
All right, then. So the drop is...
There, you can see the tail waggling behind the boat. Jesus Christ. That's scary. I mean, if that thing had broke completely, it's not a good ending there for Freddie. It's good that he recognized it, didn't try to keep skiing, and that just shows the awareness of these skiers. But that's odd for it to go. That maybe got hit somewhere on the way up here. Maybe there was a weakness. But that's unfortunate for Freddie. But he's going to be coming back pretty mad at Worlds and ready to show the world what he's been working on, because he was great skiing.
All right, the defending champion of the Malibu Open with a season's best score and currently in second place in the Water Ski Pro Tour rankings. Won at 9.75 meters or 43 off, and he's been in an absolute tear in recent times. This is Nate Smith, the current world slalom record holder.
Yeah, I mean, Nate, textbook. It is what it is. You see what you get with Nate. I mean, it's the same every time. You could pretty much copy and paste his videos, really looking strong, so stacked on top of his ski. Managing the pace of that ski so well. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that would have been 35?
I think he's starting in on 32. We'll get confirmation of this shortly. But okay, let's check in with Dockside.
So we got Brian Detrick down here, 1.5 is clear into the finals tomorrow, so that's good. How'd it feel out there?
Felt pretty good. You know, the wind was a little up and down, but you know, water felt good out there, and nice warm-up round.
Good. Now you've sort of torn it up the last few weeks, month during the season. Is there a different mindset or ski change, or what can you tell us about that that's gotten you to this point so far?
Yeah, I think it's a combination. You know, it's you know, ski technique, you know, having the confidence, and you know, when the ski feels good and your technique's there and continuing to improve, then you know, your skiing's going to go well.
Confidence. We've never heard that before, right?
You know, you gotta be confident and you know, trust in, you know, all the training that you've been doing, so you come out and perform on days like this.
Thanks so much. Back to you.
All right, here's Nate coming in on 35. Looking super set, super stacked. And I know, speaking to Nate when he was at Hilltop, he was trying to get a little bit of momentum going behind going out at 35. That's why I mentioned it. He's been trying to kind of get things forced, but I don't think he practiced here, so I'm sure he's just trying to get a feel for things. And as well, I know everyone thinks that Nate's invincible on a slalom ski, but that tailwind is firm through a 39. That puts a lot of pressure on. He just needs to get through 39 to make the final. So I think he's made the right move here. I believe we've got Freddie coming in now. Tony.
All right then, so looking out on the water.
So Freddie, kind of heartbreaking out there. You look like you were skiing well.
Well,
I know that sucks, but you said after California that I'm going to go home and work on my technique, and it looks like you've been doing that.
Well, and I had a practice here yesterday, and I felt absolutely terrible. So I'm a bit gutted because actually that felt quite good.
You looked strong. You looked easy, and I mean these things happen. But I'm sure you'll be back for Worlds, and
yeah, Worlds will be better than that.
Yeah,
so that's good. Bummer. I'll be in the booth tomorrow.
I don't know what to say, honestly. That's the third year on the trot now.
I never have good luck here, and so it's just my worst tournament of the year, and it's, you know, I think I came dead last. So that's, oh well. Anyway, you know, such is life.
You're still in the lead in the Water Ski Pro Tour rankings.
Yeah, that's not. It's scant consolation, but I mean, I'm healthy and I'm fit, so last 3 times I've been here I've had a huge crash, and so I'd rather come dead last than come 6th with a big crash, as I usually do, so that's all right.
All right, and here on the water right now is Nate Smith, who is actually the only person at this time that could potentially challenge your lead right now, because if he comes away with a points total that would put him in first place, if he actually wins the event, he would overtake you.
You're breaking my heart, Tony.
I was going to say, Tony, come on. The guy's
I'm trying to feel good about myself, having just gone out and come last at a tournament, and you're I mean, look, it is.
I'm like the Nosferatu of doom.
Yeah, no, you're breaking my heart, but I mean, it is what it is. He's a good enough skier to win the tournament. He often wins this tournament, so I would. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would say he's odds on to be the guy to win it. But, you know, hey, we've got 3 more tournaments and I'm going to ski better than that at the next 3 tournaments. So it's all to play for. Golly.
Hey, you'll be back. You'll be back better than ever, and we're excited to see you at Worlds, and I'm sure we'll see you in the booth tomorrow. And
thanks, guys.
I mean, what do you say? Seriously.
Right, here we go. So we have Nate coming in. I believe this is 39 coming in this tailwind. In the headwind, sorry. Nice hookup at 1. He needs to run this to make the final. Beautiful hookup out of 2. Just looks like the boat standing still on him there. Really nice. Using that Malibu to its full potential and just, yeah, beautiful skiing right there.
This is about to be it.
And with that pass, he bolts himself through to the next round of the competition. So the skiers that have made it through in no particular order are Nate Smith, Brian Detrick, Will Asher, Thomas DeGasperi, Dane Meckler, Cole McCormick, Robert Hazelwood, Adam Caldwell, Corey Vaughan, Nick Parsons, and I'm sure if we got him on the phone right now, I don't know whether he's on site or continues to be on site, but Matteo Lazzeri, he's through to the next round of the competition. Yes, that's what I mentioned.
Yeah, no, I know Matteo. We were talking. I saw him when he was having his lunch, and we were chatting. And he was. I said that you'll be close to this final. You're not. I wouldn't write it off yet. He was obviously not trying to get his hopes up too much, but it's great to see him in the final. He's been skiing pretty well this year. He's working hard at his ski school back in Italy, so it's great to see him here. And yeah, he's skiing pretty fantastic. I know he was so close to winning it. Blew the fin at 5. But he's going to be coming back for more next round. Okay, we have Nate coming in here on 41. As we said, it's a fairly stiff tailwind breeze out there on this 41, so let's see what he can do. Will is in the lead right now with 3.5. He's already in the final, but he's going to want to get himself top seed. It's where he likes to be. It's where he performs best.
All right, 41 on.
Nice hook up at 1 there, moving in. Good, 2, he's on this.
Oh, Winnie's up on 3. But he's through to the next round of the competition, and naturally that 3 buoy count puts him in a 3-way tie for second place between Thomas DeGasperi and Adam Caldwell. So still in the lead with 3 1/2 was Will Asher. But just look at this, getting round buoy number 2. This pass looked on, to be honest. But then he just couldn't get the ski around in time to go cross course. So 3 at 41 off is going to be the score for him.
No, I think you'd see a different thing if he was in that situation tomorrow. I think he felt just a little bit of a hiccup there at 3 and decided not to push it. But hey, that's good skiing there from Nate. It's a fairly stiff tailwind breeze out there, as I keep saying. But he got out of 1 good, got out of 2 good. Just needs a little bit more commitment through the finish at 3. Obviously the problems come slightly earlier, but I'm sure tomorrow he'll get that figured out and he'll be up there. But look at that, Will Asher, top of the pile right now with 3.5 at 41. Then Adam Cadwell, T-Gas, Thomas DeGasperi, Nate Smith, Dane. Oh, yeah. So those 3 are there at 3 at 41, and then Dane Meckler with 2.5. I am messing up this right now, Tony. I need to leave this to your experience.
Well, okay, let's go through the remaining competitors. Cole McCormick, he's through. Jakob Bonja, a surprise package. He's through to next round of the competition. As well, Brian Detrick, he's been on fire for the last few tournaments. Robert Hazelwood, yourself, you've done well to get through to the next round. Corey Vaughan, half at 10.25. And the only 2 competitors to have made it through to this section of the competition without clearing 10.75 meters off 39.5 off are Nick Parsons with 5.5 at 10.75, and Matteo Lazzeri takes the 12 and last spot. He'll be first out on the dock in the semi-finals, having scored 4.5 at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, that's about where the cut is here at Malibu, around 4.5. The conditions got a little bit breezy through the finish, but the boat was just pulling people strong. The driver was in fantastic shape all day, so the scores were still nice and high. Let's hope that the wind maybe calms down a touch for tomorrow, and we will have perfect conditions.
Still in shock.
You still in shock? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's a shame to see Freddie out of the contention so early in this tournament. But like I say, it's annoying if it was the last tournament of the season. But he's got a few more tournaments to go. He's going to be pushing to get back on top of that the Pro Tour. So I'm sure we'll be fighting back. But right, I've got to get ready to go jump in a minute. So thank you very much for having me, Tony, and thank you guys for watching. And I'm sure I'll see you soon.
All right, then. We're taking a fuel break. Then we go into the jumping event. This is the 2021 Malibu Open. We'll be back right after these.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressing to the nines. Okay, now never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. Not be at the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now.
All right, then, returning to action. We've got our women's jumpers out in the water. Our first competitor out is going to be Samantha Hill. So because of our scheduling for this event, we are combining the under-17 girls jumping competition with that of the open women. Here we go, here's our first competitor. This is Samantha Hill. First attempt, let's see what she can do with this opener. Up and over, a decent looking jump, and we'll land and ride that one out. We should get the distance any moment now. Okay, so a decent jump. Unfortunately, we're going to struggle to get the distance on that one, so we might have to take her in for a re-jump. That is Samantha Hill. Because we're combining this section of jump event with that of the open women, the running order will look like this. Samantha Hill will be out first, as you see. Clear Stern, it will be out second, then Elizabeth Hall. So those are your first three competitors. Then we'll continue on with Georgia Thurn, Brittany Greenwood, Jacinta Carroll, and finally Hannah Streltsova. Because we're combining those two divisions, we're looking to get a total of 6 competitors through to the women's jump final tomorrow. So we're only eliminating 1 competitor out of the 7 that we've got out of combining this junior girls section of the jump event with the pros. And that's how we'll continue from there on in. After we're done with the women's jump elimination round, we'll go into the men's jump elimination. We'll continue to rock on from there in the 2021 Malibu Open water ski tournament right here at Trophy Lakes in Charleston, South Carolina. So a little bit of a pause before we continue on with our remaining jumps in this event. Here is our Open Women's jump starting list. We got Samantha Hill, then Clea Stern, then Lisbeth Hall, then we'll continue on with Georgia Fern, Brittany Greenwood, Jacinta Carroll, and Hannah Straltsova. So we've got 7 jumpers, 6 make it through to the next round of the competition, which will be taking place tomorrow. So we only eliminate 1 competitor out of this field. All right, so we've got a jump distance of jump number 1 for Samantha Hill. It is 95 feet. 95 feet, I believe that's a little over 29 meters. It's 95 feet on jump number 1 for Samantha Hill. Okay, so 95 feet, we managed to get the distance on that first jump retroactively. We're able to scroll back our tape and plug in the jump and to spit out a distance using our computerized jump measurement system. So 95 feet or 29.1 meters for Samantha Hill on the first jump of 3 in this elimination round of jumps. So with that first jump out the way, she has 2 attempts remaining, 3 altogether. We go. She comes a little bit on an opposite angle. Ooh, a little bit of a squat coming into the jump and not getting much in the way of lift off the top. There's Samantha Hill with jump number 2, lands it, and we'll get credit for that distance. Yep, lands and rides that away. No worries at all there for Samantha Hill. I believe that jump could well be around about the same spot, I would say. Probably about 95 feet. We'll get the jump distance coming through very, very soon. As our next competitor, Clea Stern, gets ready to hit the ramp with the 3 jumps that are at her disposal. Okay, so a distance of 106 feet or 32.6 meters. 106 feet. And in metric, that is 32.6. So here we go, coming in on jump number 3. So she's come through with a distance 11 feet more than jump number 1. Might be asking a little bit much to jump 11 feet more with jump number 2. Or actually jump number 3 compared to jump number 2. Let's see what she's got. Clear stern. 106 feet on jump number 2. Let's see what she can do to round off her effort with the 3rd and last attempt. A little bit close to the bottom right-hand corner, but she manages to safely go up and over the ramp. And I suspect that jump is going to be in the triple digits as we transition dockside. Who do we have?
Okay, we're here with Dawn Good of Good Ski Technologies, Lakeside, and we're so happy to have her here supporting all of her good skiers at the Malibu Open 2021.
It has been so great. Everybody's skiing great. The event is so wonderful, and it's just fun to see everybody, you know, excelling and laughing and being together after, you know, all the stuff with COVID and everything. So it's really great to be here.
And we've got a good crop of good skiers through to the finals tomorrow in slalom so far. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I feel really good. There's especially something that was a big surprise.
Regina coming back after her injury this year, first pro event after that. We're all glad to have her here, and yeah, that's a pretty good surprise, huh?
Oh yeah, that was a really good surprise. I think for everybody, including her, maybe. But it's just so wonderful, and she's setting an example for everyone. If you work really hard and you're injured, you have a chance to come back and excel. So super, super proud of her.
Absolutely. Well, it's good to have you here, and we'll be looking forward to seeing those skiers tomorrow in the finals.
Yeah, me too. Thank you so much.
Back to you. Try hard and do your best. It'll be hard to top that.
Okay, so last jump there for Samantha Hill was 111 feet or 33.7 meters. 33.7 meters, 111 feet for Samantha Hill, taking the lead. So progressively moving up in distance, and that is always good to see. Clear Stern is our next competitor out in the water in this jump event. Here we go, Clear Stern. Coming in on jump number 1, taking in quite a good deal of width here prior to hitting this ramp. Oh, nicely done. Good lift, good flight on jump number 1, and we'll look forward to seeing what that produced in terms of distance. Jump number 1 not looking bad at all. Setting up her position, just trying to keep her shoulders level through the turn and through the drive off the second wake into the jump. Hitting the ramp about 18 inches away from the bottom right-hand corner. Always the optimal spot.
Lakeside with Georgia, and this is your first pro event, so welcome to the Malibu Open.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm super excited, a little bit nervous. I just started going 5.5 on Monday, so hopefully it's going to go well, but I have loved this year, like meeting all the girls for the first time and skiing with them is just crazy. Like they're on the dock and they're like, have fun. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, oh my gosh, stop, I can't cope with this.
That's awesome, and your parents are probably back home watching, right?
Yeah, they're super excited. They got it on the telly at home, and I don't think they could quite believe it. They watch Rob a lot, so I think they're going to be nearly on the floor after this.
Well, as you know, this is Rob Hazelwood's girlfriend, so he'll be down there coaching her, and you have best of luck out there. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So 99 feet on jump number 1 for Clea Stern. Let's see what she's got on jump number 2. Not much by in terms of distance as she passed up on that jump. So jump number 1 was 30.2 meters or 99 feet. Behind that Malibu TXI with the Monsoon 6-liter engine. Some great power, some great torque from that beautiful piece of equipment there, courtesy of Malibu Boats. And a big shout out to all of those folks that work in the Malibu Boats manufacturing plant in Tennessee. So a big shout out to all of those guys and girls for producing such fine boats, and kudos to you for all of the efforts that you put in to making these boats available to us. All right, so we've got Clea Stern with a pass on jump number 2 and a distance of 99 feet on jump number 1. We'll see what transpires between now and the end. All right then, with a wind coming out of the northeast at 15 miles an hour, this now is Clea Stern for her 3rd and last attempt. Electing to go with the full double cut because the ramp course is offset at an angle to the shoreline of this lake. You'll see that the jump buoys, the timing buoys are considerably closer to the shore as a result. Here she comes, jump number 3, up and over, and a beauty of a jump there, just really throwing everything into this leap. And we'll get a distance as a result. That is Clea Stern. So a decent effort there, passing up on the middle jump, but the first and third jumps looked very, very nice indeed. Getting in a good dose of speed. And it's 110 feet on jump number 3, 110 feet on jump number 3. And actually, that last jump of 110 feet is the equivalent of 33.5 meters. Now, when you compare Samantha Hill's best jump to that of Clea Stern, there's only 0.2 of a meter difference between the two. Clea Stern with 33.5 meters and Samantha Hill with 33.7 meters. So now we're down to our next competitor, Elizabeth Hall. So an immense amount of camaraderie on the starting dock for our jumpers. They're always there to help each other out the best way they can. Notice that our jumper about to take to the water was in need of washing up detergent in order to get the feet in, because those jump. Whoa, and it looks like we got a little bit of a problem with the jump line, so we're going to have to untangle that knot. swimming in, and let's see if she can manually untangle that knot in the middle of the lake. And once that happens, we should be ready to go with our next jumper, who is Elizabeth Hall. Leaderboard as it stands right now: Samantha Hill with 111 feet, Clea Stern with 110. When it comes down to metric equivalents, there is about 20 centimeters separating those two competitors. All right then, looks like we've got a straight and untangled line. All right then, looks like we have a go for Samantha Hall on top of the water right now, getting ready to hit this ramp 3 times. Here we go, Samantha Hall, Elizabeth Hall on jump number 1, battling against the jump lead distance of 33.7 meters or 111 feet. Won't do it on jump number 1 as she passes up on that effort and skis around the left-hand side of the jump. For those of you wondering why that occurs, well, a number of different reasons come into play, of course. The jumper doesn't feel particularly comfortable off the turn, or feels something is a little bit awry. The skier can drop the handle and ski around the jump and do what is called a pass or a refusal. The only safe way to execute a pass is to ski round the bottom left-hand corner of the jump, because refusing any other way results in immediate disqualification as per the rules. There we see our current conditions. We got air temperature in towards the 80s, and other meteorological pieces of information right there on that graphic there for you to see. Jump number 1 yielding 0 distance as a result of that refusal, and has 2 more at her disposal. All right, here we go. This is now Elizabeth Hall being rather cautious with her edge out towards the 500 and 600 foot cut buoy, trying not to end up along the shoreline. Oh, look at this, Elizabeth Hall just taking in a lot of speed. And that could be enough to send her into the lead, provided that she lands and rides it out, which she does not. And it comes down to one final jump to register a distance, and a distance that she hopes is long enough to take the lead at this point in the proceedings. Let's not forget that the competitors, the 3 competitors in this section, have been incorporated into the Open Women's Jump competition. We will qualify 6 competitors through to the Open Women's Jump final. which means out of the 7 competitors that we have combined altogether, we lose 1 competitor due to elimination. And right now, Elizabeth Hall is in a really tricky situation here with a jump in, not able to land her opening 2 jumps, actually passing up on jump number 1. And not landing jump number 2. All right, coming in, and she is going to attempt a 3rd and last attempt now. For her to stay in with a possibility of making it through to the 6-jump final, which will take place tomorrow, she not only has to land this jump, but she's got to make sure that that jump at the moment is at least 111 feet to keep her in with a chance of advancing through to the next round of jumps in the women's competition. So a lot to think of here, not the least of which is being able to land the 3rd and final attempt, because you only get scored on the jumps that you actually land and ride away from. All right, folks, crunch time now for Samantha Hall. For Elizabeth Hall, I beg your pardon. Here comes Elizabeth Hall, jump number 3. What has she got? Decent turn, she's late now, she's going to hit this ramp full force, up and over now. Can she land this? Yes, she can. Now the question comes into light. How far is that distance? Is it enough to keep her in the jumping contest, at least so far as making it through to the 6-gear final? All right then, so the jump distance on jump number 3, 34 meters, it's 112 feet. That puts her in the lead. And that could potentially see her through to the next round of the competition. And if we were going strictly off the metric system, a jump of 34 meters is 0.3 of a meter longer than that of Samantha Hill. So in terms of the leaderboard, after 3 competitors, Elizabeth Hall in the lead with 112 feet, Samantha Hill in 2nd place with 111 feet, and Clea Stern in 3rd place with 110 feet.
All right, I'm dockside here with Scott Peterson. He is a valuable member at the Malibu factory. I actually had the pleasure to go to the factory last year and got to see where you operate in the engine room at the factory, which was amazing. And that gives us our boats that are strong, powerful, pull us and break world records and everything. We can't do it without you. So tell us about that new Monsoon engine.
Yeah, well, back in about 2017, we partnered up with GM Marine to develop and start to marinize their 5.3 and 6.2 liter and their LT4. We take their basic engines that are used in the trucks. We apply our own marinizing equipment on it, exhaust, cooling system, transmission, and put them in the boat. We're building about 24 to 28 engines a day right now. Getting about a little over 400 horsepower out of the 6.2 that's running out there right now. And then the LT4, we run in the wakeboard boats, we're getting a little over 600 horsepower. So we're really doing some good things here with the wakeboard and the surfing world as well. But obviously you can see what's happening with the jump, and people are going down letters in skiing as well. So it tells you there's a lot of power there, and we're pretty happy and proud about that.
Yes, you can hear the engines roaring, and we are just going up to 5.5 to get into the women's, and then the men's jump event will be after that. So stay tuned, because we see those engines take these guys to a new level.
That's right. We'll be ready for them.
All right, fantastic there, and good to hear from Scott Peterson there from the Malibu Boats factory. It's giving us a little bit of an insight as to how things happen there so far as marinization of their General Motors engines, producing the great power for their various boats that come out of that factory, whether it's a wakeboard boat or whether it's one of the response TXIs that you see here at the Malibu Open. So kudos to all of those individuals there involved in that aspect. All right, now we're going to go into the next section of the competition, which is going to involve jumpers jumping at the 5.5-foot ramp height. And before we do that, let's see who's on dockside.
And we're down here with Will Asher, and I know we are about to have Georgia take off to have your hometown girl. So tell us about what's going on at home with your the ski school, the Hazelwood Ski School.
Well, the Hazelwood Ski School, yeah. Well,
that's part of your family.
Well, I haven't been there in 2 years, so I don't really know. But yeah, that's where I grew up, and that's where I developed what I do from them, and now we're kind of seeing it with Rob, and then we got Georgia on the water, so that's pretty cool. I'm just excited because COVID's lifted. I get to see my parents on Monday, and then Georgia and Flo, Rob's parents, are going to come out as well, so it's going to be amazing just to have my parents and my family around me just for the first time in a couple of years. So I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, and they are great people, and they've been instrumental in the skiing world, and England's having a great success here with all the skiers that we've been seeing, so you got to be happy with them.
Yeah, we try, Don't know how we do it, the weather's so bad, but yeah, it's fun.
Yes, and they always have Malibu boats over there too, so I know they always have amazing jump tournaments, so tell us about the lake there.
Yeah, George, ever since I was young, I just wanted to have the newest or the best of something, whether it was Perfect Pass when that first came out. He was one of the first person in Europe to get it. And then Zero Off and all the gadgets, George always wanted to have it. Whereas the system that raises the ramp. But they took Malibu on, and then just had great success running with their boats for I don't know how long it's been now, pretty close to 20 years.
That's amazing, and they've come out with world records from that site too.
Yeah, they have, yeah. And it's a testament to what they want the place to be. They just want it to be about the skiers. It's never been, for them, he always said, hey, if it could break even, then I'm happy with that. But he just wants to have the best of everything. He's Rob was laughing the other day because he saved 2 engines from his 2 best boats, and they're on the rack. And he's like, once he gets a hole, the engine will go back in that boat, and it'll turn into another badass jump boat. So it's just pretty funny. He's passionate about it, and then my parents live there at site as well, so it's just a cool family place.
Yep, it's definitely trickled down into all the family line there, because you guys have an amazing gene pool for water skiing in all 3 events.
Yeah, I'm still jealous that Rob gets to jump. I wish I could go out there and still jump, but I'm pretty sure my years have passed.
Well, we did have a lot of years together competing on different college teams with ULM and ULL, and
when we jumped.
It was your jump that got us.
Exactly.
We'll go back to you guys. Thanks.
All right, then continuing right along, and Will Asher actually making reference to the fact that travel restrictions have been lifted between the United Kingdom and the United States of America in terms of being able to travel between each of those countries. Actually started today, as a matter of fact, on this day, Friday, October the 1st. So. Yep, it's those planes are going to be crowded between the United Kingdom and the United States of America, and it's certainly about time that that things have started getting back towards normal. Obviously, we have to play things relatively cautiously in terms of the pandemic and whatever variants COVID manifest in that regard. But it's a sign that normalcy is coming slowly but surely. But it's good to see that travel is resuming between my native United Kingdom and my adoptive home of the United States of America. All right then, so we have 4 jumpers about to take to the water. They're all jumping at the 1.65 meter ramp height, or 5'6". Georgia Fern will take to the water first, followed by Brittany Greenwood, then Jacinta Carroll, and finally Hannah Stronsova.
Yeah, he said that he got scared from the back. He heard a big.
You can hear it crack. Well, I thought maybe his boot had released.
Yeah.
So I was like, the skis don't snap.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've never heard really of the G3.
No.
And his skis harder than a lot in his season. He has.
Yeah. He's not really. Yeah, he's strange.
All right, so things are starting to progress towards the start of the jump event. We're looking out of the ramp and making sure that things are lined up right. Here at the 2021 Malibu Open, we got our Chief Technical Officer, the homologator, Jerry Jackson, right out there on the jumping ramp. All right, so a beautiful view of that jumping ramp that each of our female competitors will be hitting very, very shortly at 1.65 meters high. There on the dock, we have got Georgia Fern. Probably one of the first instances where she will hit that ramp at 5.5 feet high. All right, then, while we wait for Georgia Fern to take to the water, we'll take a little bit of a break. This is the 2021 Malibu Open. We'll return right after this.
All right, I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, the coach of all time, Jay Bennett. And it's a pleasure to have you here, although I wish that I was getting ready to jump and you were coaching me and not doing this interview, but that's okay. I just wanted to get your point of view because I would be asking you if I was getting ready to jump, hey, what's going on out there? What are these conditions here for the Malibu Open and how do you think this Malibu boat's going to treat us?
Well, fortunately today we've got almost ideal conditions for jumping. And I've been watching the boat practice yesterday. It's running nice and strong. So I'm looking for some good performances. It's the preliminary, so we'll see what they do. They'll find their space and all the guys and the girls will pick it up a little bit more in the finals. But it's really nice out there. I'm excited to see what happens.
Me too. Thank you. Thanks for all your support you do for our sport too.
All right, then, the legendary Jay Bennett, who in about a few weeks' time will be hosting at Tri Lakes in Zachary, Louisiana, the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships, the Syndicate Skis NCWSA Nationals from the 21st through to the 23rd of October. And in amongst that competition, there will be an NCWSA alumni night jump competition that will take place at Tri Lakes on Friday the 22nd. Should be a real festival atmosphere right there in the middle of southern Louisiana, right outside Baton Rouge, the state capital of the great state of Louisiana. All right, then, looks like we're almost ready to take on our next competitor, who will be Georgia Fern. And then we will go on to Brittany Greenwood, Jacinta Carroll, and then finally Hannah Stroltsova in that order in the women's jump competition.
Have fun, girls.
Alrighty then, folks, continuing on with the jump event, our competitor on the water is Georgia Fern. Coming to us out of Great Britain. Has been known to train quite a bit over at Hazelwood Ski World, their world famous facility right outside Lincoln in the northern part of England. So here we go, Georgia Fern. Now that boat speed is going to be ratcheted up a little bit, I would say. Now she is starting to feel the power of that monsoon engine inside that Malibu towboat. Here she comes, handle up a little high. Little on the back. Oh, beautifully well spotted landing there. Beautifully executed jump from Georgia Fern. Good dose of speed.
All right, down here with Jacinta Carroll. It is a familiar name, but we haven't been able to see her over the last 2 years. So we have had pro tournaments going, but we have missed the Jacinta Carroll. So, of course, I'm sure you've been getting asked this since you stepped foot on the U.S. turf, but how do you feel coming back into your first pro event after being 2 years off? I know you've had different COVID restrictions and everything compared to what we've had here, so just kind of fill us in on that and how you feel ready to compete at another pro event, even though you've been gone for 2 years.
Yeah, it's obviously amazing to be back, and it's kind of really inviting to come back to a well-known event and be here with everybody, the same faces and the same awesome sponsors that are helping put together these events. So it kind of actually feels like I haven't been around, like haven't missed out on anything, even though sitting at home watching the other pro events go ahead and not being able to be there, like it definitely felt like I wasn't there. So it's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster, but I took a lengthy break last year. I took 9 months off basically going over the ramp. So it's taken me a lot to build back up this year, but I'm really happy that I took that time, and hopefully I've got some, I can use that to my advantage in the next month coming up.
Yes, I'm sure you will. I know that you've got one tournament under your belt before coming here and already went 194.
Yeah, fluid. It's an amazing ski lake, and I always feel at home there with Kiwi, so pretty comfy there, but hopefully some more bigger things to come.
Oh, it is, and I mean, I know what you mean about missing out on some of these events, but hey, we're happy to have you back in the women's jump field. You definitely push us all to go higher and better, so thank you, and we're excited to see you compete.
All right, then. We certainly look forward to seeing Jacinta Carroll go out there full force with the jump event. First time in 2 seasons that we've seen her compete at this level in the Northern Hemisphere. And there we see Georgia Fern. She jumped 118 feet on jump number 1, which is the equivalent of 36 meters. 36.5 meters uncorrected to, and looks like 120 feet on jump number 2. So improving upon her first jump distance of 118 feet, that was 120 feet. So looks like she is liking the 1.65 meter ramp height a whole bunch out there. Getting used to the speed, getting used to the enhanced height that one gets off that ramp because it's 6 inches higher than 5 foot. So here we go. This is Georgia Fern. One last attempt. Ooh, getting a little bit sideways off her turn into the jump and struggling to manage the immense power of that monsoon engine coming into the base of the jump. Handle a little bit high and then letting go towards the boat and almost getting really twisted coming into the bottom of the jump. However, she did hold on to a lot of her direction going into the base of the ramp. And a decent looking jump there for Georgia Fern, and it is 119 feet. 36.3 meters, 36.3 meters or 119 feet. Her best jump is 36.5 meters, which is 120 feet. Next competitor up, it is Brittany Greenwood, coming to us originally from the state of Arkansas. Let's have a look at the leaderboard on the women's pro jump. The Water Ski Pro Tour, Hannah Streltsova way out in front with 173 points. Lauren Morgan with 136. Taryn Grant with 105. Janita Bonneman in 4th place, and the list goes on from there. More details at waterskiprotour.com. Alrighty then. Ramp height 5.5 feet high or 1.65 meters in height. Brittany Greenwood on the water right now, looking to get into the lead. Wind is currently blowing at around 10 kilometers now from the northeast, which is effectively a cross headwind for our jumpers coming into the ramp. And for those of you watching, make sure you subscribe to the Water Ski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel. Click on the subscribe button, then hit the bell icon a couple of times to be informed of when live coverage comes on stream here from the Waterski Broadcasting Company. Also check out the apparel shop at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. All right, here we go. Here comes Brittany Greenwood on the opening attempt. Nicely done. I reckon she's taken the lead with that. No worries about that particular attempt. So Brittany Greenwood opening up with 156 feet on the opening jump, or 47.7 meters. 156 feet on the opening attempt. Here she comes, Brittany Greenwood getting set up a little bit later on this one, realizing how strong the wind is blowing into her face as she heads towards the jump, and looking to compensate for that with this second attempt. Still a little bit on the back foot coming off the jump, but not really extending that far forwards. But a decent jump nonetheless. Looking at the instant replay, you see her position off the turn, handle up a little bit high. It's 148 feet or 45.2 meters. She drives it on home, up and over, I would say marginally early coming into the base of the jump. And that meant that she couldn't hold on to a full dose of speed and edge all the way from the turn through to the jump. Here we go, jump number 3. Coming in. Oh, look at that, good lift, good dose of speed coming into the base of the jump, and she really took full advantage of that attempt, I can tell you. Oh, wow. Very, very close to 160 feet if the distance comes through. All right, whilst we wait for the jump distance to be revealed on jump number 3, let's check in on dockside.
All right, we're back with our favorite girl here. Not only was that her first Malibu Open, first pro event, but did you just do something amazing?
Yeah, it was really fun, very exciting to land on my face, so I'm really happy about that.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that you made finals.
Yeah, it's super exciting as well. I don't know what to do with myself at this point. I'm just going to be on the floor and play in a puddle. But I was not the best I've jumped, but I was super happy to just go and have a lot of fun and make the finals. Get to ski with all the girls again, which is my favourite part. I love standing on I know them already from like hanging around with Rob and stuff, and now they're like, we're on the dock and I'm like, I can't take myself.
Well, you did awesome. You're going to get to now relax a little bit more and have a great finals. And I guess we can go ahead and say that your favorite tournament from now on is going to be the Malibu Open.
Absolutely. I want to come back next year.
There we have it.
All right then, folks. Thanks a lot there, Regina, and to Georgia on her efforts out there, making it through to the next round, the final round. So, about 2 seasons ago, we saw this competitor come through and win the Malibu Open Women's Jump Final. Little did we know that it would have to wait about 2 seasons before she came back to reclaim the title. The person to whom I'm referring to is Australia's own world jump record holder and current world jump champion. This is Jacinta Carroll. So Jacinta Carroll, the only female jumper in history to have jumped over 60 meters in competition, holds the world record with 60.3. Let's see what she's got. Jump number 1, drives it on home. Oh, and passing up on jump number 1. So she has 2 attempts remaining. See what she can do with them. So looking to advice along the shoreline to see to give her advice from their point of view as to what she needed to do with her turn. So there you see her zero offsetting the letter S. That's pretty substantial for a female jumper to select that letter. So looking to try and get a good dose of power off the turn and coming through and producing a great jump distance. But at the moment, as she passes up on jump number 1, she's got 2 attempts remaining. Looking to work against 156 feet or 47.7 meters as the lead score. Jacinta Carroll. All right, so making the turn around the Westwood Island. Now waiting for that towboat to straighten up. She knows the situation here at the Malibu Open. She's won titles here at Trophy Lakes in Charleston, South Carolina. She knows the way that the ramp is positioned, that the jump course is offset to account for the lack of width of the lake. Here we go. This is Jacinta Carroll, jump number 2. Keeping that line tight, waiting for the skis to come round. Ah, look at that. That is a sight for sore eyes, folks. There we go. That is Jacinta Carroll flying in for a great landing. And that's enough to take the lead, one would surmise. So looking at this jump there for Jacinta Carroll, handle up a little bit high, but that's about the one and only fault that I could find in this attempt. Not the prettiest of jumpers, but the furthest of them she most certainly is. Jacinta Carroll will get the jump distance in a moment, but first of all, let's go dockside.
All right, we're getting ready for the working man, Brandon, to take off, and he's getting pumped up for our next event going into the Open Men's. So you've been back home in Minnesota, so tell us about how you've been skiing this summer.
I've been skiing all right. Skied a ton in May, getting ready for the LCQs and stuff, and then recently, not too much ramp time, so we'll see how the day goes. I'll probably take it easy since we've only got a field of 8 jumpers and all 8 go through the finals. So today I might end up taking it a little easy. Sorry to the viewers out there, but tomorrow we'll be ready to go.
Well, go find your spot, get in tomorrow, and then we'll see what you guys can put out there for us. All right, back to you guys.
All right, the distance coming through, 189 feet or 57.5 meters for Jacinta Carroll. Let's see what she's got. Third and last attempt. Sets, turns, drives it on home, boom. Getting good lift, probably not one of her better jumps, but it's certainly enough to give her a good confidence boost going through to the next round of the competition, which would be the final. Jacinta Carroll getting a good dose of speed and almost kicked it too much coming off the end of the ramp. So the jump distance, 182 feet. So 182 feet, but her best jump distance, as she can probably tell, was 189 feet. So it's a good jump skiing there from Jacinta Carroll, takes the lead. And just a quick reminder to you good folks out there that one of the latest episodes on the TWBC podcast features Jacinta Carroll. You can find out a little bit more about her and the struggles that she's had to go through to make it to this competition, and indeed in preparation for the defense of a world jump title. You can find it all there at TWBC's podcast. Let's go to Dockside and find out more.
Down here with Martin Coleman, and as most of you know, Martin Coleman is the overall world champion. He already slalom today, getting ready for his jump event. However, you guys might know all the hard work that he has done to put on the Malibu Open, so we appreciate you for that. Just tell us, are you exhausted yet?
No, I actually feel better than before my slalom ride. I had to swim a couple times, so it kind of woke me up.
All right, so we're going to expect a big jump out of you then.
Yep.
And how do you like the Malibu boat?
I think it's great. I ski behind it out in Utah. That's our test boat, so I'm pretty used to it, and we'll see.
And you've been a busy person. Not only have you helped us with the tournament here at Malibu Open, getting the whole site ready, but you're also working for Good, which is another one of our major sponsors here at the Malibu Open. You drove all the way from the factory, and did you bring any skis for us to test, or what?
Yeah, so I have a full lineup in the van, so if you see the Good van around, just let me know and we'll get you set up.
All right, there you go. Now go boot one out there. Back to you guys.
All right then, so our next competitor, our last competitor out on the water in the women's jump competition today. This is Belarus's Anna Streltsova, who has essentially won every women's jump competition that there is to be competitive at. And look at that beauty of a jump there on jump number 1 for Anna Streltsova. Has been on an absolute tear in the jump event. I think she actually tapped her head in order to say to the driver, yes, I'm good with that jump. I'll take a ride into the dock. We'll get confirmation of that, but Anna Streltsova. But Hannah looking very, very good on jump number 1. In almost every single instance this season, she's come through with the win, save for one competition all season, and that was at the Cable World Jumping Championships, which took place about 2 weeks ago in Poland. Every other jump competition that she's been a feature of, she's normally come through and won.
Come back and okay.
Let's go dockside, shall we, whilst we get the distance for Hannah Streltsova.
82. All right, we're down here with Jacinta. You had an awesome first round. Did you figure out where you're at? Are we going to see you go over 190? Pretty darn close that time with a 189.
Yeah, it feels really awesome out there. Like, for me, I've had 3 different jump sites in the last 4 days, and I've been at home on the same ramp on the same lake for 18 months. So it's just taken me a little bit to get my timing out there, but pretty early on that 88. So hopefully, if I get my spot tomorrow, then we can expect a 190 or above. Hopefully.
I think we will, and it was actually 189, so you weren't that much further to go 190. So I think we're going to go like 195 and better. So I think we got that in us.
And Reggie, settle down, okay?
All right, well, we look forward to seeing you jump tomorrow. You did awesome. I'm sure you got your spot figured out, and we're going to see you get a big one out there tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right then, thanks a lot, Regina. Thanks a lot, Jacinta, coming through with an exceptional jump of 189 feet on jump number 2. Yet to get the jump distance for Hannah Streltsova, however, but that distance should be coming through relatively soon. Our Belarusian out there on the water has been producing jumps into the mid to high 180-foot range, so she does have the potential of going toe-to-toe with the current world jump champion, Jacinta Carroll. Okay, so a little bit of a technical issue in regards to our jump measurement. We'll get the distance for you very, very soon. So obviously time is of the essence here so far as Hannah Streltsova is concerned, waiting on that jump distance to come through. And the reason why I say that is because those jump bindings are exceptionally tight, so tight that they actually cut off the blood circulation to your feet and ankles only after a few moments. So the longer that she stays waiting on the water without any movement, the greater possibility of feet cramping up in those bindings and making for a rather unpleasant situation, so to speak. So we're just waiting on that jump distance for our Belarusian competitor. But in the meantime, I think the boat is probably going to take it out. Looks like we're going to have a re-ride on jump number 1 for Hannah Streltsova. So we'll wait for her to be delivered back to the dock. She's already taken her skis off, so we'll go back to her right after this. This is the 2021 Malibu Open.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressed into the nines. Okay, never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. At the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm
exactly.
All right then, trying to work from 51.1 meters on jump number 1. This is now her second attempt. It's 168 feet, the distance on the first jump. Here comes Hanna Straltsova, second attempt of 3. Let's see what she's got. Currently lying in second place right now with that distance of 168. Let's see what she's got by way of a response to Jacinta Carroll's brilliant jump distance of 189 feet. Not looking bad. I believe that jump distance will probably vault her into the 170s. But she's definitely going to have to work if she's to get into the 180-foot range. So Hanna Straltsova, multiple-time world champion, has medaled in the World Championships on numerous occasions as well, not only in tournament, but also on cable as well. 173 feet on jump number 2, so she is definitely pushing the envelope some, adding 5 more feet on top of the distance that she produced on jump number 1. All right then, folks, here we go. Hanna Straltsova, jump number 3. Let's see what she's got. Pushing out nice and wide and ready to keep a tight line against that head breeze. Let's see if she's got what it takes to push her over 180 feet. And I do suggest that she's got the goods on jump number 3. Distance might have been lacking though, but it's a good confidence boost going forward for Hanna Straltsova. Good lift, good press over those jump ski. And before we get a jump distance, let's go dockside.
I'm here with Igor, our 2019 Malibu Open winner, and he's from Russia. So have you been skiing back home, or have you been over here stateside?
Mostly here in States, in Florida, because, you know, I mean, no better place to be stuck for the water skier. So yeah, been training here, and I think that was the best case possible, you know. You know, in the city, you would be stuck somewhere in an apartment and couldn't go anywhere. So,
well, we are lucky to have you here. How do you feel with the conditions here, with the Malibu boat at Malibu Open, to have a repeat in 2021 as a Malibu Open champion?
Oh well, I mean, conditions are really nice. We have a nice headwind, and I had a practice set yesterday. Both felt pretty good, and really looking forward for first round, and you know, kind of go from there. And you know, it's it's all about I guess if things come together. You know, this setup, it's a bit unusual with a short 6. So for me, if I can manage that 6 well, it gives me really good chances for, you know, putting out a big jump. So I guess that's a bit of luck and a bit of if I can do my homework well.
Yeah, and so for viewers that haven't really seen jumping before, we use a 600 and a 500 to get our setup and get a good swing so that we can get wide up on the boat, and just our biggest goal is to create as much speed as possible using the boat to get onto the ramp and have us get launched as far as possible. So the 6 is tricky down there, I know personally from last year. But the 6 is tricky down there, or the 600. It is actually on shore. So you guys are not able to get the width that you usually do, because usually they get wider and go around it. So it is tricky, but you've handled it in the past in 2019 when you were here. So I think you'll be fine and be able to pull that off again. And then, as most people know, Igor has his family here. So he has a little boy. So tell us his name, and is he going to be cheering or coaching you, or is that your wife? Okay, well, you know, so we do have Igor, and this is, I guess, his coach, right?
My coach, his name is Fyodor, and he's here to coach me.
I mean, I think you have the best coach.
Yeah? Well, he's saving his speech for, for jumping.
Yeah, he's got to save it for, he's got short, yeah, he's got to keep the secrets, doesn't want Dad to know any of it. So everybody just look down on shore for what he's got to say to his dad. We'll go back to you guys.
All right, then, continuing right along, we've still got the third and last jump for Hannah Streltsover's distance. We'll take a look and see if that is an increase. 53.8 meters. So that jump distance of 53.8, equivalent of 177 feet, but that puts her firmly into second place right now. Jacinda Carroll in the lead with 57.5, or 189 feet. Brittany Greenwood in third place with 47.7 meters. With her jump distance, that puts her at about 156 feet, and there you see the remaining skiers. So there you go. Our start list for the Open men's jump. We got Brandon Schipper about to take to water, then followed by Martin Coleman, Robert Hazelwood, Emil Ritter, Rodrigo Miranda, the defending Malibu Open jump champion, Igor Morozov, the 2019 Malibu Open jump champion. Then we see Jack Critchley, Freddie Kruger, Will Blair, Andrew Boskers, Connor Pauley, and Martin Labra. So 12 skiers about to take to the water. We look forward to welcoming every single one of them. And we'll take a little bit of a breather and return to more action here at the 2021 Malibu Open.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressed into the nines. Okay, now never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. Be at the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now.
All right then, folks. Big welcome back to returning action of this Malibu Open for 2021. We are into the men's jumping competition. We're going to start things off with Brandon Schipper. The ramp height is going to be at 1.65 meters high for him. And then we'll continue on after Brandon with Martin Coleman, then Robert Hazelwood, Emil Ritter, Rodrigo Miranda, Igor Morozov, Jack Richley, and then Freddie Krueger. And then we'll incorporate some more jumpers into the mix. Included in that is the U17 boys jumping competition. We've got Will Blair, then Andrew Boscus, Connor Pauly, and Martin Labra. So some great skiing to come. Whew. Oh, it's been a day, hasn't it? It's been plenty of highs out there on the water. A few delays thrown into the mix just to challenge our resolve. But we're here. We continue to push out some great competition out in the water. And on the water right now is Brandon Schipper. Comes to us out of the state of Minnesota. So turning around the West Island. We'll see what he can conjure up with the 3 jumps that he has under his belt. Waiting for the boat speed to accelerate. So selecting the letter X on the 0 off. And electing to go with what I believe is going to be a straight up single cut. Not trying to put too much pressure on his body, knowing that out of the 8 skiers on this list, all of them advance through to the next round of the competition. And there is Brandon Schipper up and over with a straight up single cut. Certainly like his technique of getting pulled all the way through the jump and into the landing. .47 or 95 feet. 41.7, equivalent of 91 feet. I think it's 95 feet, yeah.
You and me, and I'm aware of it, and you should be too.
So looking around on shoreside, taking in all of the spectator activity that's happening around the area.
Huh?
Here we go. We've got Brandon Schipper with 41.7 meter jump. Actually, it's been revised to a 137-foot jump. Seems rather strange, but anyway, I'm prepared to go along with it. 41.7 meters on jump number 1. Let's see if he can improve upon it with his last jump. Actually, his second to last jump. Beauty of a distance there. Then Martin Coleman doing some stuff along the dockside to kind of psych himself up and get him prepared for the action to come ahead. Jump of 182 feet. So the equivalent of 55.4 meters or 182 feet is going the way of Brandon Schipper right now. There we see on dockside Martin Coleman getting prepared for his free jump attempts, making sure that those feet will be able to get into those bindings, those ultra tight bindings. All right, here we go. Jump number 3, already working against a 182-footer. I suspect that jump is there and thereabouts, probably closer to about the mid-180s. So a good sterling effort there from Brandon Schipper. It's a 182-footer once again, so he's consistent around about that range.
V is it Victor? V, Victor.
So right, about to take to the water, chasing down that jump distance of 182 feet. The one, the only, the current world overall men's champion. It is none other than Martin Coleman.
Thanks.
Coming to us out of the city of Prague in the Czech Republic, that is Martin Coleman.
All right, we've seen this man in the slalom event. Now we're getting ready to see Robert Hazelwood perform out here in the jump event. You've had an amazing season. I know you've had your fair share of comebacks and injuries, and you have been lighting it up. So how do you feel about Malibu Open here today?
It's fantastic. Everything feels beautiful. Conditions look absolutely perfect to go send a jump out there. So yeah, no, the season's been fantastic. So hopefully we can top it off with a little bit more fantasticness. That was a lot of fantasticness.
Well, I know you've had a crazy season in every event. You got to compete with your cousin at the Masters. You know, is it just in y'all's blood or what?
Yeah, I hope so. It's pretty good blood. if it runs through it, then it's good. No, it's a lot of fun being able to compete against a family member. And I've been watching him for so long. It sure is cool to be able to ski against him and everyone here. So no, let's hope we have fun.
All right, we'll get to it. Back to you guys.
All right, then, excellent stuff, and that is Martin Coleman on jump number 1. Some good words there from Robert Hazelwood, but rather concerned that Regina Jaquist is taking her job as dockside interviewer with a little bit too much of a relaxed attitude on the dock. But anyway, I'm only kidding. She's doing a great job on dockside, and there we see Martin Coleman. A great effort there on the initial opening jump. I reckon that's going to be into the 180s, I would say. Well, very close then. We've got 179 feet, 179 on jump number 1 for Martin Coleman, 179 feet. So top 9 jumpers make it through to the semi-final. Top 6 go into the semi-final. We already know who the top 6 are for the women's jump competition. So leaderboard as it stands: Brandon Schipper with 182, Coleman with a 179. But Martin Coleman has 2 jumps left at his disposal. Waiting on the spot to turn. decent lift, but not getting his full extension off the top of the jump, and I don't think that will be deep into the 180-foot mark. He jumped 179 with the previous jump distance, but still looking fairly strong. A little bit of slippage on the jump, and while we wait for his jump distance, let's check in with Regina.
All right, down on the dock with Emil, one of our Chilean jumpers. We've known each other forever. You've been on the pro scene for so long. How do you feel coming back? I know last year, I'm not even going to bring it up, but we're going to put that behind us. But how do you feel coming back out onto this after everything? I know you're prepared. I know you've been working hard.
Yeah, I've been working hard. I mean, last year wasn't the best one, but I'm back. I will try again, and let's see how it goes. I'm really prepared for it.
And we have a lot of support here, not just from Chile, but you do have a new addition to your beautiful family. So tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, cannot be better. I mean, jumping here with my whole family cannot, I mean, that's an experience that I really enjoy.
Yeah, so we've got the Chilean team basically here with your other competitors coming behind you. And, you know, we wish you the best of luck, and we love that your family gets to be here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll try my best.
Okay, so 56.2 meters or 184. Here comes jump number 3. He's already posted a jump into the 180-foot mark, and I think that jump could well push him closer to the 190-foot mark. Equivalent to 56.2 meters, it's Martin Coleman. And jump number 2. This is his third and last attempt, but fairly and squarely over the tips of his skis as he came off the top of the ramp. So we're going to get confirmation of that last jump distance there for Martin Coleman coming through. In the meantime, we'll send Rob Hazelwood out there on the water for his 3 attempts out there on the jump ramp.
No, have you got in my distances? Yeah.
All right, 60.9 meters on that last jump. That is the equivalent of 200 feet exactly there for Martin Coleman. So some good form right towards the end there, and our first jumper to make it over the 200-foot barrier in this jumping event so far. I suspect he will not be the last as we welcome our next competitor on the water, a native out of Lincoln in Northern England. His name is Robert Hazelwood.
No, because like it's so easy for you, and I imagine you're different.
So Emil Ritter preparing for his 3 attempts. We'll see if his fortunes change this season in the Malibu Open. All right, then, here we go, folks. Robert Hazelwood. A nice little cut out there to the 600-foot cut buoy, setting the ladder on X so far as the zero offsetting is concerned. Needs a jump of over 200 feet to take the lead. Will he do it on jump number 1? Not on Yonelli. He drops the handle, goes round the bottom left-hand corner and refuses on the first attempt of 3. So let's see if he's taken in what he needs to do for the remaining 2 jumps. right then, jump number 2 is forthcoming there for Robert Hazelwood. All right, pass on jump number 1. Looking here at jump number 2, Robert Hazelwood. I'm sure he has a better idea of what the conditions are doing for him right now. Member of the esteemed Hazelwood ski family. They've always prioritized the jump event. Let's see what he can do. Off jump number 2, getting a good pull into the landing there. Robert Hazelwood settling in really, really well off her jump number 2. Such a great competitor, and when you combine the tricks event into his skill set, you'll find that he is also one of the top overall competitors in all of the world. Looking at Rob Hazelwood. Handle up a little bit high, drives it on home. A little weighty on the left ski coming off the top, but that's pretty minor on the grand scheme of things. Let's check in dockside with Regina.
I'm down at the dock with Rodrigo Miranda, also known as Toby. From Chile, he has a water ski school, Miranda Ski School, and I know that you have a bunch of them here to support you. Tell me about your ski school.
Yeah, hey, happy to be here, to compete, to be with a bunch of kids this year. So it's a different experience, and hopefully to have fun and go far tomorrow.
And not only has he most of his ski school here, they're competing in the under-17 part, but Tony hasn't won the Malibu Open more than once, twice, three times. You are going to hopefully be the defending champion since you were our 2020 Malibu Open champion. How do you feel going into this event?
Yeah, always trying to go for a win. Wait for the results.
He does have luck at this event. Back to you guys.
All right, as we bring in Robert Hazelwood, jump number 3. We'll get the distance on jump number 2 in just a moment, but here he comes. Oh, good stiff pull off the top of the jump, and a beautifully landed effort there from Robert Hazelwood. A good 3 jump set there from him. So the jump distance is 189 feet on jump number 2 and 193 on jump number 3 that you just seen there on the instant replay. Better looking jump there from Robert Hazelwood, and a good clean effort there from him. All right then, folks, next competitor to take to the water representing Chile. His name is Emil Ritter. Get messages of good luck, and before he tightens up that line and heads out there towards the jumping lake, and as Regina alluded to, didn't exactly have the best of fortunes last season. Anyone that went into the archive of last year's coverage will know that quite well. But let's see if he can kind of redeem himself 12 months later here in the Malibu Open by producing some jump distances that will put him very much back in the frame in terms of being competitive against the world's elite jumping competitors. All right, here we go. This is Emil Ritter. Deciding to go with the letter X on the 0 off. let's see. Some nervous people along the shore side, hoping that this jump is a decent one. Oh, look at that. Beautiful jump. Let's give it up for Emil Ritter. Beautifully landed first jump. Now shakes the butterflies out of his system. He's kind of got that hoodoo out of his system, and now can concentrate on the remaining 2 jumps and get those towards the kind of distance that will ultimately satisfy his ambitions out there on the lake. .59.7 or 196 feet, 196 on jump number 1, but he knows that he's got to try and push it. The jump distance from Martin Coleman was well over 60 meters, or equivalent 200 feet. We'll head to dock right now, checking with Regina.
We're back with Robert. Tell me how that Malibu boat felt.
Oh, everything felt fantastic. I just did not. No, it's good. It's just the setup's a little bit different here, and I've never been here before, so it took a little bit. I got used to it well. My second jump was okay timing. My last one was perfect. I've just got a little bit, just got to man up, really. That's all I got to do. Just I'm being a little bit scared, just a little bit on the heels. I just got to go for it, and hopefully that'll happen tomorrow. But everything feels fantastic. If I could have started with that last jump, I'd have been a little bit more composed. But no, it's nice out there.
Yes, it does look awesome. I know what you're talking about with that shorter end down there. But hopefully you've got those bearings figured out today. You're in the finals. Are you seated okay where you would like to be?
I'm not actually sure how far did Martin? I don't know how far Martin is. I think I'm ahead of Brandon, but I just jumped. So at the end of the day, you just got to go out there and do it. I'm probably not going to go 240 and push the lead, but I just got to go out there and do my best and come away proud, hopefully. So.
Well, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good luck, and back to you guys.
All right, then, looking at Emil Richter's second jump, we'll get the distance for him, but my main question for Robert Hazelwood is, how does his hair remain stable from the time that he puts on his jump helmet to the time he takes it off, and not a single hair out of place? Well, I guess that's why they call him Handsome Rob, I guess. All right, then, as we investigate that a little further, we'll see Emil Ritter's jump distance come up for the second jump of 3 as he gets ready for his third and last. So the jump distance coming through, it's 198 feet or 60.4. The lead that he's chasing down is a 60.9 meter jump or 200 feet. A distance he's well capable of exceeding. But right now, he knows that he's through to the next round of the competition tomorrow, so he's not in any great need to exceed that distance, but he would like to give himself a confidence booster with his third and last attempt. And this is what it's all about, gaining your confidence off the turn. Nicely done. I don't think that's going to be over 60.9 meters, but to a lot of people that watched him jump last year and comparing his effort this year to that, I think getting through those 3 jumps and registering a distance into the 200-foot range will definitely be extremely welcome for him. So, and indeed for everyone watching him, as a matter of fact. Distance 201, 201 feet. He has taken the lead. Wow, didn't expect this from Emil Ritter, but it is a brilliant jump distance. So let's take a look let's check in dockside with Regina. Who do you have?
All right, here with Freddie, the Nightmare Kruger. You've had the best career of all time, but you have been here all day since your wife and I have skied against each other this morning, and you are still here. We are running out of daylight, so is that going to play a factor in anything that you have going out here tonight?
I made the comment last night during practice. We were losing the light, and I said, I hate jumping in that flat light, but at least we won't have that tomorrow. And unfortunately, due to a couple of delays, we've got the flat light tonight. But hey, I got a chance to look at it last night. Boat felt good. Ramp felt great, so I'm looking forward to my opportunity to go out there and get one done.
So are you having a preference as far as where you would like to be for going into tomorrow's finals, or you just want to figure out where you want to go? What's going into that mind of the nightmare?
You know me, I like to be last out if I can be, so I'm going to go out and be aggressive, and I think Rodrigo here is going to start spinning the pace up a little bit here. He only has one speed, all out, and so he'll be, kind of my litmus test to know what to expect out of these last couple guys, and then I'm going to go out and put it down.
I appreciate it. We look forward to watching that. Back to you guys.
All right, then, that was Freddie Krueger, and we'll take a look at the Pro Tour jump standings. They see him in the lead with a 196. Almost near impossible for his competitors below him to catch him, and can't contribute any more points to that based upon the best 3 events. The only way that he can actually increase upon 196 points is if he comes away from this competition and gets the 2 bonus points for the best jump distance out of either the first or the second round. Here comes the defending jump champion from the Malibu Open. This is Rodrigo Miranda, pounding that jump for the first attempt and looking pretty good. And a little bit of a wiggle in the dance, and he rides out that jump perfectly. Good skiing there from Rodrigo Miranda. We look forward to seeing what his initial jump distance is going to be. Keeping that handle close to his right knee. Optimal position coming off the jump. .4 meters or 205 feet. 205 feet. He has now taken the lead away from Emil Ritter with 61.3 meters. He is in second place right now. And there is our Malibu towboat, the Response TXI. Some great power there from that towboat. 400 foot-pounds of torque. With that 6-liter Monsoon engine. A marinized version of a General Motors truck engine. Thank those guys over in Tennessee for producing up to 24 engines a day in their factory to supply their boats. One of their boats has that 6-liter Monsoon. It's our jump boat out there. We just saw Rodrigo Miranda come through with jump number 2. Didn't look quite as tidy as jump number 1. Falling out the back a little bit, and as he lands on this instant replay, let's check in with Regina and Jack.
All right, here with Jack Critchley. What's your personal best, Jack?
I went 231 feet last year at Ski Fluid.
So there's not been that many men over 230 feet. Do you know how many roughly does that put you into that category?
I think I was either 10th or 11th to do it, but somewhere around there, there's not a huge group of guys that have done it.
No, there's not a huge group of guys that have done that. That's an amazing feat. So we look forward to seeing what you have to do. This is our English man. We got another English guy out here. But I do know you have a supporting family, and I know they're probably all watching, including your brother that does live here on the stateside, that he helps, you guys help each other. And just tell us about that family support.
I got 2 brothers in England and then one over here that runs a dealership. Stop drinking in England and go to bed. But yeah, I got a few brothers that ski as well. But we have a good time doing it, and I'm looking forward to get out there today.
And I know they'll be watching you, and they're not going to stop drinking because you're going to go boot one out, and they're going to have to celebrate. So look forward to seeing you out there. Back to you guys.
I'd certainly like to find out the pub that he goes to watch action such as this. Here comes Rodrigo Miranda, 3rd and last attempt. Still a little bit out the back there, and coming into the landing, kind of chastising himself on that effort. So he was the hottest on the first, tried his best to get amongst the 200-foot range. and just lost a lot of tension with that right ski coming off the top. So 2:05, I reckon, is going to be the best jump for Rodrigo Miranda. We'll get the confirmation on that distance. Well, actually, it's the third and last jump actually yielded 1 foot more in distance, 2:06.
Damn, look at this boat crew.
Man, they had to call it the big one.
I like it, man. I like it.
Okay, let's check in on dockside.
Okay, so I'm back with Emil. I didn't want to bring it up when he first went out, but last year, if you even just go back to the YouTube and watch the Malibu Open of 2020, we had a devastating crash, and it took you out. You had to recover. I really didn't want to bring it up before you went out, but have you been thinking about that crash all day and coming back to the Malibu Open?
Yeah, that was probably at my set I was more nervous ever. I was thinking this the whole year. Going out there the first jump and actually going over the ramp and just feel the air under my skis was like, all right, I got it. So yeah, bring it down in finals and enjoy it. But it's over now.
It is. You did amazing. I know Chili's going to be back home watching. You got your family on board here, and we look forward to seeing what you have to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
All right, jumper on the water right now. We have got Igor Morozov. All right then, so here he comes, jump number 1, just trying to set himself up on the 700 and 600 foot. Wow, he completely went through the reeds there. Look at him go, he turns around the 700, sets himself up wide. Let's see what he's got. Igor Morozov trying to take down the leading score of 62.7 meters. Ooh. Taking in a lot of heat, but unfortunately unable to take the jump. So a lot of activity on dockside. We see there Freddie Krueger getting set up.
Yeah.
There is Jack Critchley, there is Rodrigo Miranda, and our camera person, who I believe is Adam Aber, getting in real close and personal with our jumpers about to take to the water, and those that have just come off the water.
There's a little too much of it right now.
All right then, coming into this event, representing WAR, water ski athlete from Russia. Scott Greenwood at the helm of that towboat. Let's see what he can do. With the second attempt, he passed up on jump number 1. Oh, almost took out the gazebo coming into the 700-foot cut buoy. Here he comes, jump number 2 of 3. Up and oh, brilliant looking jump there, taking that one down the lake. Can he ride that jump out? Yes, he can. I believe that one is good enough to take the lead. Almost took out the fountain, the gazebo to go along with it. Barely had enough room to get round the 700-foot cup buoy. It's amazing stuff. Oh, 62.8 meters, 62.8 meters. It's the equivalent of 206 feet. 1.1 of a meter shy of the lead.
Tody just got done. Happy with that set. How you feel going into tomorrow? Because you do have the final, so we got a shot to see if you're going to defend that title.
Yeah, I mean, the distance wasn't the greatest, but I looked for the cut. Couldn't get it in the first one. The second one was a bit better. And finally, the last one was the one. So tomorrow I have to go for that one, maybe a bit more to get in the spot. But I found like the 600, that is the hard part. So I will try to do it tomorrow.
So I interviewed Freddie, who's coming up in a couple skiers, and he basically, I thought, gave an amazing compliment to you. You were the gauge. You were going to turn the whole jump event up a notch. He was going to see how you were doing to kind of test out what he expects for the rest of the competition and to see what he needed to put out there so that he can try to be top seed. How do you feel about the nightmare having that compliment for you?
Yeah, that's cool about it. If you look for it, that's always a good compliment.
All right, back to you guys.
Oh, and roaring into the jump there, passing up on jump number 3. So, he jumps 206 feet, which in terms of feet and inches would actually tie Rodrigo Miranda, but we use the metric system to differentiate. Rodrigo Miranda still in the lead with 62.9, whereas Igor Morozov jumps 62.8 meters.
It's weighing about the same as yesterday. Oh, it's running a little better. A little better?
So, about to take to the water and proudly wearing the St. George's cross on the top of his jump helmet. He is from Great Britain. His name is Jack Critchley. So Jack Critchley on top of the water now, going out there and about to attack that ramp. Personal best distance into the 70-meter range, jumps over 70 meters for the very first time this past season over in Polk City in Central Florida. We'll see if he's up to the task again. So getting ready to go, and each one of the jumpers can actually provide a full-on jump line, which for a lot of our competitors is actually a jump line of compound construction, polypropylene for a good portion of that line, but also Spectra included into that jump line as well to aid with aerodynamics in the air. And also for a little bit of strength and stiffness coming off the turn as well. Here comes Jack Critchley. Ramp height of 6 feet high. Let's see what he's got. Let's see if he feels frisky enough to take the lead off jump number 1. Here he comes from Lincoln in England. Jack Critchley pounds his way down the lake, sails in for the landing, gets up. First thing he does, he puts the handle in between his legs and then rides out the jump as if he knew what he was doing. I know this jump distance is going to be well in excess of 200 feet. The question is by how much? All right then, so the jump distance is 219 feet. And if you believe in the dark arts, you'll be relieved to hear that that jump distance in metric is 66.6. So, competitor on the dock, getting ready to go. The Malibu Open jump champion for 2018, I believe. That is Freddie the Nightmare Krueger. He's pretty much won everything there is to win in terms of high echelon tournament water ski jumping. Let's see what Jack Critchley can do. He's already has the lead with 219 feet. Let's see what he's got on jump. Whoa, look at that. Came off the ramp and was not confident in that jump, attaining a good enough distance to satisfy his knees. So he decides to pull up on that right ski and just basically got to the water as quickly as he could to ride out that jump in a safe fashion. .195 feet on jump number 2. So the equivalent of 59.3 meters, 59.3 meters on jump number 2 for Jack Critchley. He's got one more jump to come before we take on the awesome sight of Freddie the Nightmare Krueger. And there you see the jump bindings. Those are Wiley jump bindings. They're almost a double, maybe triple wrap on his feet. Can't stay too long in those jump skis once your feet are inside them, because they do cramp up your feet and your ankles in very, very short order. So here we go. Here comes Jack Critchley, jump number 3. 219 feet or 66.6 meters. Here he comes. That's a little bit better, got more pull off the boat, but just didn't quite have the height to carry. So I suspect the 219 feet or 66.6 meters is going to be it. So it was hottest off the first attempt, but 3 decently long jumps there and a good confidence boost going into the jump finals, which will take place tomorrow. Actually came off the jump relatively early, according to our view on the top left-hand corner with our ramp cam. That was probably why he didn't get as much distance on that jump as he could have. I'm sure it's over 200 feet. The question is how far over 200? 61.3 meters. 61.3 meters on the last jump. It's the equivalent of 201. 219 feet is the lead distance, courtesy of Jack Critchley. We'll look back at the other jump distances. 62.9 for Rodrigo Miranda from Chile. Igor Morozov, 62.8 meters for 206 feet, representing water ski athletes of Russia, otherwise known as WAR or WAR. And then all the way down to Emil Ritter with a 61.3 meter jump or 201 feet, putting him slightly ahead of Martin Coleman with 60.9 meters, and the list goes on from there. So now we're down to our final jumper at the 1.8 meter ramp height for today. We've still got some more jumpers to come from our junior ranks, which will consist of Will Blair, Andrew Boscus, Connor Pauley, and Martin Labra. But for your viewing entertainment, our last jumper at the 1.8 meter ramp height, 6 foot ramp height, it is none other than Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. So Freddie Kruger, even to this day, a huge contributor in terms of his technical expertise, in terms of equipment, right down to the algorithm that's used for jumpers in the zero-off system. Does a lot of R&D for a whole bunch of companies. And here he comes, jump number one. Let's see what he's got. Ooh, and it's not often that you see that from Freddie Kruger on jump number one, not landing a particularly long jump. We'll see what he can do with the remaining attempts that he has. So Freddie the Nightmare Kruger, a very methodical, very intelligent competitor indeed. 53.5 meters, 53.5 meters, 175 feet.
All right, here at Jack Critchley. So the second jump, you had everybody on shore hollering. Are you, like, is that, you are confident to grab that ski when you don't like the jump?
We like to keep the crowd on the feet. Everyone likes to ski grab, so it doesn't matter how far you go, and you can always do a ski grab.
Well, you had the shore really screaming about that one. How'd you feel out there, and are you ready for tomorrow? You figure that site out?
It feels awesome out there. The Malibu's pulling really strong. The ramp feels awesome. There was a little head breeze. I felt it on the first one. I just need to bring it down a little bit and add some more feet onto that distance.
I definitely think you're going to do that, and you got everybody back home pulling for you and your whole family. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right. We have got Freddie Kruger out in the water, uncharacteristically landing the jump barely into the 170s. Here he comes, jump number two. Now waiting on the spot in which to turn, drops in. Ah, look at that. That is the jump that we're accustomed to seeing, courtesy of Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. Absolutely pummels the jump, full force. And got a lot of lift, a bag full of lift off the top of that 1.8 meter higher ramp. Beautifully executed jump there from Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. And that should be enough to take the lead, if not very close. However, it's 211 feet. 211 feet on that jump. A little over 64 meters, but he's there and thereabouts. So 64.2 meters. Where does that put him in the rankings? That puts him fairly and squarely into second place right now. You see the leaderboard, Jack Critchley with 219, Freddie Kruger 211, Rodrigo Miranda with 206, Igor Morozov marginally behind using the metric system with 206, and you'll see the remaining skiers there. All right then, folks, Freddie the Nightmare Kruger has got about 8 feet of deficit to make up between himself and Jack Critchley. Let's see if you crowd along the shoreline can get behind him as he attempts to hit that ramp one last time. For this, the semi-final round. Here he comes, Freddie Kruger, once again. And I tell you what, some great jumping there from Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. Also take into account that he has been skiing for many, many decades at this level and is in his 40s. So certainly just trying to get as much distance as he can. 65.3 meters. Or 214 feet. That puts him within 5 feet of Jack Critchley. We'll see what he can do to reduce that deficit tomorrow. He'll be second to last off the dock, and then Jack Critchley will then take to the water to round off our men's jumping event tomorrow. but he now has a pretty darn good idea of what the side is doing, what the conditions are due to the jump ramp and everything that goes alongside. We'll take a look at the leaderboard one last time before we go on to our next round of jumpers. Jack Critchley with 66.6. Then Freddy Krueger with 65.3. Rodrigo Miranda with 62.9. 62.8 with Igor Borisov, Emil Ritter with 61.3.
It's already done.
And there you see the remaining jump distances. Some great jump in there from Freddy the Nightmare Krueger. We'll see if we can get a word or two from him late in just a moment. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Take your opportunities when you get them. There's Will Blair on the dock getting ready to jump. The boat making its way out to the ramp to reduce the height of that jump from 1 meter 80 to 1.65 meters high. We have 4 more jumpers to come before we round off today's action. And it appears that we've seen a request or heard a request that last jump should be remeasured. So we'll get the distance, we'll get the confirmed distance for Freddy Krueger on that third and last attempt. We'll talk to him in a little bit maybe, but the request has been put forward to replot the distance on jump number 3. While all that is happening, we'll take a little bit of a quick break, and then when we return, we will resume with action fairly much straight away. We've got Will Blair on the dock.
Vince, I'm going to the bathroom real fast. Do you copy? I'm going to the bathroom.
Better hurry.
So it looks like we don't have that much daylight left, so we're working to change out crews in the boats and get back onto the water very, very quickly indeed. We have on the list Will Blair, Andrew Boscus, Connor Pauley, and Martin Labra. Those 3 competitors in that order. Okay, let's check in dockside with Regina.
Oh, we're up now.
Oh, we're up. Come on. Are we on right now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we will have the Nightmare and Karen coming, but at first, let's introduce you to the future Nightmares. We have
Dash Kruger and Rage Kruger.
And these 2 are actually going to be jumping for us tomorrow, so you definitely need to come on to the webcast and watch these 2 future guys. And not only do you both jump, you do all 3 events, correct?
Yep.
And you too?
Yep.
And let's get your best jump distance.
72 feet on a single.
72 feet on a single. And what about you, Rich?
51.
51 feet on a single. And you guys, I heard through the grapevine, have also started doing 3/4 cuts, correct? Where you did
yesterday. That ended yesterday.
That ended yesterday in practice. What happened?
I slammed into the side.
Well, we do sometimes hit the side curve when we do crash, but I think your dad can teach you how to handle those and come back. So you 2 are our future of the sport, and we're glad that we get to see you guys compete tomorrow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Back to you guys.
Oh, bless their cotton socks.
Awesome.
All right then, so Will Blair out on the water, about to take on this ramp at 1.65 meters high. Now, the last time that we saw where a Will Blair jump in on a webcast, it didn't quite end so well, unfortunately, competing at the US Nationals not too long ago, and anyone that was watching live were just absolutely horrified of what they saw. Let's see if he can recover from something like that with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. Here he comes, Will Blair. Jump number 1, a little bit stretch coming into the base and showing signs a little bit of what caused that series of jumps that he produced at the Nationals, just getting strung out and getting pulled over his left shoulder coming into the bottom of the jump. Thankfully, he had enough stability off the turn to keep things going, but he's gotten the jump distance. He rode it out, and we'll see what he can do by way of an improvement with the remaining 2 jumps. That is Will Blair, jump number 1. ...127 feet on jump number 1, 127. All right then, so here we go. Will Blair with 38.8 meters or 127 feet. Here he comes. Turns out around into the jump, a little bit more stable this time, a little stronger off the second wake, and with his left shoulder coming into the base of the jump, and that will result in a far greater jump distance compared to jump number 1. That is Will Blair. Still elements of him dropping his lower half of his body backwards coming off the turn as the boat kicks on with its power coming off the first and second wake into the ramp.
I want you to send it. I don't want you to die.
All right then, so waiting on the distance, and it is further. It is 135 feet, 135 feet, which should put him in about the 40-meter range. .1 meters, 41.1 meters, or 135 feet. So some better jump distance, better jump distances here and now. And check out the Waterski Broadcasting's shop, waterskibroadcasting.com/shop, and check out the apparel that is on sale there. You only have until the end of the event on Saturday to order up official TWBC licensed merchandise. All right then, here we go. Here and now, this is Will Blair. Pounds into the jump, good, a stance off the base of the ramp. Good, decent effort. Decent skiing there, will get the distance. I don't think that that's going to be anywhere close to 135 feet. He certainly had plenty of speed and plenty of drive. Yeah, it's 132 feet, so losing about 3 feet on that jump. And losing exactly 1 meter compared to his previous jump, so it is 40.1 meters. All right, coming to us out of Elkins in Arkansas, our next competitor is going to be Andrew Boscus. Just waiting on that line to go tight for Andrew Boscus before he leaves the dock. Waiting on that Malibu Response TXI to take Andrew Boscus off the dock. And there he goes. 3 jumps at his disposal. All right, here we go. Andrew Boscus. Coming in. Jump. Oh, and a little early coming into the base of the ramp there, and his timing was a little ways off, and it came up around the area of the ramp just a little bit earlier than expected, and coming into the ramp too early is almost as dangerous, if not more so, than coming into the ramp too late. Certainly a whole bunch of scenarios could come into play if you were to take a jump way too early. Andrew Boscus realized that and just dropped the handle and skied around the bottom left-hand corner. All right, Connor Pauly there at dockside getting ready to hit the ramp full force. But not before we see Andrew Boscus expend the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. Good solid edge. Up and over, and really working his direction off the second wake through that attempt. So good jump in there from Andrew Boscus. Good solid effort there. Distance is about to be revealed. .0 or 131 feet. That's only marginally behind the jump distance on Will Blair's third and last attempt, but the main thing going for Will Blair is the fact that his best jump distance was 135 feet or 41.1 meters. So Will Blair actually has better than a meter's worth of advantage on top of Andrew Boscus right now, but Andrew Boscus has the ultimate advantage of having one last jump to take to try and claw back that deficit. So, skiing out of the natural state, right here in the Palmetto state. This now is Andrew Boscus. Ooh, and getting a little bit back on his skis. Just unable to get much in the way of distance on that one. So looking at the jump distance of 43.2 meters or 142 feet. So Andrew Boscus taking the lead with his third and last attempt, 43.2 meters.
Thanks, bro. You too. What do you 180, bro? 142? Yep.
All right there, on the water right now. This is Connor Pauly. Let's see what he can conjure up with the three jumps that he has at his disposal. He's been remarkably unfortunate in a few instances this season where he could have put himself in a position to either place on the podium in certain jump events or at the very least advance through to the finals of, say, world titles events such as the U17 or U21s. But here we go. This is Connor Pauly. Let's see if he can take out his anger on the jump ramp here and now with jump number one. Good looking opening attempt. He gets that one under his belt. All right, waiting on the jump distance to be revealed for Connor Pauly. 141 feet, 141, which puts him in about second place right now. So the metric jump distance for Connor Pauly, get this, 43.1 meters. Why is that significant? Well, that's 10 centimeters short of the lead, which is currently held by Andrew Boscus with his jump that's equivalent to 142 feet. So, 43.1 meters on jump number one for Connor Pauly. Is currently in second place, but by less than a third of the length of a ruler, 10 centimeters. That is what separates Andrew Boscus from Connor Pauly right now. Connor Pauly, however, has two remaining jumps, this being the first of them. A little bit shaky coming off the 600-foot cut buoy. Let's see if he recovers well enough to take jump number two. He certainly does, but getting the jump that was a result of more in the way of height, less with the way of speed. And as you can see, things have got a little bit sideways here. Handle coming up a little bit high, and he had to readjust his position as he worked his way from the 600-foot cut buoy out wide of the boat. I'm sure that plays with his mind significantly as he came into that turn. Getting pulled and twisted, and by the time he straightened things up, he was on his way downwards towards the water. Distance coming through any moment now for Connor Pauly. I doubt whether that's going to be anywhere close to 140 feet based upon what I saw there with jump number 2. However, having said that, of course, sometimes I'm in error, but 143 feet is enough for the lead. Okay, so a jump distance of 143 feet was produced by Connor Pauly on jump number 2. Coming in. Now this is far more stable off the 600 as he works his way out wide. Let's see if he can get closer to 150 feet with his third and last attempt. Brilliant looking jump there, coming into land, and I'm sure that's probably going to be close to 140 feet.
7, 6, 7, 9, 7.
So waiting on the jump distance, I'm hearing a jump distance of 44 meters exactly, which if that's the case, actually would put him in the distance of around 140 foot range.
Oh! We're both retracting it.
So funnily enough, on that last jump there for Connor Pauly, that puts him in a substantial lead with 144 feet, 144 for Connor Pauly. All right then, last jumper on the water, and the current U17 world champion in the boys tricks and the overall competition, and looking to put his signature to the Malibu Open junior boys jumping title as well. A skier on the water representing Chile is Martin Labra. So Martin Labra actually placed 9th in the boys jump final in the U17 World Championships, jumping a distance of 49 meters or 161 feet. That kind of gives you an indication of what we're seeing in terms of capability. But if you were to see his first round performance, the elimination round for Martin Labra, he jumped 177 feet or 54.1 meters. So let's see what Martin can do, representing Chile in this jump event. Here he comes. passing up on jump number 1. He has 2 attempts remaining. This our last jumper, our last action of the day. Thank you guys and girls very, very much indeed. Those of you that are watching via the webcast and those of you along the shore side for your continued support of this event, the Malibu Open.
Hey, after this speeder, I'm going to just back up the camera and step away, right? Pull it under the tent, back it, and step away.
All right, so Martin Labra back on top of the water. Looking to trying to collect the U17 boys jumping competition and put that amongst his collection of accolades. As I mentioned, the World U17 trick and overall champion. Naturally participated in the U21 event as well, which resulted in him having a pretty substantially high placement. All right, here he comes. Martin Labra, jump number 2. Here he comes. Jump number 2, just trying to find a point from where he can safely turn and execute this jump. Up and over, and that should be enough to take the lead in the jump event. In the U17 boys jumping event here at the Malibu Open. Martin Labra, who also represented Chile in the U21 competition, the Under-21 World Championships, which took place immediately after the conclusion of the U17s. 48.6 on jump number 2. 48.6, which is the equivalent of 159 feet. So taking the lead by a significant margin as we now turn our attention to Martin Labra's 3rd and final jump. Our last action of the day. All right then, so just been informed at 8:30 start tomorrow morning. It's an 8:30 start tomorrow morning for our concluding event here at the 2021 Malibu Open. 8:30 start. We'll show you the schedule of events up on the screen in just a few moments. But not before we see Martin Labra come in for the remainder of his 3 attempts. He's already taken the lead by a country mile with 159 feet or 48.6. We'll see what he has by way of an improvement possibly on jump number 3. Here he comes, Martin Labra. That jump is going to be there and thereabouts. I don't think it's going to be anything significantly more. But doesn't seem to be hitting the ramp quite as cleanly or flying quite as far as he typically did in the U17 World Championships, which took place just a few weeks ago, where he snagged 2 individual world titles, plus helping Team Chile to the world team classification. So it is 153 feet, 153 or 40, I believe that's 46.6 meters. All right, so that is 46.6 meters. We'll take a look at our leaderboard just to put a button on this event. There you see Martin Labra in 9th place. Now we combined the results of the U17 jump with that of the Open men, and we see Jack Critchley in the lead with a 219-foot jump, 66.6. Marginally behind there is Freddie Krueger with 65.3, and Rodrigo Miranda rounds off the top 3. You see the remaining jumpers from 9th place downwards. You see our junior jumpers, Martin Labrel with 48.6, Connor Polly with 44, Andrew Boskers with 43.2, and Will Blair with 41.1 meters. Now, tomorrow's schedule. Junior slalom gets things up and running, then we'll go with Open Women's Slalom semi-final, Open Men's Slalom semi-final, then we go into the finals of Open Women and Open Men, and then we're going to go into the final event, which will be the jump events for both the women and the men. All right then, so thanks a lot for viewing. We thank you very much indeed, but be sure to rejoin us tomorrow morning starting at 8:30 Eastern Daylight Time for the concluding action of the 2021 Malibu Open water ski competition. On the behalf of everyone here at TWBC, our entire crew, the organizers, the skiers, and those involved with the successful execution of this event, I bid you ciao for now and see you tomorrow morning.